focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum will foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's inputs to the Summit of the Future to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. AFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socio-economic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the AFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs, essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité doit être au centre de cette mobilisation. La finance traditionnelle ne peut pas répondre à ce défi. Il s'agit d'agir à une plus grande échelle et de manière beaucoup plus rapide et de manière beaucoup plus inclusive. La technologie offre des solutions novatrices qui peuvent transformer nos modèles économiques, rendre nos industries plus propres et plus efficaces et surtout nous permettre de faire un bond qualitatif vers un développement vraiment durable. Elle offre également de nouveaux moyens de financement permettant d'être beaucoup plus inclusif et d'atteindre un plus grand nombre d'acteurs, notamment les femmes et les jeunes, qui sur le continent, ont souvent un accès beaucoup plus restreint à la finance traditionnelle. Enfin, nous devons adopter un financement durable qui intègre largement l'innovation technologique. Mesdames et messieurs, la route vers un avenir durable, vers l'Afrique que nous voulons, telle qu'envisagée dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, nécessite des investissements ambitieux, judicieux et innovants. L'Afrique est riche, non seulement en ressources, mais aussi en potentialités. Ensemble, en tirant parti de la finance durable qui s'appuie sur des solutions technologiques nouvelles et innovantes, nous pouvons surmonter ces défis et bâtir l'avenir et le destin que nous nous sommes fixés. Je suis persuadé que les travaux des deuxièmes rencontres de la finance durable de Sfax permettront d'apporter une contribution significative aux réflexions qui sont actuellement menées au travers du continent afin d'apporter des moyens de transformer nos ambitions en réalité durable et inclusive. Je vous remercie.
My name is Abibatuwan, Chief of Mission of IAM Ethiopia, Head of the United Nations Lead Agency on Migration. This 10th session on the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development takes place at the same time of when African member states continue to face multiple economic crises and socio-economic development challenges. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. ARFSD 10
Bismillah. Madame, Monsieur, bonjour. Bienvenue à notre deuxième session.
Recording in progress.
La deuxième journée de notre forum, qui est la table
The
ronde
second day of our forum, which is going to be looking at the measures aimed at reinforcing institutions, policies, and the budgets in order to accelerate and intensify the integrated implementation of Agenda 2030 and 2060. Today, we will share good practices, the challenges met, the lessons learned from our countries, share ideas on linkages between national assessments and local ones, all while showcasing the results of the workshop of the national assessment. So I have the pleasure to introduce to you the moderator and the panelists. The moderator is the Executive Director, Chief Economist of EPA, Madam Keita. I give you the floor. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à vous.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. It is a pleasure to be your moderator today. My name is Mama Keita. I'm ECA's director for our office in Eastern Africa. I'm standing in today for our Deputy Executive Secretary, Madam Hanan Mossi, who has been called on other duties. So it is my pleasure to invite our esteemed panelists for this session. Je voudrais inviter nos panélistes.
I'd like to call upon our panelists for the current session to come forward. So in that regard, I'd like to call upon Madam the Secretary of State, Ministry of Plan and National Cooperation from Chad, to please come forward.
Office of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Dunstan Balaba, to join me here. I would like also to call on Honorable Mayor of Banjul, Republic of the Gambia, Madam Rohi Malik Low, to join us here. I would like to call on Youth Champion, Africa Youth Sustainable Development Goals Summit, Miss Olivia Tutu, to join us here. And I would like also to invite Officer in Charge, Continental Governance Program, African Peer Review Mechanism, Ms. Sarah Taufik Hamouda, to join us here. Sarah, please. You're all welcome, dear panelists. We have 90 minutes for this session. The session is going to focus on national voluntary and local review, and to discuss actions that needed to be done to really reinforce institutions, policies, plans, and budget in order to first speed up the implementation of both Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, but also to scale up in order to achieve more impact. So you are welcome, and we are honored to have you on this panel today, and to benefit from your experience. These exercises are all about experience sharing and peer learning, and we are really happy to have you. Let me. Yeah. So I would like to suggest that we have 8 minutes per panelist. Madame la secrétaire d'État, nous proposons d'avoir 8 minutes.
Madam Secretary General, we are proposing that we are going to take 8 minutes per panelist. I would like to say that this year, Africa has 15 countries who are going to do their voluntary national review. And this is significant. I'd like to list the countries that are doing in this country.
Congo, Eritrea, Equatorial Guinea, Republic of Guinea, Libya, Kenya, Mauritania, Mauritius, Namibia, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. And of this list, it will be the first time for South Sudan to present the Vienna. And with this, by July, all African countries will have completed at least one Vienna. This is really a significant achievement, especially because the Vienna exercise is really recognized as a tool to help countries to learn from their own experiences, to learn from their peers, in order to improve the way they try to implement the SDGs and try to achieve impact. So just also to indicate that this Vienna exercise in Africa try to learn both from the two agenda in an integrated manner. And so this is why we are going to try to learn from this exercise from the different panelists that we have. We want to also, from this panel session, to identify success story that Africa could take to the Summit of the Future, which is due to take place this year in September in New York, alongside the United Nations General Assembly. As we do VNRs, you are also aware of the process of VLRs. VLRs is about local review, what happened on the ground, really at community level. As you know, SDGs is not just taking place in big cities, it takes place at the grassroots level. And so countries have been doing local reviews. We will also try to learn from that process and how both the national and local reviews can speak to each other. So without further ado, I'm going now to sit and to start the panel discussion. Madame la secrétaire d'État, Excellence, on va commencer avec
Madam
vous.
Secretary General, we'll start by you. Chad will be doing the third VNR. So this is a rich and significant experience that Africa would like to listen to. Would like to listen to the Chadian story. How or what have you learned in the course of the years? How are your previous reviews preparing you to do this third VNR? Tell us about the third VNR and what lessons can other countries learn from you. You have 8 minutes, madam. I avail myself of this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving Chad time to share its experiences when it comes to VNR. Chad is doing its third VNR, especially 2019, 2021, and 2014. Chadian experience reveals an original case of development in a context of persistence of insecurity, effects of climate change, and the consequences of COVID-19. The VNR enabled the country to measure the issues and challenges of the country's development and to look at the impact of measures undertaken. These 3 years of experience enabled us to have some good practices, among them the participatory nature and inclusive nature of VNR in 2024. This brought together all the stakeholders in the country around issues of development in order to improve the level of knowledge, engagement, participation to development efforts. Participation on this process, which is based on evidence production, on sectors and targets, enabled all the stakeholders to improve and build their capacities in terms of diagnosis, planning, monitoring and evaluation at sectorial level. The strong engagement of the National Statistics Organization through the implementation of a SDG unit that is tracking indicators is a major asset for production of evidence. We also met some challenges that we can name here, among them the low awareness and poor communication on the process, the lack of dissemination of VNR, weak mobilization of monitoring and evaluation resources, the difficulty of data production, data that is disaggregated, and that at the local level, lack of follow-up of the country's previous reviews. Given these practices and the challenges met, we have laid out some recommendations. The recommendations is that the country should put in place an integrated financing system. and I've been listening to interventions here. We are all talking about low funding for SDGs. Since 2021, SAD is committed in this exercise, which will enable it to strengthen national mechanisms of monitoring and evaluation and accountability, disseminating VNR and sensitizing the stakeholders on the challenges when it comes to attaining SDG targets, setting up studies to back up the the challenges so that we can better design the actions of stakeholders. We are also hoping to build the statistics institutions because the weak statistic data actually impedes our work. To other participants and partners, we'd like to make some recommendations so that we can address these challenges. We need to have capacity building for national focal points with SDG focal points at the highest level to build the capacities of countries for better integration of SDGs in sectoral policies, to build the capacities of countries in financial resources, to build the capacities of African countries in the area of monitoring and evaluation. I will end my remarks by talking about the results that we had when it comes to the preparatory meeting of VNR. Chad participated in the preparatory meeting for voluntary national review of SDGs edition of 2024. This meeting enabled the country to move forward when it comes to the timelines for reporting, producing evidence, and also methodological issues. She also managed to train the national focal points who also involved other partners in data collection. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Secrétaire d'État.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. We have learned a lot from you, particularly when it comes to lessons learned. The unit, SDG unit that was set up when it comes to the challenges, the importance of having integrated financing to address the different challenges when it comes to statistical production, the necessary studies to guide decision-making and actions of the different actors. Likewise, the need to build capacities of monitoring and evaluation. Thank you very much for those lessons shared.
Honorable Dunstan Balaba, Permanent Secretary in the Prime Minister's Office, Republic of Uganda. Welcome, sir. And what we'd like to say here is that Uganda has been at the forefront in terms of producing VLRs, voluntary local reviews. Okay? And the district of Ngora has been one of the first doing VLRs in Africa. And yes, now I believe you are undertaking the third national review. So Uganda also has a very considerable experience in doing VNRs as well as VLRs. So we would like to hear from you. We would like to learn from your experiences in terms of bringing the two different forces or two complementary forces together, both at the local level and at the national level. So how do you ensure that these processes are impactful and talking to each other? Over to you, sir.
distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure that we are here to participate in this high-level panel looking at the national voluntary reviews and the voluntary local reviews. And as you have been told, Uganda has been at the forefront of this, and we have cascaded it to the lower levels. It is indeed true that Uganda has been championing SDG localization efforts, including the voluntary local reviews. This started with one of our local governments called Ngora. It is in the eastern part of Uganda. And I'm seeing a neighbor who is really nodding her head from there. And Uganda has a robust system of local government. Resources, responsibilities, and functions have been devolved to the lower levels where decisions can be taken easily so that the participation of everybody is involved. And therefore, when we do the voluntary local reviews at the local government level, it means we are actually bringing the majority of our people to understand. In these local governments, the system of governance is that there is a political structure, there is also a technical structure. There is a mini parliament at a local government level, and we use the same system of governance, whether at the central government level or the local government level. So Uganda has adopted the regional voluntary local review guidelines developed by UNESA and even conducted a national TOT training with the support from UNECA. This training was focused on enhancing knowledge among key institutions across government, local governments, the academia, the CSOs, and the UN agencies. As a result of this, whereas we started with the one local government, the voluntary local reviews has now been conducted in over 20 local governments. We have 176 local governments at different levels, 135 are districts, local governments. We have 10 cities and 31 municipal councils. So out of those, we have had 20 where we have conducted the voluntary local reviews, and we have made sure that these are across the country in all the regions of Uganda, so that the impact is taken closer to where the people are. The previous VNRs for Uganda have recommended strengthening partnerships and SDG localization mechanisms. As a result, the government has developed SDG localization guidelines, but also worked with the coordination platforms like the private sector, Parliament, the Inter-Regions Council of Uganda, and others, so that everybody participates in these localized mechanisms. On the SDG localization, the VNRs have demonstrated the need for strengthening involvement of local government in SDG implementation and reporting. It is on this basis that all local governments in Uganda have been supported to align their budgets to SDG aspects. Due to the need for high quality and timely data for VNR reporting, the government of Uganda has put up a robust data collection mechanism and monitoring system in place, crucial for tracking progress towards the SDG accurately. This has seen SDG indicators with data points increase from 41 in 2016 to the current 135. This process of data production has been participatory, where all ministries and agencies and all development actors are actually involved. Recently, the Office of the Prime Minister, in partnership with UN Women, carried out the Leave No One Behind assessment. This assessment will be central in informing the development of the 4th National Development Plan and the development of the national commitments for SDG acceleration and transformation. We are in the final process of coming up with the fourth National Development Plan, and we have made sure that all institutions, including local governments, are involved. We have met many of these. Last week I was with the Interreligious Council of Uganda. All over the country, they came in one place, and we are talking about these voluntary local reviews. And we had to get their comments, and they are incorporated into what we shall be presenting as our VNR. I wish to inform you that Uganda is scheduled to present her third VNR this year in July 2024, and as such, we have been able to learn on the previous VNRs and the recommended actions at the time. For instance, the government has been more collaborative and more open to working with the stakeholders in the VNR process, in the previous VNR and in the upcoming VNR, because participation and involvement is very, very critical. The government has worked with all stakeholders and partners and ensuring that we produce one report instead of shadow reports by partners. Our report will be encompassing all because we made sure that they all participate. I wish to reaffirm that with good political will and coordination, VNR and VLRs can go a long way to influence policy and political decisions, including budget alignment for the SDGs. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Balaba. Thank you for sharing the experience of Uganda. We retain that you have developed an SDG localization guide, which is really seems to be an interesting tool. And I think that we should urge other African countries to engage and learn more about this with you. Very interesting. We also retain that you have initiative for data tracking processes. You have been able also to improve significantly the production of statistics and data, moving from 41 to 135 coverage in terms of indicator covered. Also, you are doing VLR in 20 local government. This is really impressive. This is a wealth of experience that we really all African countries can benefit from. Also, the LNOB process assessment that you are embarked in, that is going to inform decision making in your country in order really to make this principle a reality in Uganda. Very rich experience. Thank you very much. And yes, so now let me see. Our next panelist or speaker will be Honorable Rohi Malik Low. She is the mayor of the city of Banjul, the capital city of the Republic of the Gambia. Mayor, thank you very much for being with us here. You are also going to speak about VLR, voluntary local review. Banjul is embarked in the production or the development of its VLR, and you are leading on that. So we would like to hear from you. How is that important for your council in Banjul? Kindly come and share your experience.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Moderator, for giving me the floor. I'm sort of words after listening to the perfect lady in the house. Honorable, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly respected and observed. As introduced by the moderator, my name is Rohi Malik Low. I was elected into office in 2018, that is after the Agenda 2030 and 2063 were already adopted. In my previous work experience, I was a politician in a different continent, and that helped me understand my new role as a mayor. I needed to implement my mayoral campaign promises which were based on the fact that a woman can do it better, as there has never been any female mayor in the Gambia. I happen to be the first and only one until now, but I am in my second term. Thank you. Madam Moderator, before going further, I want us to agree that the three main focus of the SDGs are economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection. And as I read, you will know exactly why I want us to agree on this. As I moved into my office at the Banjul City Council, I quickly realized that my predecessors were designing and implementing the city development plans and policies in an ad hoc manner. Data was not available, making inclusive decisions a challenge, and development was hardly impactful. Lack of adequate basic services for impactful development made the city dwellers complain a lot. I immediately knew I had to do something to drive inclusive, impactful, and sustainable development. Local actions are therefore critical for the achievement of the SDGs, and I look at some of the indicators of the SDGs and Agenda 2063 of the Africa we want that could be implemented to achieve the needs of the residents of Banjul. Based on that, in the line with the National Development Plan of the Gambia, I prepare my city development plan. It was a huge challenge to design and implement a plan due to lack of that data. I was looking for an evidence-based tool that could increase transparency between the city administration and the residents and contribute to rebuilding the social contract, thereby bringing political change. Today, it has become more evident than ever to localize the SDGs, and with support led by United Nations Human Settlements Program and in partnership with United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and United Cities and Local Governments, I am privileged to have a team prepare the volunteer local review for the city of Banjul, which will help quickly identify loopholes and priorities to shape the development trajectory of the city, from data collection to budgeting to participation, as well as governance to ensure long-term planning processes. The voluntary local review, Madam Moderator, for the city of Banjul is a welcome initiative. It represents a pilot project for the city in order to advance the localization of the SDGs. This endeavor makes a significant milestone for Banjul, serving as a cornerstone in its journey towards enhancing sustainability and addressing the pressing needs of its populace. Through the development of the VLR, the city endeavors to gain invaluable insights into the challenges and opportunities faced by its residents, as illuminated by the lens of the SDGs indicators. Since the beginning of 2024, we embark on this journey to develop the VLR for my city. It is important, Madam Moderator, to acknowledge the role local actions will play in achieving global goals like the SDGs, as the VLR will allow us to explore and access the progress made by Banjul in localizing the SDGs. The successes and challenges faced by Banjul will not only shape the city's future, but will also contribute to the global discourse on the sustainable development. We have also identified ongoing city projects that will play an important role in the success of the VLR initiative. These projects have not only been recognized as crucial components, but have also illuminated the prevailing circumstances within our city. The project include the Crab Island Sustainable Development City Center, City Waste Management, City Initiative, Green City Initiative, as well as the accessible health care. The task force, Madam Moderator, meeting for the VLR was held on the 25th January 2024 with the objective of presenting the project and sharing the methodology to the task force members, advancing the coordination of the project's activities, discussing the project's roadmap with the members, and indeed as well as agreeing on the selection of SDGs and their indicators. This exercise was very successful with representatives from various ministerial departments and government agencies, civil society organizations, the private sector, Banjul city representatives, etc. At this point, it is necessary to inform you that key indicators have been selected for the review. This is to indicate the progress already made for the Banjul VLR. About 51 indicators, Madam Moderator, have been identified to be included in the report, which is based on data availability from different sources, such as UNICEF, UNFPA, the Gambia Bureau of Statistics, and task force members, which comprise of 12 key partners crucial for the development of the VLR. I will not go into all of the indicators due to time constraint, as the list is quite long. We are looking forward to the stakeholders consultation forum that will take place in May 2024. It should be noted that this is a work in progress, and it is done taking into consideration the National Development Plan of the Gambia to enhance multi-level governance. The VLR exercise is getting a lot of attention among the residents, and it is indeed provoking interesting debate as residents want to be part and parcel of this transformative journey of their city, using the tool to monitor progress in the city from local actions. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, dear Madam Moderator, the VLR process is acknowledged as a powerful process in advancing our shared commitment to achieving sustainable urban development and empowering local and regional governments and local communities to achieve the global goals and the Africa we want. I believe we will be able to finalize Banjul VLR by September, October 2024, and my wish is to present it at the World Urban Forum in November 2024. Thank you, dear partners. I'm so grateful once again to be here, and I'm sure after reading this, everybody will agree with me that women should be empowered, and our leadership is very unique. Bravo to all women, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and really congratulations to you. So, we are very glad to hear that the VLR exercise is seen as a powerful exercise in order to foster implementation of both the regional and global goals in Banjul. The principles that you are adopting to conduct this exercise are really impressive. You mentioned the issue of transparency, inclusivity, good governance in order for you to come up with good results. Congratulations also on being able to identify 50 plus indicators in order to conduct this exercise in a quantified manner. We are sure that in September we will come up with a very good assessment which will be able to inform the rest of the development process in the Gambia. Congratulations so far, and wish you all the best for completing this exercise. Now, another powerful lady that is also coming to share exercise. I would like to call on Miss Olivia Tutu. She is Youth Champion, African Youth Sustainable Development Goals Summit. Miss Tutu, you are an advocate of the SDGs, and you are founder of a platform that is called Youth on SDGs. This platform aims to empower young people in order for them to engage in dialogue on implementation of the SDGs. In my view, personally, first of all, young people can benefit from all the SDGs, but more importantly, young people are really critical in order to participate in the implementation of so many SDGs. Let me start with SDG 16 on peace and security. I think that your role is critical in this, and then you need to participate in dialogues. I think that SDG on digital, SDG 9, technology and innovation, is critical for the youth to participate. Other SDG also include job creation, of course, SDG 8. And so we want to hear from you. How is, so far, your efforts working? How is this platform working? How are the young people coming forth in terms of participating in the dialogue about SDGs? And what are the impacts that we can see on the ground so far? I would like to invite you to tell us about your experience. Please.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Moderator. All protocol observed. My name is Olivia Tutu, and I'm 24 years old, and I am Zambian by nationality. I came across sustainable development in 2019 when I saw the UN office in our country, and I got interested. I think what really stood out for me was the colors on the wall, and so I asked a friend of mine what that meant. And from there, they told me to say, in 2015, the United Nations sat down to come up with sustainable development goals after the Millennium Development Goals. And the person I was with at that particular time also shared the important role that youth played. But at the time, I thought I didn't have what it took, and I didn't think I qualified to be in the space of sustainable development because I just thought I was a youth. Up until last year, when I attended the African Youth Summit on SDGs, where I saw a lot of young people that were speaking about sustainable development, that were using the little resource they had to create impact in their local communities. And from there, early this year, a friend of mine and I, back home in Zambia, started up Youths on SDGs, which is an initiative that uses social media and radio to speak on sustainable development and also foster youths to create local solutions that speak to the needs of our people back home. Now, in as much as we have tried to do what we can with the little resource we have, it has come to my attention that a lot of us as young people face a lot of challenges. Now, before I can go about speaking about the challenges that we as young people face, I would also like to highlight the things that are working for us as young people to effectively engage in the SDGs and also the Agenda 2063. One of the things that I have seen work over the last few years is youth-led initiatives. We have seen a lot of African youths step up to create platforms for ourselves in order for us to actively engage in sustainable development. We have seen also young people get into entrepreneurship because we've realized to say the government has no jobs and the private sector has but little resource to give us the employment that we want. A lot of young people, not just in Zambia, but also around Africa, are using their skills to come up with entrepreneurial ventures and also solve the problems and the challenges that their communities are facing. And for that, I think a lot of us as young people were proud to see that we are also taking an initiative to speak into the SDGs and also the Agenda 2063. Other than that, as young people, we've also maximized on technology and the use of digital connectivity. You can attest to say COVID-19 taught us the importance of digital connectivity and how the world, despite being a big global community, can come together and foster the solutions that we want to see through technology. A lot of us as young people are using social media to come up with campaigns, to raise awareness with regards to climate change, to raise awareness with regards to poverty, no hunger, and other SDGs in order for us to create the solutions we want to see. Young people also use social media or digital connectivity to foster collaboration, thereby speaking into SDG 17, which is Partnership for the Goals. Just recently, I was having a conversation with a colleague of mine from Ghana who was telling me to say they are equally facing some of the challenges that we're facing in Zambia. And as we leave this place, we've agreed to come up with initiatives that can work in order for us to raise awareness through social media and through digital platforms in order for us to speak into the different SDGs and the Agenda 2063. The other thing that I see and I believe has been working with regards to sustainable development and also Agenda 2063 is the use of education and awareness. Now, this I would like to commend most of the African governments who have tried within their power to ensure that sustainable development and also Agenda 2063 is being incorporated in our education system. Now we see a lot of young people going into schools to educate other youths on the importance of climate change, on the importance of responsible consumption and responsible production. And for that, I would like to commend the governments of various African countries. Now, in as much as we have seen a lot of successes that are being undertaken by young people, of course, in partnership with the UN agencies as well as the governments, we still have a lot of challenges that we as young people are facing in terms of actualizing the SDGs and Agenda 2063. And some of it is policy implementation gaps. Now, we all know to say one of the things that a lot of governments are good at is making commitments to the youths. A lot of times we have policies that are being formulated, we have frameworks that are being formulated, but we have zero accountability of how far those policies are being implemented. I'll give an example. Just recently, last month, my country just launched my country, Zambia, just launched the National Youth Policy. And as we were a part of the Indawa and the launch of the policy, our question was, how are we going to track the implementation of this policy? Because I believe this is not the first youth policy that has been formulated in the country, and I believe other African countries do also have youth policies, but the question is, are the governments honoring their commitments to ensuring that these policies are being implemented? The second one is the type of funding. A lot of times as young people, we complain to say we do not have a lot of funding. And in as much as that is true, my question also stands is, what type of funding are we asking for, and what type of funding are the UN agencies and the governments willing to give us as young people? A lot of times we want funding that will only feed into a particular project, but when you look at sustainable development, I like to define it as a long-term type of development. So if we are going to ask for funding, it should be the type of funding that will be long-lasting, not just a type of funding that will speak into one project or one initiative that a youth has, but a type of funding that will go on and on. The last couple of days, I've been privileged enough to attend different dialogues that are speaking into voluntary national reviews. And it's so sad to see that even governments of our respectable countries are also complaining of funding. Now, the question is, if our government is complaining of funding, where are we, the youths, going to get that funding? My third point is tokenism. A lot of times we see a lot of young people being incorporated into these dialogues and conversations, but most of the times we as youth feel as though we're being used as a token to meet a certain criteria of inclusivity when decisions are being made. Sustainable development basically means a type of development that feeds into today's needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. However, when young people are being part of the conversations where decisions are being made, half the time we're just there to listen and observe. But in my conclusion, I would like to say that we as young people have what it takes to engage in the systems and the structures of implementing these frameworks and these policies. And so instead of us just being part of a criteria that is met in order for for there to be a dialogue and for government and UN agencies to say there was inclusivity, we need to know to say we're being placed at the table because we do have what it takes for us to contribute to Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Because like I stated earlier, sustainable development is for the future and the now. And majority of the people that are making decisions with regards to Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 won't even be part of the future. And so I plead with the UN agencies that are here and the government to say, do not only speak about us as young people, but speak to us. And do not only speak to us, but engage us and work with us, but because we as young people are eager to work with you. And so I just want to say, as I conclude, that sustainable development is for the young people because the future belongs to us. And so we cry today, even as we are creating impact in our local communities, and even as we are doing the little we can with the little resources we have that give the future back to us. Agenda 2063, Agenda 2030, and the future belongs to the youth. So let the youth take the lead. Thank you.
I told you that another powerful lady was coming here. She said that they don't want to be tokenized. They want to be part of the implementation. They don't want to be a box that we check, that we say that we are being inclusive. They want to be part of the decision-making process, implementation. Thank you, Olivia. I'm happy with the successes that you have highlighted with the participation of the youth so far. This includes the creation of platforms to engage, also triggering some entrepreneurship with youth, which is, I think, extremely important as African economies struggle to really create jobs in quantity and in quality to employ everyone. Also, fostering partnership is really very good. Now the challenge is, I take note of the challenge that you mentioned, whereby implementation of youth policies is not really effective, and more needs to be done from policy making from the public sector in this area. Also, yes, funding is an issue. Funding is an issue from all parts of all actors, starting with the state. Fiscal space are shrinking with the many multiple crises. And so it's not easy. Private sector is also looking for financing to grow their businesses. Now civil society, young people, nobody is satisfied with the level of funding of their activities. So innovative solutions are still needed. And for that, talking to each other is extremely important. And I again end with your conclusion. Young people want to be involved better in terms of implementation, decision-making, not only sitting and listening to deliberation from other decision-making actors. Thank you, Olivia. Now, last but not least, we are going to have experience sharing from our colleague from APRM, Africa Peer Review Mechanism. And this is going to be experience going to be shared by Sarah. Sarah is going to APRM. All the essence is about peer learning. So Sarah is going to help us to understand better what lesson can be learned from the VNR and VLR processes so far. Sarah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Bonjour. Sabah al khair. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm not sure if the presentation is already shared. Thank you. I will use the clicker. Thank you very much for being with us, and I'm happy to see some common faces and good friends from APRM. We are part of the African Union family, and we are dedicated to promote good governance in the continent. And in the past 4 years, the APRM has been quite actively engaged in the VNR preparations, supporting member states through the peer learning exercise on VNRs before the high-level political forum, and also through the good governance assessment that we conduct. Very briefly, speaking from the continental perspective, and after such a great interventions from different panelists, I think there are many good practices that our member states have been implementing through the VNR process. For instance, the ability of member states to strengthen the governance ecosystem for VNRs. We have seen that different countries are developing coordination mechanisms and also institutional arrangements to prepare for the VNRs. And this has been also allowing for better whole of government approach to be promoted. For instance, in the case of Uganda, His Excellency just referred to the Ugandan experience, but also they are taking this to the highest level at the Prime Minister level through a dedicated SDG secretariat at the Prime Minister office. Also, the VNRs supported enhancing coordination between the African Union and UN agencies. And here I would like to give the example of the great collaboration we have with ECA within the preparatory VNR workshop at regional level in Africa, and also the EPRM continental platform on VNRs and the domestication of Agenda 2063, which we have been developed over the past 5 years and contributed to the capacitating 300 experts across the continent. Also, the VNRs contributed to develop homegrown solutions, especially when it comes to the issue of data on SDGs and Agenda 2063, and also the development of, for instance, the governance scorecard in some member states like Egypt, Rwanda, and also we know that South Africa is taking the same lead. VNRs also supported member states to leverage on digitalization to enhance access to justice and information for citizens. We have good practice from Morocco, South Africa, Mauritius, Namibia, and Ghana. Namibia, unfortunately, is not with us here today, but they're also having a very good experience and access to justice. And lastly, but not least, I think our distinguished panelists referred to the multi-stakeholder approach. We have seen this in Gambia, in Chad, and also Uganda, how VNRs and also VLRs currently supporting this multi-stakeholder approach to engage academia, CSOs, and youth in the SDG planning and implementation. We also take note of the existence of shadow reports. Sometimes they are also very useful. For instance, in Ghana, the civil society is always developing a shadow report on the voice of CSOs in VNRs, and that's quite impressive. But I'm glad to see that now, I think in the case of Uganda, they are trying to have a comprehensive report that also covers the voice of youth. That's quite impressive. And lastly, but not least, the ownership of the process. When we used to support member states at the HLPF, some comments are taken that they are hiring consultants to write the VNRs. But currently we can see that the more countries are producing VNRs like Sierra Leone, the case of Mauritius, I was just talking to my brother before the session, they are developing, they are now drafting the VNR themselves through the ministries of planning. I think also Egypt here, Dr. Mona is around, and they have also quite significant experience in drafting VNRs as a local exercise, not through consultancy. We have a special report on this, on the governance of SDGs, and I would like to encourage all of you to have a look at it. But just to also have a more to delve into the questionnaire we developed on the governance of SDGs, you can see that our member states confirmed that the consistency with the UN VNR process has been quite significant in the past 4 years. And it's one of the most common processes that they are following. I think also most of our member states have at least one VNR task force or coordination mechanism, and it's usually led by the executive, whether the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or Ministry of Planning, and also they have further engagement at the Parliament level. Moving to the challenges, again from a continental perspective, we acknowledge the issue of consistency and the continuation of the SDG steering committees to work after the VNR. Some of the countries unfortunately developed the VNR successfully, but then after the launch at the HLPF, they don't have regular meetings to disseminate the report or also try to raise awareness on the challenges emanated from the report. We also take note as EPRM and African Union with the low engagement of legislative branch in SDGs implementation and monitoring at national level. We noticed that they are more engaged when the budget is prepared for the National Development Plan. Having said that, the consistency and regularity of meetings at the legislative branch is quite low when it comes to monitoring or tracking the executive or the government implementation of SDGs. Our member states also reported the challenge of reporting fatigue, because now they have to report on SDGs and also report on Agenda 2063. That's why, as we are part of the technical working group of Agenda 2063, we are now working closely with the United Nations to ensure that when the countries are reporting on SDGs, they are equally reporting on Agenda 2063 within the second 10-year implementation plan. We noted also the challenge of statistics, and this was also alluded by our distinguished speakers, but mostly important also the challenge to invest in human capital and capacity building for VNR teams and SDGs focal points at national level. We had an exercise with the UNDESA in 2022 in Nigeria, Abuja, where we had a continental workshop on VNRs. Then we had a capacity building one day for 36 national focal points of SDGs. And we have noted at that coincidence the lack of awareness about Agenda 2063, for instance, amongst national executives. So the situation and the picture will be even worse at the citizen level. Lastly but not least, also the issue of policy coherence for sustainable development. Most of our countries are developing proper national development plans. Having said that, when it comes to the implementation and also the alignment of policies, for instance, a policy related to environment and the industrialization, for instance, we are not assured of the policy integration at that level. And therefore, we also developed a capacity building program with OECD on policy coherence for sustainable development in Africa. And we supported 4 countries in the past 2 years, including Ghana, Namibia, South Africa, and Kenya, to conduct self-assessment exercise on policy coherence for sustainable development. So I think this is once again some more results from our survey. It shows that our member states, indeed, they have proper institutional mechanisms at national and subnational level to implement and track the implementation of both agendas. Having said that, we also noted the low level of awareness about Agenda 2063 compared to SDGs, and also the lack of having champions or social campaigns on Agenda 2063 versus Agenda 2030. And lastly but not least, also the existence of individual champions. I am so happy to know about the effort of Zambia and Ghana. I think they are 2 of the forerunners to work on SDGs localization and youth engagement in SDGs at national level, but we also hope to see this cascaded at the Agenda 2063 level as well. And here also we show you the issue of the parliament and how far the effectiveness of the parliament caucus or commissions on SDGs and Agenda 2063 look like amongst 35 member states. So I thank you very much for listening, and I wish the 15 countries presenting VNR this year all the best, and I look forward to engaging with you more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for really kind of consolidating many of the learning that are taking place with the VNR and VLR exercises. Placing the decision-making process at the highest level authorities is one of the lessons that you mentioned. Strengthening good partnership among different actors such as ECA, APRM, and UN Habitat, for instance, DESA and others, has been critical in order to strengthen capacities. Emerging homegrown solutions is another thing that you mentioned. Multi-stakeholder approaches also is very useful. Now, in terms of policy, you mentioned the issue of policy coherence. Actually, do we have the right policy in order to achieve the goals that that we are looking for? And that is an issue. And for that, I think a self-assessment tool has been developed, and capacity is it can be built around that policy consistency. Integration as well, policy integration, also awareness raising, engagement in different of different actors, including parliamentarians. Voila. So these are things that need to be strengthened, and for that also unbalance between awareness about Agenda 2063 and the 2030 agenda. Also, some work needs to be done there, and putting in place, designating local champion on that also could be useful. Thank you very much, Sarah. On this, I think that so far we have heard a lot of very good lessons from our panelists. Thank you so much to each of you. I think that to summarize the challenges first, data disaggregation remain an issue, even though a lot of progress have been made. We've heard from all of them that they all have been able to have more data in order to measure different progress at different levels, both national and also at district, local levels. This is very good. Funding is another issue, very complicated issue that everybody has mentioned. And for that, one lesson that was highlighted by Chad is for countries to put in place integrated financing so that to really have a good picture or a dashboard on what can be done and who can finance which SDGs. So this is very important. Capacities remain an issue in actually the shortcomings that you just mentioned. So countries would like more capacity building in the issue of alignment, aligning planning frameworks with the development goals, both regional and global. Capacity building still in domestic resource mobilization will be extremely important. Still, peer learning on sensitization and awareness raising is also remain a key issue. But a lot has been done, and each of them has recognized that both VNR and VLRs are really powerful tools to monitor where we are in terms of progress, to adopt corrective action, and to make sure that progress continues to be made on the SDGs. So well done for that. At this stage, before I hand over to the chair to manage the Q&A session, I would like to request you to give a first round of applause to my panelists here, please. Monsieur le Président, je vous invite à gérer la session de questions-réponses, s'il vous plaît.
Please take over to manage the Q&A session. Thank you.
On va donner la parole au public qui vont poser des questions aux panélistes.
So we're going to give the floor to the audience to raise questions to the panelists. Sorry, the interpreters cannot hear the speaker. The speaker does not have a microphone. We thank the panelists for their brilliant presentations. However, I would like to propose to the EC that they should appoint a focal point per country for the drafting of the SDGs. I don't know whether the proposal will be accepted. For this proposal to be accepted by all, I even ask myself the question, and I ask you the questions even to the panelists. What is the status of achievement of SDGs at the moment? That's why I say that a focal point per country should be appointed to draft the SDGs so they can come to tenants. We should also need to come up with the M&E mechanisms. Have they been developed or not? In this regard, I would like to say that monitoring is an internal mechanism for management of the UN framework for sustainable development. And its principal objective is an annual assessment of progress when it comes to results metrics of this UN framework for sustainable development. But the question that I'm going to ask to the speakers is to know what type of analysis what type of analysis did you make to do the assessment of the SDGs in your countries? And with that, I thank you. We take a round of questions and then we'll come back to the panelists. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Anna Nipondoka. I'm the Minister of Education in Namibia. Namibia is one of the countries that has successfully implemented the VNR, and we are really reaping the benefits from it. I have one question, if not three, for the presenters. Based on the understanding that VNR is highly dependent on statistical information for research to be done on what is happening on the ground, what are the challenges, to inform further decision making. But what usually seems to be not coming out is the issue of the flow of analysis of statistics, the interpretation of the statistics, the impact on policy development, through to the implementation of policies. Our youth here was just talking about the policy implementations. In the policy, in the process of VNR and VLR, I'm still going to come to that one. How do we as Africa, where do we have a strategy to really ensure the thorough understanding of the interpretation of the results? If we are implementing policies, usually policies are implemented, let me say, down on the roots, not necessarily where they have been developed. Although nowadays there is a linear, engagement when policies are developed, but not everybody is engaged in policy development. Many a times people implementing policies do not even know the origin of this policy, but they are implementing it, which could be the main factor. While people, I'm talking about our public service, servants, for example, a teacher in a school implementing a policy about teenage pregnancy, and the person doesn't even understand where this comes from. How does it inform the national development plans? How does it inform the Agenda 2063? In fact, that person has never heard about that agenda. Many a times, this is where not necessarily the unwillingness, but the implementation would not be the way it wants to be. I just want to understand that flow of information and assurance that everybody is on board. The other thing that I want to understand is, I would be honest to say, I do not know if in Namibia we go down to the VLRs, because our country is very small. We do not have that many towns, and usually definite towns, their plans are included into our VNRs, I believe. How do we make sure that the VLRs inform without losing its original intent, informs the national VLRs reports in order for us to implement as a nation? I submit. Thank you.
Il ne reste pas beaucoup de temps. On va donner
We don't have much time. We have about 3 minutes. We are going to give the floor to this side of the room and we come back.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mamadou Kamaran. I am the General Director of the National National Statistics Institute from Guinea. I have a comment, a recommendation. When it comes to my comment, we are all unanimous that statistics are important. They are important upfront and downstream. Unfortunately, we are also unanimous that they are not funded. There's a funding problem. Madame the Mayor said that when she took up office in her community, there were no data. Yes, data collection is not funded. We'll come up with projects, but at the end, we don't even have a budget line on the project where we're going to say data collection. And that explains everything, because we are tracking double-edged indicators, because when it improves, it is an appreciation. When they don't improve, it's we actually criticized. That means that in our countries, particularly at the policy level, we are ready to fund campaigns. We are ready to campaign dances, but funding statistics for development is an issue. If statistics are funded, you will see that it's a donor that is funding it, and we thank the donors. But as long as we are in this situation, when a donor needs an indicator, they fund it. And we will find that there are information gaps, data gaps. So like we said yesterday, there should be a paradigm shift. If we want development, we need to accept the criteria and the attendant characteristics. There is no developed country without statistics. But we want to develop without developing statistics, without having information. And that is not what's going to happen. We are going to have SDGs 2030. We'll have to do 2060, 2080, and so on and so forth. As long as we don't change our way of doing or looking at development, it will not change in Africa. For funding, head of states of Africa have recommended to our states 0.15% of their budget to fund statistics. There are not even 3 countries that have done this. We'll always come here and talk until the cows come home. Madam the Mayor, in your plan, you need to have a budget line for data collection. If you leave that to the donors, you will not find solutions, because donors, they have their conditions and their challenges. So this should be national sovereignty. That means it's a national duty to fund statistic collection for by way of recommendation. We don't even have statisticians. I'm happy to say that Mama Keita is a statistician. She did statistics before doing doctorates. We don't even have many schools. So in all the countries, we need to create statistics schools, not mathematics, statistics. Today, how many countries have statistics schools? We'll take Sub-Saharan Africa. We have Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire. We have Yaoundé. So why can't we create, Mr. Minister, why can't we create statistics department so that we can have sufficient statisticians to allow us to track our development? Who is going to analyze this growth? So, in my opinion, we need to strengthen statistical institutions at all levels. So my question, that is, Madam the Secretary General of Chad, who was talking about creation of SDG units, is that going to be at national level, or that is also cascaded downwards? Thank you. I would like to thank the speakers. So we'll give you the floor to respond, and then we conclude. Thank you.
Merci.
To respond to the question of the units, right now it is only at the national level. And I would also like to respond with regard to the development strategy raised by
Je vous en prie, je m'excuse. D'accord, ok. Donc, au Tchad, les statistiques nous ont...
In Chad, statistics enable us to guide our strength towards school feeding programs, because few schools that had food program support, we noted that in these schools, this enabled access to education, particularly that of girls. So 41% of girls went to school in those areas, and this percentage is double the national average. So we're going to increase by 15% the budget to support national canteen to enable not only access to education, but also to keep girls and young people in schools. Thank you.
I want to agree with Anna from Namibia that the issue of interpretation of statistics is not something that is very easy. But as governments, we need to have a deliberate effort in ensuring that people can be able to understand the statistics that we collect, whether at national level or at local government level. Because without statistics, it means that when you're undertaking the VNRs and the VRRs, you may not be to the point, and it becomes a very big problem. Yes, it is true that people implement policies that they may not be able to understand. But again, it is we who are office holders, duty holders, who are supposed to ensure that we go and sensitize people who are going to implement the policies that governments come up, to ensure that what they're implementing, they really understand. And therefore, if we are to ensure that VRR is going to inform the VNR, we need to improve on how policies are being implemented. Data collection is not funded, like my brother put it, yes. But again, we also need to encourage ourselves as governments to ensure that we fund. We need to prioritize the funding, because if you are not going to collect data, then it becomes a very big problem. In Uganda, there are various ways we are collecting data, although it is very expensive. We have got the demographic and health surveys conducted by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. This is usually up to a period of 2 or 3 years. We also have the population and housing census after every 10 years. Actually, next month, we are going to have a comprehensive population and housing census. And this time, we are going to make it digital. It is on time, real time. Whatever is being collected will be able to be stored. But of course, even with other secondary data that we collect in the various sectors, we need to ensure that we collect it, we use it, we interpret it, we share it, we can be able to give it out. To me, in my view, that is what we can be able to do in as far as data collection is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will call you. I just want to respond to what the Honorable Minister from Namibia just said. And I like it when women talk and mention policies. It is very, very important. And Madam Minister, I'm sure you will agree with me that Africa has the best ever policies. We have policies that is geared towards empowering women. And this is a fact that a country where women are left behind, that country cannot develop. Because we are the kingmakers. 62 or 58% of the population in Africa are women. So how dare you just think that women cannot be part of the national discourse? It's absolutely not possible. So we have policies that are in the drawers dusted. They are not out, and these are perfect policies, but they are kept behind bars, simply because those policies are addressing the empowerment of women. We have seen the Maputo Protocol, the Belgian Protocol, even the Banjul Protocol, which is addressing the empowerment of women. And this is very important in the SDGs. So, and sensitization, awareness, advocacy, this is all important, as he just mentioned. But I'm sorry, Honorable Minister, unless and until we start implementing policies from the bottom down, bottom up approach, we cannot move anywhere. The executive have to understand that local government are near to the people. And this is why we are talking about the localization of the SDGs. But then we are not just saying localize it and put it in the drawers. So how will that woman at the rural area understand the essence and the importance of the localization of the SDGs without sensitization and advocacy? For God's sake, partners cannot do it, cannot do everything for us. We have to cut our clothes according to our size. It is now important for African women and youths to wake up, stand up. Our voices should be heard if we want the Africa 2063 that we are all yearning for. Otherwise, we are not moving anywhere. A typical example, I am the only mayor in the Gambia, the only female mayor in the Gambia. Do you think I have it on the silver plate? Oh my God. I was contesting with 9 men, and the incumbent was there as a man. And I am an opposition. It wasn't easy at all. It wasn't easy at all. I had it all, they said it all, but now the African women are understanding issues. If they don't want to give it to us on a silver plate, which we are not even asking for, we are saying we want to be part of the national cake. And this is why they don't want to implement policies. This is why they don't want us to understand that there are policies that are there to empower us. For God's sake, are we only supposed to be nominated and appointed? We want to be elected. E-L-E-C-T-E-D, we want to be elected. But how can we, when we don't have the finances, we don't have the fundings, everything that has to do with women is put aside so that we cannot be at the forefront. Ladies and gentlemen, go back home. This is a very important platform. Go back home and talk about the VLR. It is there to empower us. Talk about it. Talk to your neighbor, and your neighbor talk to someone else. Before 10 years, I can tell you, Africa will be in the hands of women. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Chair.
Okay. Am I? Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. I think the mayor has said it all, but I will also add my youth voice to respond to the Minister of Education from Namibia with regards to policy implementation, as well as how we can keep our local people involved. One of the things I said is we need to give Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030 back to the youths. And this is the same for our local people. The two agendas are not just for high-level conversations like the ones we're having now. These are supposed to spark up conversations in our local communities so that the local people can be part of these initiatives and also solutions towards achieving the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. And so for me, I believe, like the mayor has already spoken, there's a lot of need that needs to be put in place with regards to sensitization and awareness. And part of the thing I spoke about as one of the challenges we're facing as the youth is regards to policy implementation. A lot of times we're part of the conversations, but we're not part of the implementation. Now, if we can be part of the mechanisms, the structures, and the processes of these, I believe it's somewhat going to be so much easier for us to communicate with the local people. One of the things that I believe the youth has is the strength and the time. We do have the effort that is needed for us to communicate with our local people. Just today in the morning when we were coming here, I was on a taxi and we were coming here, and I saw a lot of local people out there. And in my mind, I was thinking, do they even know what's happening here? Do they even have an idea of what Agenda 2063 is? The Africa we want is not just for the leaders that are here today, for the panelists that are here today, but the Africa we want is for every African out there. And so it is our responsibility to ensure that we sensitize our people. I believe it's very much, if we're looking at zero hunger and you tell the local people what that means and you translate it into their local languages, into like bringing it home to them into the local context, it somewhat becomes so much easier for us to tackle things like that. Just the other day, a friend of mine and I were speaking about how a lot of countries and a lot of schools are planting trees, but most of the trees that are being planted are not the trees that we actually need for us to even contribute towards climate action. And so it's very important for us, even as we're here, to ensure that whatever is being discussed here is translated. That's the reason why we need a lot of youth engagement, because the youth do have the time, the energy, and the desire and the enthusiasm that is needed for us to communicate the policies, to communicate the frameworks, and also to ensure that they are implemented. And also with regards to how to track policy implementation in different countries. I think one of the things that can be done, M&E is very good, but if we're going to have the government that are implementing the policy do the actual M&E, that's why you find that some statistics are not even actually reflecting what's on the ground. So if we could have independent bodies that would actually do the M&E to ensure that whatever the government or whatever frameworks or policies have been put in place are being implemented. And for that, I strongly suggest that the youth be a part of it. Thank you.
Je vais dire une seconde pour que j'ai au moins 3 secondes. Parce que chaque fois que je dis 30 secondes, j'ai 3 minutes.
I keep saying 30 seconds and then I get 3 minutes, but I'll give you the floor quickly.
Well, I'm responding on the question regarding the SDGs focal points, and that we need to have another focal point for operationalization of SDGs, and also developing a follow-up mechanism. To be honest, I would say that this is going to be also very difficult for member states, because as long as you have a strong centralized mechanism which is overseeing the planning, mainstreaming, implementation of SDGs and Agenda 2063, a lot of countries will have financial complications to develop a different or a redundant mechanism to follow up on SDGs. And I would rather advise that we need to leverage on the existing SDGs focal points at the current level in order to empower them and capacitate them to be able to track the implementation and also work with the local governments. And once again, this brings us back to the whole of government approach and the issue of policy coherence. The second point regarding the question of Her Excellency from Namibia on the issue of statistics. Well, to be honest, the statistics usually feed policies, as you highlighted. And I would give an example from South Africa. In the 2018 VNR, there was a reference to the issue of gender-based violence in the country, and that's why a call for campaigns. This is based on the statistics, because South Africa is also well known by having a very strong National Statistical Office. So a call for having social campaigns to end gender-based violence has been actually called in the VNR report and even other social dialogues. That's why you can see now in the Gautrain and the subways in South Africa that they have campaigns everywhere through the radio, through the media, through the TV, through the screens on gender-based violence and also the issue of gender equality. Then there has been also different practices taken by the government to eliminate the issue of gender-based violence, and the same for the issue of xenophobia. Having said that, Madam Minister, I think also it really takes strong political ownership from the country itself to translate the statistics and also transform the statistics into actions. And lastly but not least, also if you look at East Africa, the climate change impact and the current policies developed by most African countries like Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya, when it comes to green economy, is also reflected based on the statistics and the findings of the VNRs that these countries developed in 2018 up till 2021. So I think we should look at the statistics from a more holistic approach, and also it requires strong political leadership to make use of statistics to change policies. I submit, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Je remercie.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all those who have spoken. Very, very important topic. That's perhaps why we ran over time. In all countries that have spoken, well, we have representatives that are in charge of SDGs. For example, you have a focal point in each country. There isn't an African focal point yet to monitor SDGs. There are serious problems when it comes to statistics. The fact that we recognize the financing issues means that we can tackle the problem. We also need the statistical tools in place. There was a question about education that was asked. We have professions of the future in our country, and one of those professions of the future is statistics. That's why we set up a statistics institute in Mauritania. It's the second year of that course. Statistics are very important. The data needs to be made available. But we need to be able to speak to each other. There are countries where things are working well, but there are others who are lagging behind. But if you exchange information, then you can learn from others, other countries, to see how they managed to make this a success. There are always going to be issues. Just to give you an example, in terms of SDGs, well, Mauritania has finished its sexual reform of education. We've done that. We have a legal text in place now relating to planning. So it's not just a question of financing, there are other things that are important, such as planning, but I want to thank all those who have spoken from the floor or from the stage. Thank you, Madam, for staying with us. We have run over, but we're going to have a quick break, perhaps 20 minutes, and we'll come back afterwards. Thank you very much.
I was wondering what I would say. Yeah? I guess the women. Somebody else.
Ladies and gentlemen, and development state. On behalf of Mr. Clever Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development, on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, the Africa we need, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty, and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the people. The forum will foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's input to the Summit of the Future to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of SDGs and the reform of the global financial system. AFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socio-economic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and region. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the AFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships with the world. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa. Therefore, at the forum, first, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing system. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où le choix
Votre information également. C'est bien par son absence.
C'est parce qu'il est en ce moment en mission d'État. Oui, mais là, monsieur, nous participons quand nous allons.
Parce qu'à la fin, on va donner une information.
Pas maintenant. On peut le faire. Ça, ce n'est pas, je ne pense pas que c'est une urgence.
Development Partners. I'm Ibrahim Mama, and I serve as the country coordinator for the United Nations Capital Development.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to start now. Please take your seats. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons recommencer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the session on the data. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Merci de prendre vos places. Please take your seats. We just wait. The minister is here, and also the executive secretary will join in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Prenez vos places, s'il vous plaît.
Please take your seats.
Rebonjour. Chers délégués et participants, merci de reprendre vos places. Nous en sommes maintenant au point 7 de l'ordre du jour, qui est la table ronde plénière sur la transformation et la
the action item, modernizing of statistical systems to produce data and statistics of good quality to be used for progress and to strengthen national plans for the purposes of facilitating and accelerating the agendas 2030 and 2063. Like you know, the objective of this roundtable is to capture trends in demand, production, and management and usage of data and statistics in the existing systems. We are also going to identify and showcase the gaps and challenges met in the current statistical systems in the region to meet the growing and changing data changes in the environment of development, to identify and showcase initiatives and developments to modernize statistical systems. This is my pleasure, therefore, to present to you the moderator and the panelists of this round table in plenary. The moderator is Madam Mavis Matenge, Director of Public Diplomacy, of Research and Policy in Foreign Affairs Ministry of Botswana. The panelists are the Ethiopian Minister of Planning Development, Fitsum Atsefa, Government Statistician, Statistical Services of Ghana, Samuel Kobila Anin, Director of Africa Bureau of United Nations Population Fund, Stephen Shasha, Francis Mamuteya, Chief Statistician, Namibian Agency of Statistics, the Director of ECA Statistics, Olivier Shikania. Excuse me if I did mispronounce your names, but after that presentation introduction, I'm going to give the floor to Madame Mavis, the moderator. 1.5 hours. Please respect the time because we are running short of time. Madame, please take the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable ministers here present, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I believe we have a global community that is connecting virtually. A very good morning to you all. Good morning. As indicated by the chair of the Bureau, my name is Mavis Matenge. I'm from Botswana, where I serve with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much for joining us for this important panel that will provide a space for fruitful conversation on Africa's national statistical systems in ways in which these systems can be transformed and modernized to unlock data potential and as such effectively contribute to the implementation of the two agendas, namely 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. As a critical component of the broader 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, the panel will also be resourceful in providing the opportunity to consider progress being made to further the vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, and the goals of leaving no one behind on, among others, issues of eradicating poverty and hunger, women and youth empowerment, equity and social inclusion, as well as sustainable development. As someone said yesterday, in essence, the panel will in many ways speak to the humanity behind the numbers. Further, cognizant of the persisting global threats of SDG progress and Agenda 2063, such as the impacts of the climate crisis, the lingering effects of COVID-19, ensuing armed conflicts, discussions emanating from this panel will further be instrumental in informing on ways in which national frameworks can be enhanced to support building statistical capacity that is adaptable and resilient to global crisis and ushers high quality data. Our interaction with the esteemed panelists is expected to ultimately get at the crux of what modernized and transformed statistical systems can mean for the region and in building the Africa that we want, through the championing of statistical systems that facilitate evidence-based decision and policy making that drives effective governance and development outcomes. Against this backdrop, three main objectives anchor and will steer the course of the deliberations, namely the goals to highlight trends in the demand for and in the generation and management and use of data and statistics in existing statistical systems. Secondly, identify and highlight gaps and challenges encountered in the current statistical systems in the region with a view to meeting the changing and growing data and statistical information needs. And thirdly, to identify and highlight the initiatives and investments that are needed to transform and modernize statistical systems. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, responding to these objectives are our esteemed panelists for this session, who, as the chair of the Bureau indicated earlier, include the Minister for State and Planning and Development, Minister Gebu Yenu, Mr. Oliver Chingan, Director, Africa Center for Statistics, Professor Kobina Anim, Government Statistician, Ghana Statistical Service, Ms. Lydia Zigom, Regional Director, East and Southern Africa Regional Office for the United Nations Population Fund, Mr. Stephen Chacha, Director of the East Africa Hub Development Initiatives, and Ms. Francina Amutenya, Senior Statistician, Namibia Statistics Agency. As we transition to the panel discussion, kindly be informed that the morning's program will run as follows. The Minister for State Planning and Development will deliver a keynote address, setting the tone and buttressing the roundtable's theme. His address will be followed by the discussion with the panelists, and thereafter questions and comments will be welcomed from the floor before the roundtable concludes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, please join me in welcoming the Minister of State for Planning and Development. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. There will be a slight change to the program, so we are going to go ahead and proceed with the panel discussion right away. We would like at this point, at this juncture, to welcome the panelists to the stage, beginning with the Minister of State for Planning and Development. Thereafter, followed by Mr. Oliver Chingana, Director, Africa Center for Statistics. Thank you. Professor Kobina Anim, Government Statistician with the Ghana Statistical Service. Thank you, sir. And the other panelists, Ms. Lydia Zigomo, Regional Director, East and Southern Africa Regional Office for the United Nations Population Fund, and Mr. Stephen Chacha, Director of the East Africa Hub Development Initiatives. And then lastly, we have one more panelist who will be joining us shortly, Ms. Francina Amutenya, Senior Statistician, Namibia Statistics Agency. Thank you very much, distinguished panelists. Our conversation this morning will commence by exploring the role of national statistical offices in addressing data concerns. And we will start off by inviting Professor, Government Statistician, to draw from Ghana's experiences and share how national statistical offices addressing the data gaps,
وتناول ثغرات بما فيها الحاجة لاستخدام هذه البيانات لأغراض في وقتها، وكيف يتعاون مع المنظمة الأخرى. أستاذ تفضل.
Thank you very much, Mavis. Distinguished panelists, distinguished guests that have joined us for the 10th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Good morning. It's a unique opportunity to speak at the 10th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, not just because we're having a gathering of different people, but the concept note that led to this engagement really indicated the timeliness of this discussion, especially at a time that we've drawn a 10-year reflection on the Agenda 2063 and also midpoint of the Sustainable Development, when we clearly are seeing that quite a number of countries are behind the achievement of the SDGs. As I went through the concept note and the topic for the engagement, the careful selection of the words for the engagement really got me to say that this is something that should give us a different orientation. First, it combined two words that most instances we use them interchangeably, which has to do with transformation and modernization. From the perspective of Ghana Statistical Service, we've translated this into two different words and drawing the attention of the statistical community that the extent to which we're seeing newness in what we do, every national statistical system should be prepared for a change and some novelty in what they are doing. And we think what is going to connect that change and novelty is a sense of automating the way we do things. And Mavis, thank you very much for setting the tone. If statisticians continue to see the practice as numbers without human beings behind the numbers, our engagement will be limited in using statistics to transform livelihoods. So my submission in the first 10 minutes, the first takeaway is that for every statistics, as Mavis indicated and was highlighted in the morning's discussion, for every number, let's think about the human beings behind it. I'll give you an example. Gone were the days where a number of national statistical offices were releasing reports only based on percentages. With the mantra of the SDGs of leaving no one behind, any statistical offices that focuses on just percentages is clearly leaving out the numbers behind it, even if it's one person that is affected by that phenomena in question. So on the back of the 2021 population housing census, what we have done is for every percentage, put a number behind it. So you don't just go around and say that, for instance, 30% of the population 6 years and above cannot read and write with understanding in any language. We tell the policymaker that this 30% comprise about 8 million people of your population 6 years and older that cannot read and write with understanding. Mavis, on the back of that, the question that you've posed for us to reflect on how our national statistical offices responding to the data gaps, that is one part of the question. The other part of the question is, are national statistical offices addressing the data gaps in a way that it is informing decision-making? And the third part of the question, which was responded to earlier, has to do with the timeliness of the data that we are putting out there. And lastly, how we are forming partnership coordinations and taking advantage of technology to ensure that we really get human beings behind the numbers that we have. I'll speak from the perspective of Ghana Statistical Service, but definitely can't generalize it to a very large extent. A number of national statistical offices are indeed recreating themselves, at least from the perspective of expanding the scope of statistics that they used to produce before the Sustainable Development Goals. Ahead of the Sustainable Development Goals, you see a number of national statistical offices, mainly in the Global South, producing statistics based on what the World Bank prescribes and what the IMF prescribes, but rather on the back of the SDGs, we've expanded it and making efforts to produce statistics given the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This has been made possible rightly from the perspective of the use of non-traditional data sources as one of them, non-traditional analytical procedures as one of them, and non-traditional dissemination strategies as the third one. While this is commendable, it really gives us an opportunity to ask us that very big question, whether the human beings behind the numbers are seeing the relevance of these non-traditional data sources. And one of the things that we put forward is that, given that these are non-traditional data sources, to what extent do we see the expansion in the scope equal across the number of national statistical offices on the continent? And I believe, Oliver, you can speak to that. If you're talking about numbers, you see a variation in the number of national statistical offices reporting on the SDGs. From my point of view, that is not the critical question. The critical question is, these numbers that we are reporting on, to what extent are our own government utilizing it? These numbers that we are reporting on, which are based on non-traditional data sources, to what extent are they nationally representative? We have all onboarded and adapted all these non-traditional data sources using citizen science, using big data, using administrative data, and increasing the number of statistics that we are reporting on the SDGs. But these data sources beg questions of national representativeness. These data sources beg questions on whether we have baseline figures, because once you are talking about a non-traditional source, what that means is that prior to the SDGs, we didn't have a baseline. These non-traditional data sources are largely driven by an international development agenda, whereby it's characterized by irregularities. So we really need to think beyond the expansion in the scope of statistics that we are producing as a community. The second thing that I'll talk about in terms of the question, Mavis, has to do with, are we producing evidence-based data, and whether that evidence-based data is informing decision-making. I think national statistical offices are very good in producing evidence-based data because that is their traditional mandate, especially from the perspective of traditional data sources, because we've been doing surveys, we've been doing censuses since our establishment. But the key question is, with the evolution of non-traditional data sources, to what extent can we say that data is comparable across different sources? So for instance, if you use administrative data in measuring inequality, would you get the same estimate if you use a survey or a census to do that? That conversation from the perspective of data biases is yet to occur. From our point of view as statisticians, under the umbrella of the Africa Center for Statistics, these are low-hanging fruits that we can easily plug and deal with. The challenging part of the question is whether it's informing decision-making. And this is where there are constraints in terms of the ability of the National Statistical Office to push for that. But until we push for that, our mandate will not be achieved. This takes me to 3 issues: data, statistics, and policy that I talked about in the previous section, and the possible combinations that you can get from it, which I call the 5 disconnects. Within data, there is a lot of disconnect. So the first disconnect is data-to-data disconnect. And this is what I talked about earlier on. One data source administrative, one data source citizen science, another data source survey. That disconnect naturally will be there. The second disconnect has to do with the data statistics space. That disconnect has to do with how the data that you've collected is measured relative to the intended purpose. So the second disconnect has to do with the data statistics disconnect. The third disconnect has to do with the data and policy disconnect. What data is being collected? In Ghana, I always put up the argument that until the government on regular basis say that National Statistical Office, this is the statistics that you have to produce. And if we continue to live in a situation where the law in a number of countries mandates the National Statistical Office to be the one determining the topicality, the importance, the relevance of a statistics so that they produce it, that data statistics policy disconnect would always be there. It is not the national statistical system that defines what policies that we want as a nation. It is the government, it is the policy environment, so there is the need that that conversation happens on a regular basis, presented to the national statistical system to ensure that there's that connection between data, statistics, and policy. The fourth disconnect has to do with statistics and policy. This is one thing that I've just talked about. SDG 1 talks about multidimensional poverty. SDG 2 talks about zero hunger. A number of us in the global south, these are the 2 indicators that we are producing. Unfortunately, we have not contextualized these indicators, given their complexities. So if you speak to the Ministry of Food and Agric, they want to look at food security from the supply side. If you speak to different agencies that are responsible for food security from the demand side, like the Ministry of Health, their measure will be different. So you create space for the international community to define how your context of a particular issue should be measured. Statistics and policy disconnect. So it is about time we begin to intensify our conversation on these disconnects to ensure that really the human beings behind the numbers begin to see the impact of the work that we are doing. Maybe the third question that you pose has to do with the timeliness of the data that we are putting out there. Again, from the statistical point of view, Oliver in the previous presentation did indicate that quite a number of countries have had a very good turnaround between surveys and the release of reports. We really need to redefine what we mean by timeliness in the space of things that we are looking at. Timeliness could be looked at from one perspective, that turnaround time. Timeliness could be looked at from the perspective of an incidence and how responsive quickly data can be received, like a number of us did during the COVID era. But more importantly is that entire framework that says that for every National Statistical Office, this should be the minimum turnaround for this particular type of surveys. A number of us sitting here are doing the Living Standard Measurement Survey. A conversation around the turnaround and under which thematic areas has not been discussed. For us at Ghana Statistical Service, what we think timeliness is, from another perspective, is anytime there's a celebration of an international day on a particular issue, we take advantage of it and avert the minds of policymakers that this is an issue that you need to think about. So a couple of days back, it was the World Immunization Day, and as we do for every international day, our timeliness is that put out a statistic that tells us where we are. So we really need to broaden the definition of timeliness, turnaround time, how you respond to pandemics, generally how you have to respond to non-traditional data sources, traditional data sources, and more importantly, how you get these timeliness feed into our policy framework. The last of the four issues has to do with how we are partnering and coordinating what we are doing in the context of the evolutions that are happening. I make a strong statement that the only way out is two things. I know a number of my colleagues from National Statistical Office have emphasized the issue of investment. I complement the issue of investment with two things, initiatives and partnerships. How we define initiatives, how we can make use of data science, how we can make use of artificial intelligence, how we can make use of geographic information systems is what is going to define the national statistical system going forward. There should be that deliberate effort to ensure that there is coordination, there is harmonization, and that is the only way we can advance our work as a statistical community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Anim, for sharing your insights, where among others, you highlighted the data gaps that are there, spoke to issues of partnership, and shared Ghana's experiences as well. Still continuing in the same vein, in terms of sharing on national experiences, we'd like to invite the Minister of State for Planning and Development to continue in the same vein and share on Ethiopia's experiences. Thank you, Minister.
Probably it's better to sit and discuss, also save a few minutes, while we move around. First of all, I think before I delve into sharing the experiences from Ethiopian context, this is the second year in a row that this forum has given a good opportunity for the importance of data and statistics, especially when we speak as an African and trying to create, a collective understanding and also collective action towards, the Sustainable Development Agenda. Giving a due attention to data and statistics is really important. And last year in Niger, we had, a similar platform on which we've, shared experiences from different countries. This year, we are also having, a context from different countries, and I was really happy that to hear the Ghana experience, to which, from Ethiopian experience, our statisticians always mention that Ghana has a good, track record of producing household-based, surveys that are, integrated, of course. The challenges that you've mentioned earlier, still there. So such platforms are really important for peer, learning and experience sharing across member states. And I'm really glad that ECA, made this agenda pertinent and important for us to be able to discuss. I think coming to Ethiopian context, I would like to share, two things. One, what kind of challenges our national statistic landscape is facing, to which I'm sure most of the challenges that I mentioned here resonate to other, statistical systems of member states, mainly, in the African context. Some of the issues actually being mentioned earlier, my colleague from Ghana. The second, how we are trying to solve, these challenges in the Ethiopian context. Two things are really important. Yesterday, I also mentioned how within our own, individual state influence and agencies can we really address, the challenges that we often discuss. And some of the challenges also really require, partnership at the regional and global level. And I share a perspective how we are trying to, address those challenges. I think one of the 5 major challenges that I can, highlight here is, the first one is, the challenge that a colleague mentioned earlier, the disconnect between statistics and policy making. I think most of African, countries do share a similar trends and experience that the culture of, using high quality data and statistics for policy making process is still lagging in African context. When I say policy making, development planning, designing, implementation of it, and also tracking the progresses through monitoring and evaluation, depends on the capabilities of the state and the institutions on the data qualities. But before that, the culture is really important. How much that culture is, well resonated across, different policy-making institutions is one of the areas we've always, struggled with. And I think this is a context within which, we speak. When we talk about, what are the challenges that we are facing, that is, I think, the area where, needs an attention, needs also a collective advocacy, mainstreaming at the regional and global level in that regard. I think yesterday we had a brilliant, presentation by Hanan, of course, Hanan Morsi. So it's only a few goals that we are looking into it, especially for this year's, African Development Report, Sustainable Development, report. It's often neglected that, the kind of indicators on which, we lag data is, usually mentioned, but it's often also, the context that we don't pay attention to the culture of, utilizing those data. How much, each institutions, be it the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Education, or any agencies, responsible for those data, have that, culture is really, important in that regard. So this is one of the challenges where, we face a constraint, and I'm sure, as I said earlier, many African countries, do face a similar challenge. The other context is actually when we speak about, data production. Of course, most countries have a national, statistical agencies. Those statistical agencies would require an authoritative, legal mandate to coordinate, the production, the process, and the dissemination of data statistics. If you look, most African countries, actually, this is a study undertaken by the UN a few years ago, that most countries lack a clear, legal framework or institutional arrangement which, speaks to 21st century, data landscape. This is also an important dimension. I think one of the questions, we will probably address later is how effective national statistics agencies are in terms of, coordinating across different stakeholders in terms of data production, data management, and data dissemination. And the legal bottleneck that we have in there is one of, the major constraints. Often the case that countries do not have also an aligned institutional arrangements, legal frameworks in that regard. The third point that our national statistical system challenge that our national statistical system faces is the capacity issue. Probably the 3 disconnectors that our colleague mentioned earlier relates to this. What kind of technical capacities we have in place, across different government, public bodies in terms of data collection, data processing, data dissemination, not dissemination in a sense of data utilization as well. And the technical capacities in terms of the skills required for the statisticians and also the infrastructure they would require, probably in terms of harnessing technologies, innovations, and other, skills that the 21st centuries provide. In that regard, we also often see challenges that institutions are lagging behind in terms of their human resource skill development, and also capacity of harnessing technologies and innovative instruments to collect data in this regard. The fourth challenge that speaks to these three major challenges is access to data quality. I think when we speak data quality, often there are so many indicators on which experts do like to evaluate the quality of a particular data. I think three important things are really important, especially in terms of policy making exercises. The timeliness is an important issue. To the frequency by which and the speed by which agencies do generate data and statistics is really important. It's often the case that policymakers require certain levels of statistics, and our agencies, because of the capacities I mentioned earlier, they fail to provide those data and statistics on a timeliness manner, and this is really one challenge. The other disconnect, of course, what my brother spoke earlier, is about issues of representativeness. How comprehensive the surveys and the census methodologies that we have in place do capture all economic activities across the economy. Especially when we speak about the SDG, we are referring to individuals. Our motto is not leaving anyone behind, and the kind of statistics we do really require is at the very micro level, meso level, individual level, characteristics, and how comprehensive our data systems, especially, it also, speaks to the administrative, but mainly the surveys and the censuses, often lack the comprehensiveness in terms of, capturing all households and also all dimensions of development or household, socio characteristics in that regard. The other important aspect, speaks to this is, with the comprehensiveness, is the level of disaggregation. The level of disaggregation is also one of the major challenges that we often face. We talk about tracking sustainable development goals often at the national level, subnational levels, and also lower level of administrative units. They, access to data at that level is lacking across many countries in Africa, and some of the major challenges that we face to effectively track the effective implementation of sustainable development goals, speaks to that challenge as well. So the fifth and the last challenge that I think platforms like this, especially when we speak of the high-level political forums and also the future summit that we are planning for, the issues of finance. One of the most least financed, government services, if you like, is statistics. The importance and the demand for statistics is huge, but if you look at, in terms of allocating finances, those survey, census programs and activities do require really, multi-billion, investment. In countries like Ethiopia, we have, more than 100 million population, and the geographic space is, large, and the finance is really an important, challenge that we do face in there. And I think one of the issues probably we can discuss later on at the conclusion is, what do we really, aspire to achieve from such, platforms is a collective action, a collective, a mainstreaming of how we can collectively mobilize resources through, platforms such as United Nations and other development partners is, a very pertinent issue that we need, requires attention in that regard. So these are, the challenges that we face, and I'm sure, many member states, have a similar or pretty much same problem when it comes to their national, statistical systems. In the Ethiopian context, what we're trying to do in this is, it's often the case that, try to address such problems in a very fragmented way. What we started this fiscal year was we developed a multi-year, national statistical development program in which we try to address all these challenges from a legal framework point of view to a very specific concerns and how we are going to collect data, through administrative means, through surveys, and through censuses. Over the next 5 years, we are planning to, 3 years, sorry, we are planning to undertake 3 censuses and 2 major, surveys in the country. And in most cases, because of the domestic challenges that we face in terms of conflict and the COVID and other challenges, most of our surveys and census programs were delayed. And this multi-year, Ethiopian Statistical Development Program brought together those, missed opportunities in the past, and we are trying to address this. We're going to undertake, agricultural censuses, agricultural census that has already, undertaken 30 years ago in the Ethiopian context, and I'm sure in many African countries, censuses of, agricultural activities are a rare phenomenon, and which requires really, huge important, investment in that regard. Yesterday we were talking about transformation of food systems in Africa, and without those, high quality data of the agricultural sector, the nature, the status, the trends in the agricultural sector, and the actors involving in that really, require for policymakers to have an updated, information on that regard. The other census we are trying to undertake is the business establishment censuses. It's also often the case that in most African countries, we don't have an up-to-date data and statistics of our businesses, urban-based economic structures. What kind of manufacturing, sector do we have? Who are the participants in the manufacturing sector? What is the, the national, regional, value chain, analysis of our manufacturing sector lacks, that high quality data, and we are going to undertake, these censuses. The other survey and censuses are the health and education, and also household consumption expenditures. These are, a way in which we wanted to address the challenges that I've mentioned earlier. It has to be a comprehensive plan. It has to be a multi-year, and also the financing mobilization of it has to be, looked at it as a comprehensive, program, as opposed to looking at, surveys and censuses in more of a siloed approach in that regard. So these are the experiences I would like to share with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your submission and for highlighting Ethiopia's experiences, among others, some of the data concerns and challenges that you're faced with, such as issues of capacity and infrastructure. You also spoke to issues around access to data quality as well as funding. And also thank you for highlighting some of the steps that are being taken to begin to address the challenges that are there. I believe that your submission also brings us to a good place to link what you've shared to the element of digital transformation, particularly when we look at how this element can be utilized to address some of the challenges that yourself and Professor spoke to in his presentation, of how we can harness the opportunities that are provided by digital technologies to help transform and modernize the statistical systems. And in this regard, as we transition to this component, I would like to invite Mr. Stephen Chacha to shed light on what are the targeted initiatives and investments needed to effectively transform and modernize statistical systems in order to make them agile, resilient, and responsive, particularly given where we are at in the current digital age in which good quality and timely data are necessary, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mavis. Very good afternoon to you all. Let me start by actually thanking ECA for the invitation and also commending them for the good work that they actually do in supporting our countries in their journeys towards transforming and modernizing the national statistical systems. As we speak today, most of our national statistical systems actually only produce 50% of the data that is needed to inform the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also to measure the progress of the same. So we actually do have significant data gaps in most of our countries. And clearly, data, in this case, digital data and digital technologies play a very important role in addressing, some of the gaps that we're actually, facing. So the initiative actually initiated by UNECA, the 2023 to 2030 roadmap on transforming and modernizing official statistics in Africa, is a very important initiative that all of us need to be supporting, and also support its replication or localization at a country level in terms of actually developing national roadmaps to complement the regional roadmap that is actually in place. And as well, considering the fact that, as we speak today, 90% of the data that we have today was actually generated in the last 2 years. That this really speaks to the actual importance of digital data and digital technologies in order to enable us to harness the potential of the data revolution and also digital transformation as we're moving forward into strengthening our national statistical systems. So in line with the targeted initiatives and investment needed to transform and modernize statistical systems in the continent, I would like to share my 2 cents on the following points. So the first thing I think we need to do, we need to focus on the foundational data systems. At times, we talk about, AI, data science, and all of these other frontier data technologies as if, they exist in a vacuum. Without solid and strong foundational data systems, there's no way we're actually going to make use of all of these, frontier data technologies. So it's very important to ensure that we strengthen investments in digitization of the foundational data systems, from data collection to management, processing, analysis, and dissemination. And as well, we also need to look into innovative ways of communicating, the data as well. Things like data storytelling, and how can we really get this data and statistics into the right audiences that we are targeting in simplified ways that can really be able to resonate and make sense to the people and the policymakers that we're actually targeting. So it's also very important in this kind of aspect as well to ensure we have the right level of disaggregation, and this has been, captured, early on, to ensure that we are really addressing, the distribution gaps that we actually have in terms of gender, in terms of disability, in terms of age, so that we really produce the right, level of disaggregated data that can actually be able to inform policy and decision making at different levels. But again, we have a big challenge, and colleagues before me touched on that as well. The fragmentation and duplication in our data systems. I think this cuts across all of our countries, like our data systems do not speak to each other. And as well, the disparity that we actually have between national statistics or national data and subnational data. In most of our countries, most of our data systems, to a large extent, capture data at the regional level, with very few systems that goes down to the district level. And the levels below district, literally there's nothing. So it's very important as well to make investment to ensure that we do strengthen and build subnational data ecosystems so that we can really be able to capture data from where they actually originate and really be able to promote data usage at the point of collection as well. And this is very important in order to ensure timely collection of data, ensure quality, ensure frequency of collection, and as well impact, from the point of, data collection. For us at Development Initiative, we are currently piloting building subnational data ecosystems in 2 districts in Uganda. And the whole idea behind the project is to be able to build a model of subnational data ecosystem strengthening that can be replicated in other countries in Africa. So this is a kind of area that we actually need to look into. There's a huge opportunity in non-traditional data. I know there are concerns that were raised earlier on the challenges regarding non-traditional data, but I think the national statistical offices have a role to play in coordinating and offering guidelines on how best to integrate non-traditional data sources into official statistics. And we have seen this already in a number of countries, in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, where national statistical offices have actually worked with non-state actors to develop guidelines to integrate, non-traditional data sets, such as citizen-generated data, privacy data, Earth observation data, into official statistics. So I think instead of putting it as a problem, I think there's also an opportunity that we need to look into and see how our national statistical offices can be capacitated to be able to facilitate the integration of the non-traditional data. We also have a huge gap in terms of digital infrastructure. As we speak today, only 1% of the world's data centers are in Africa. As of 2023, end of last year, we only had a total of 100 data centers in Africa. And majority of these data centers are concentrated in a few countries, like South Africa, and Morocco, just a few countries. So there's a huge gap, and there's an investment that we need to make deliberately to ensure that we also build the needed digital infrastructure in the continent to enable us really to be able to leverage the digital transformation and the data revolution in the continent. As well, the supercomputing capacity. We don't have supercomputers in the continent. We only have supercomputers in a handful of countries in the continent. There's no way we'll actually be able to deal with all of this, big data and big volumes of data that are being generated daily, without having supercomputing capabilities. So these are the kind of initiatives that our governments and the region really need to be to pay attention to, and ensuring that we really promote investments, in line with building the digital infrastructures that are needed. Also, there's a growing concerns and issue around data sovereignty. Most of our data does not sit in our continent. The data center problem and a lot of other, issues as well. But again, there are good initiatives that have been initiated, such as the Pan-African Federated Cloud System, which really should be supported in ensuring that we also address the issue of data sovereignty, in the continent as well. But as well, we need to build capacities in building models and algorithms within the continent. In order for us not only to be the users of these frontier data technologies, but as well to be the leaders and contributors on the same. And again, to be able to avoid the biasness against the continent that we're actually seeing based on the models and algorithms that are being generated elsewhere out of on the continent. But as well, there's a good opportunity that we need to pay attention to in building public digital infrastructure. And I think, the Pact of the Future presents a very good opportunity for us to ensure that we are pushing for the right investments towards digital public infrastructure that are actually needed, in the continent. But as well, we have significant, gaps as well in terms of data and digital skills, in the continent. As we speak today, 1 out of the 14 data scientists are in Africa. And when you talk about the ones that are in Africa, there's no way any of our national offices can afford them, because they are a rare resource, and there's huge competition for them. So most of them end up working for private sector entities, and very few of our governments can actually afford to hire data scientists. So we have huge gap in terms of skills in our national statistical offices, and we need to make deliberate efforts to ensure that we fill in those skills gaps that we actually have, and as well really building the necessary skills needed to do advanced data analytics and evidence-based analytics that are needed in the continent. But as well, dealing with this complex kind of digital data skills, but we also need to address the very basic data and digital literacy challenges that we have in our communities. So we also need to make investments in building data and digital literacy in our communities to a large extent. But there's a good opportunity in terms of partnership. Already we are seeing a number of universities in the continent introducing data science programs, machine learning programs, and other programs on frontier data technologies. So I think it's a good opportunity for our national statistical offices to collaborate and partner with the universities in the continent. And as well, we have a number of data labs that are emerging all over the continent, a number of data startups that are doing advanced data analytics and do data services within the continent. So there's a good opportunity there. And as well, a number of private sector entities that are also in the space that can really be able to complement and support our initiatives in the continent. But there's also a gap in terms of policies. So we really need to invest in building, enabling policy environment to support the digital transformation and the data revolution in the continent. We are seeing, a good progress so far after the Malabo, Convention. We're seeing a number of countries in Africa adopting, Data Protection and Privacy Act, the Cybersecurity Acts, which is a good move that should be encouraged, across, the continent. But as well, we are seeing good move in a number of countries, like we already have 5 countries in Africa with AI policies. This also is a good initiative that need to be supported to ensure that we are not only followers, but also contributing into shaping the policy landscape when it comes to artificial intelligence and other frontier data technologies, as well. Financing has been touched on, and if I'm to be honest, I would say our national statistical offices are starving. And I think one of the problems that have been documented for many years is lack of financing to our national statistical offices. And again, if you look into our national strategies for development of statistics, they are largely dependent on donor funding, with very limited, local resources being allocated to our national statistical offices. So I think we really need to change how we approach this. We really need to increase local resources being directed into our national statistical offices and into supporting, the implementation of the national strategies for development of statistics. I think colleagues here from the national statistical offices will agree with me that these national strategies for development statistics have been transformational in most of our countries. So this is really something that we need to invest in and really making sure that we can reap the benefits, from the improvements that we can make in our statistical system. And already there's a good research that actually came up, from Darbeck and Global Partnership on Sustainable Development Data that actually confirmed that $1 investment in data systems leads to an economic return of $32, to $1 investment. So I think there's a good evidence, growing evidence, and for us, our development initiative as well, we are collaborating with ECA to do further studies around the economic return on investment in data in Africa, so as we can really be able to offer more evidence on specific sectors, on how much $1 investment in data system in agriculture, in health and other sectors in the continent can lead into the economic returns, so that we know that we're able to inform our policymakers and our Ministry of Finances to prioritize data investments in the region as well. But again, in line with all of this, in order for money to flow into national statistical offices and into national statistical systems, we really need to make sure that there is demand for statistics. I think Minister from Ethiopia made a very good point. Having data and statistics is one thing, but building a culture for data use is another thing. So we really need to look into how we can really be able to instill a culture of data use within our government entities and within our communities and societies in our countries, so as to ensure that we really support also the user side of data. But again, as well, we need to ensure there's alignment between our national strategies for development statistics with our national development plans. We need also to ensure that our national statistical offices have the right level of autonomy that they need in order to implement their mandates in our countries. But as well, we need to ensure there is proper coordination and partnership led by our national statistical offices in building and sustaining our national statistical systems. So with that, moderator, I would like to stop there, and maybe I can come later if there are any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chacha, for your perspectives and also for outlining some of the opportunities that are presented in the digital age to strengthen data systems and build on the much needed capacity. And I believe that we can build further on the points that you raised as we connect them to the upcoming Summit of the Future, which will take place this September, and is among others expected to provide opportunities for discussions on digital and data governance among member states and other stakeholders. And in this regard, we will transition to Ms. Zagomo and ask her to speak to this component as to what should participants in the Summit of the Future highlight as priorities for Africa with regard to the transformation and modernization of statistical systems. Thank you, Ms. Zagomo.
Thanks, Mavis. And first of all, I was just telling Stephen that he took all my points, so I'm going to think on my feet, but thank you for the question, which is more linked to the Summit of the Future. We've been hearing a lot about the Summit for the Future over the last couple of days. Guy Ryder did a very good exposition on it yesterday, for those who were here yesterday. And that informed a lot of discussions that then took place on understanding these 6 areas that are the focus of the pact. And you rightly pointed to the issue of the governance and that this discussion we're having fits very well within that, on the issues of the governance architecture and reforms or redesigning or rethinking that governance architecture. And I wanted to link it to some of what the other speakers have said, but from the angle of what we as Africa should be also pushing, but also some of the issues we also need to hold ourselves to account for, because I think there's the issues that need to be in the Summit of the Future, but there's also issues as a continent we need to be honest about. So I'm going to try and address both of those aspects, but linking them to aspects of the Summit of the Future Pact. So on governance, I wanted to just say we need to start seeing the national statistical capacity, and particularly the offices and agencies, as a key component of the overall governance and accountability in a country. They play a role that is crucial. And I don't know to what extent that is understood in the fact that, Stephen, as you rightly said, they're so deprioritized from a funding perspective and a capacity perspective. So when we're talking about also changing our perspectives around governance, I think as African member states and as an African community, we have to point the finger back at ourselves and say, what are those institutions that are responsible and important for us to invest in? We've talked a lot about changing the financial architecture. There's a lot of focus on reviewing and pushing for better participation and presence and membership in the Security Council from a peace and security perspective. But actually, these types of institutions, these national statistical agencies and authorities, play a key role when we come to aspects of tracking progress. So one of the issues we've discovered on the SDGs at the midpoint is that we've struggled to be able to track progress effectively. Any new compact that comes after the Summit of the Future, that comes post-2030, will still need to be measured and tracked. And in fact, our biggest responsibility of accountability is not actually upwards to donors, it's to our own citizens. And we need to start seeing this area of work as an area that is about trust building, linked to transparency, to accountability, and to an ability to report back to citizens in countries about the performance of their institutions and their overall government, and also of the multilateral system itself, because we owe a responsibility to citizens, all of us, UN agencies, donors, etc. And I don't think we often put that human face in this work enough. So I would like to urge us to see these institutions as part of the governance institutions, that we should be looking at how, in the reforms that take place, are we going to finance them better? These national organizations that do the fundamental work at a national level, and increasingly, we're pushing a sub-national level to ensure we actually understand what's going on in every single country on this continent and actually around the world. In that work, I think it's also important to say that ourselves as United Nations partners and other partners over the years have invested a lot on systems development in Africa. And a lot of those systems are within either civil registration, births and deaths, and others. But also even gender-based violence systems in some countries have been supported, and some governments have asked for them, and UN and other partners have responded. And many other data sets. You heard about agriculture just now, and looking at what's happening in agriculture, and many other areas that we're looking at, health, education, etc. And even the justice system is another area where there's been a lot of investment in systems and data. But I wanted to just also reinforce this issue of data interoperability of systems, because I think until we can integrate, we can have an integrated system, we have to talk about systems that can talk to each other. And this is where the digital aspects and all this can actually be a force for good in supporting us to do that effectively. And actually AI tools, which is another component of the Summit of the Future, if you remember, on digitalization, etc., becomes important because AI tools can take away the need for certain things to be done by human beings and actually done by through AI in a way that enables us to get that data produced very quickly. And the human factor is in supporting the analysis of it, because of course we cannot just rely on AI to do everything in data, because as was rightly said by Stephen and maybe some of the others, we have not necessarily as a continent contributed enough to the body of information that exists in information systems worldwide and in the digital information space in a way that we can assume and expect that what is going to come out of the system is going to be culturally contextual for our situations. So we do need to also understand this from the perspective of we have to still have the human eye on this. And therefore that speaks again to ensuring that investments are going into capacities to analyze and to understand what's going on, and to then produce user-friendly information and increase access. And I think this is something as member states we also, perhaps, I'm trying to find a diplomatic way of saying this. I think there was a reaction to the freedom of information movement in Africa that was a kind of pushback at civil society to say that when freedom of society of information came in, it was seen as something that's an enemy of the state rather than something that's good. And I do want us to encourage this, and it links to something that was said yesterday. I think it was, I'm not sure that it was Ma who said it, USG Ma, who talked about human rights-based approaches that make sense in Africa and in other continents, and spoke to the aspect of culture as something we need to pay attention to. And he was very clear, culture not from the point of view of taking us back, but culture in this and reversing gains, but culture in the context of understanding the cultural reality within which people are living, and how that should also be understood and be part of the way we're looking at data and statistics and analytics. So in that respect, I think the freedom of information was seen as something that is dangerous rather than something that enables. And I just raise this because then we can begin to be too controlling of digital platforms that allow increased and expanded access to information by everybody. So information should not be seen as something that we can only be accessed by a few. Part of that data analytics capacity has to come from different parts of the community or society, and it cannot all sit just with the National Statistical Office or government in its formal state. And so that issue of the non-traditional actors and their role is very important, and this speaks to that issue of partnerships. And I want to link it particularly to the issue of young people, because what we have seen in UNFPA is the ability of young people to innovate and create, and they are much more digitally savvy than many of us. So one of the things that I appreciated in another job that I did was the ability of bringing young people who are working in the digital space in a country like Somalia to work with the disasters agents in Somalia, to actually support the disasters agents in Somalia to come up with a digital system that would help them from an early warning perspective. So these young innovators know nothing about humanitarian and disaster, but they know everything about the digital platforms and digital ways of working. And you are therefore harnessing the skills of different parts of society to actually come together to work on a common problem issue and find a solution to it. So that issue of strategic partnerships that is part of the SDGs, as we know, has to continue to be something we in the Summit for the Future push for to continue to exist. Because for Africa, I don't think any one stakeholder can do it all in this space. The power is in the collective, harnessing the collective abilities of different parts of society to work together, including the private sector. We have found the private sector very good in terms of technology advancements and even helping us to understand how to use technology in a way that makes sense. And I think they can do the same for government institutions, etc. I want to also reiterate the point about the academic, because we've seen that again. They are so keen, not just the statistical departments, but also the demographers, can I just say? And we should be harnessing the expertise in the demographics and population departments in universities as well. They have a lot of knowledge, and they can be very helpful in this. So again, just supporting that issue of these strategic partnerships, diversity of partnerships on this agenda. And then lastly, because much of what I wanted to say has been said, I did want to raise the issue of the human face of data. Because it's very, as I started, I said this issue that at the end of the day, we all owe a duty to report back to citizens about what has been accomplished and what has not been accomplished, and be honest about that. And I wanted to just say that one of the things I have seen in the work we're doing in statistics, particularly when it comes to civil registration statistics and at the sort of national level, but even a sub-national level, I think we need to caution ourselves that when we talk about disaggregated data, one of the other things we need to watch out for is cultural bias in the way the collectors of the data, the registration officials operate. Because that cultural bias can also mean that segments of the population are not actually able to be registered in the way we want them to be registered, and not able to access these systems, and therefore become invisible to policymakers because the data around them is actually then not captured. So if those cultural biases are not managed, we're going to have a problem, because you've got whole segments of women who may not be in registered marriages, but are in some type of a relationship, a partnership, that are actually absolutely silent, invisible to policymakers. But they have needs that we need to be responding to. So what are the ways in which data being collected, and it's an aspect of that mindset and capacity that we need to look at beyond just the capacity to use tools and all the rest of it. The cultural bias is there, and we have seen it, and it affects then what is collected and what we then understand from what is collected. And lastly, I just wanted to say that the gap also between policy and reality is there. So I fully agree with those who are talking about strengthening our policy making capacity and policies in this area. But there is also a gap between where the policies are in many African countries at the moment and the reality of lived realities of people on the ground. I use the example of marriage as just one, but there are a plethora of them. So one of the things from a demographics perspective we need to take into account around the data piece is understanding how are people living in societies and communities in Africa. Have we understood that enough? And this is where, again, the non-traditional, partnering with non-traditional actors and civil society and others may be of best value. Because what I'm worried about is that we are pushing civil registration and all these things to capture certain types of information, which is great, but it doesn't connect to the lived reality of what's actually happening in people's lives. And particularly from a gender perspective, from an age perspective, from so many perspectives. And therefore, that can be a missed opportunity then for policymakers to be doing the right things and targeting programs in the right ways and policies in the right ways. I'm going to stop there, but I think definitely for Summit of the Future, partnerships, invest in different types of partnerships The generational aspect is important. Let our statistics and data not just focus on the here and now, but also begin to think about future generations who have not even been born. This is why it's important for us to close the gap between policy and reality as it currently is, but also understanding how communities are continuing to evolve and progress, and whether our systems are also evolving and progressing in line with the realities on the ground, so that less communities, less population groups are invisible to policymakers and are therefore left out of the development gains that they should be benefiting from. Let's ensure we invest in a system, because it's part of the governance and accountability system that is required. And let's invest in these institutions that we have created so that they can do their job to the extent that is required and be part of those benefiting from that reformed financial architecture that we've been talking about. They should benefit as one of the primary beneficiaries from that reform. And then let's harness the digital transformation, also the power of young people to ensure that we're making the whole area of data capture, data collection, capturing, analysis, and use more accessible and available, not just to policymakers, not just to the national statistical officers themselves, but also to ordinary citizens who must hold all of us to account on what we said we're going to help deliver for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zigoma, for your insights, your submissions, particularly the issues that you raised around the need for cultural considerations when moving towards the transformation and modernization of statistical systems, and also for underscoring the importance of including the youth every step of the way. You spoke also to the importance of partnership, for the need to recognize the power of the collective. So thank you very much for those insights. And still building on this particular element, perhaps as we transition to Ms. Francina Amutenya to bring in the youth voice, a very critical constituency on this conversation. Ms. Francina, you may want to also share youth-related considerations that ought to be brought on board at the Summit of the Future. And further, perhaps as we note that by 2050, about a quarter of the population will be Africans, and that it is said that the young population will shape the future. This unprecedented population growth will impact geopolitics, global trade, migration, and almost every aspect of life. And in this regard, as a young statistician, what do you think should be the role of the statistical officers in the process, and how do you propose your generation can contribute? Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. What an honor to have a young statistician on the platform. Thank you. So the two questions: one, the role of the statistical office into this transitioning, and then how can young people contribute? I'll be very brief because I feel like most of the points have been said, so I will try not to repeat. Perhaps two things for statistical officers to consider is that I'm very happy to actually be in an era where all 54 member states in Africa have got functional statistical offices, of which many of them are autonomous, and they don't have to consult government or politicians, if I may say, to release the official statistics. I'm going to speak from the perspective of Namibia, where I currently serve within the welfare and gender statistics environment. So, one, each member state should develop a national strategy for the development of statistics, which I'm very happy to hear actually even from Madam Mosi's presentation yesterday, that at least many member states are either on their third, their fourth, or even some at
one beginning. So in this roadmap, the NSDS act as a roadmap into how statistics should be collected. First of all, what type of statistics or indicators need to be collected, how they are to be collected, how they are to be analyzed and disseminated. I specifically pick the issue of partnership that's coming out strongly, and also issue of advocacy, because if we are to look at SDG 1, for example, that I work on, me producing income poverty alone is not enough. I need to complement it so that I'm able to tell the Minister of Planning to say the 17.4 Namibians out of 3 million population that are monetary poor, out of those, 10% are multi-dimensionally poor. So I should be able to make that comparison. And once you have a functional national strategy for the development of statistics, it clearly outlines all that. So I implore each and every member state to look for funding to implement the NSDS. It's one thing to develop it, but it's also another thing to fund it so that you have enough resources to live it and even produce data for monitoring and evaluation of sustainable development goals so that you are able to track which ones are lagging behind. For example, we speak of zero hunger. And when you look at household budget surveys, which are mainly the main source of food poverty, many institutions or many statistical offices are not using diaries, for example. So there is a lack in the international comparison or standard. So when I say 10% of Namibians, for example, are food poor, I should be able to compare that to Seychelles, to Angola, to Mozambique. We should actually be speaking the same language, right? And then secondly is the coordination of the NSS, coordination of the National Statistical System. The national statistical offices do not only act as central data repository for the states, they also ought to coordinate the national statistical system, like what most of my fellow panelists have already mentioned. And one thing that's coming out clearly, especially what we were exposed to during COVID-19, is that government institutions mainly are the main producers of administrative data, right? But issues of disaggregation will always come up because their data sources were not designed to the level of that disaggregation. For example, if I may focus on gender-based violence statistics that are mandated to sit with the Namibian police, for example, if I'm to say, Commissioner, can you extract for me women that are experiencing sexual violence? He or she is not able to give me that, rather just a figure. And that is so because their tools were not designed to answer to that call. So we come in as a national statistical system to train the police officers or even the nurses or the doctors that are capturing these cases to be able to disaggregate data to that level and even design the data collection tools for them, train them how to administer that. That way we are able to disaggregate all specific indicators that we want. Now, I'm going to move on to the role of the young African statisticians and how best we can contribute, because that's really my interest. I think, Madam Moderator, being on this platform is already enough, right? Because since yesterday, we've been saying if Africa is to develop, if this continent is to transform, it has to rely on the young people, because definitely we are the future. So I'm happy that we're already starting to chart our way forward, because we are the ones to determine how 2063 would look like, right? So I'm very happy to actually be on that platform here now to chat that. And I sit in a statistical office whereby 98% of statisticians are under the age of 40. So it gives me joy that we are able to produce these indicators on our own. We are able to, areas whereby we would outsource external technical support, maybe in 1991, when we, for example, conducted our first population and housing censuses. Since then, we were able to do all the surveys on our own. I'm not a trained economist, right? I'm a statistician. However, the household budget surveys that I do on a daily basis requires me to have some level of
economics in it. So what I'm saying is how young people can actually contribute to this aspect is the issue of collaboration, which came out very strongly. We need to build a network or to reach out to fellow economists, because we can't do this on our own. We have to coexist, right? Because economists by training, they're very good at predictive models. So we complement each other in a way. And also, what usually I notice when I tell my statisticians that now we need to develop statistical reports, they often get agitated because they'll be like, why should we go on writing a 50-page report when you can just do infographics? For example, when we were to complement the monetary poverty rates, they were very excited to actually come up with policy snapshots, infographics, different way of telling stories. So, and that is typical of a young person, right? We are not into the nitty-gritty typing and all the 40 pages. We would want to use geospatial tools because that's what we are trying to do, even in school, right? So we try to find interest in every little thing. How best can we tell our story so that when I approach my Minister of Education, who's actually in the room to say, you say primary education is free in Namibia, right? But you still have about 10% of school-going age children that are not in school. What is happening? So we are able to pull this out to the ministry and say, these 10% are located in the far north of Namibia, in this particular region, and these are their demographics. That is something we are able to do with the digital tools. Also, if I may go on to how we can support the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are able to design databases with trade value added data. It's another area that we can tap onto, and even having to develop dashboards whereby while data collection is happening, statisticians don't have to go out in the field. We can actually do monitoring using data dashboards, and even the collection of consumer price index, which is actually a challenge in most member states, right? Instead of going to outlets, we could do web scraping or whereby we're able to extract that and compile the consumer price indexes without having to go out actually in the field. So I think to lastly conclude, Madam Moderator, is that we need to enter into the area of communication and better advocacy so that when we give these statistics, the policymakers actually understand when I say 17.4% of Namibians are monetary poor. What do I mean exactly? So I should be able to communicate that to say, for each person to lead a normal life, for example, they need to take in a certain calorie, a content per day that they need to eat. So that they know how important this is. Even if, let's say, Namibia had an unemployment rate of 1%, it still warrants government attention. So if we are to speak of leaving no one behind, so we can't really push down the figure to say, okay, just because it's low, it doesn't need attention. And this is what I've picked up really in most countries, including my own country. Poverty has gone down, but income inequality continues to persist. Coming from the southern region, Namibia, Botswana, South Africa have got the highest income inequality in the world. And you wonder, for example, you look at Namibia, it's such a country that's rich in natural resources. What's happening? Why is it that we have poverty going down, but income inequality remains a challenge? That means many efforts are directed either to poverty initiatives, and we are not doing so much into the bottom 10%. So, Madam Moderator, as in how best young people can contribute, I think being given this platform and the fact that we are already doing it is enough, because indeed we are the future, and I'm happy that we are beginning to chat this way forward towards the 2063. I so submit.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amuntenya, for your viewpoints, and in particular for underscoring the instrumental role that young people have to play on these very important issues, the need to fully embrace youth partnership and to also embrace the skills that young people bring to the table. So thank you very much for those insights. At this juncture, having had an appreciation of the different national voices here represented, including the minister's remarks and the regional perspectives shared, we believe that this would be a good place to hear from Mr. Oliver Chinganya, ECA's Director of Africa Center for Statistics, to share on ways in which ECA and other UN entities and partners can support members of ECA and regional organizations in the transformation and modernization of their statistical systems. Mr. Oliver, thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think it's very clear from when we started this conversation that data has become some form of currency, some form of money that everyone wants to really exchange for something. And I think maybe in the future that will be the currency. And it's an asset, I think, as we see. Madam Chair, perhaps maybe responding to the question, let me maybe deal with the issues. Why do we have to modernize national statistical systems? And perhaps that will be able to demonstrate why there's need for more investment in data. There's need for partnership that many others have said here. And that for us here in Africa, one of the reasons that we had to modernize, yesterday we did hear from one of the panelists who talked about the crisis of COVID. And that crisis also brought opportunities. And for us, from the statistical point of view, the opportunity that we saw there was that, first of all, we're able to realize that our national statistical system was so vulnerable. We knew that they were vulnerable. What was not really clear to us, to the extent to which they were vulnerable. We knew very well that national statistical systems were weak. We knew very well that the coordination that has been said here was weak, the partnerships arrangement, the investment into the infrastructure itself was a big challenge, and so forth. What was not clear really is how deep it was. But COVID was able to reveal all these things to us. So look, the situation was that bad. How did that happen? We were able to tell from many of our national statistical systems, some of them stopped functioning. They were not able to do their normal way of doing their work, and some of them suspended even some of the key surveys or issues that they were dealing with. For instance, there were some of them that are intended to do the census, they were not able to do that. Some of them suspended the key surveys. I think that's what the minister was alluding to here. I'll give you an example. Some of the things that really stood at the time of COVID. I think the lady that spoke last week talked about the consumer price index, which requires that you go to a market to collect data, buy whatever that item is, measure it to be able to come up with an index. That did not happen because there was no marketeer to buy the item from. There was no data collector that went out there to collect the data. Because she talked about scanning the data because our systems use traditional way of collecting data. And that clearly meant that we needed to do something. We needed to move away from the traditional way of approaches to modernization. We knew that we needed to do it, but I think what COVID did was to quicken the process for us, the thinking that we should now begin to see how we can move away from there, from the paper-based data collection process, from the lack of interoperability that has been said here, the lack of data integration itself, which was lacking, systems not being talking to each other, poor storage, for instance, was one of them, and also over-reliance on surveys. People are talking about modernization, rather talking about use of big data and use of data science. How do we use the potential? That were not things that we were thinking about prior to COVID. If there were countries that were doing that, were very, very few to that. So it became very imperative for us that we needed to transform our national statistical system to make them much more agile, resilient, but also being responsible in real time. As I talked about data being money, people wanted data that is able to inform almost immediately in real time. And to do that, it meant that us having to move away from the traditional way of doing business to a modernized approach, including use of what I've already mentioned about administrative data, big data, and also the potential of data science that many others have said here, including a use of certain data. So for us here at ECA, in response to the question, Madam Moderator, first of all, what we did was we decided we were going to develop a roadmap, a plan that helps countries to modernize and transform their national statistical systems. And that we could not do it by ourselves. We need to work with the countries because ultimately they are the ones that are going to be implementing. And ultimately they are the ones that are going to be putting much more resources that are required. That was done. And it was later on a year or 2 years ago, we were able to have it endorsed by the African Statistical Commission and eventually at a global level at the UN Statistical Commission, where partners were then encouraged to use the roadmap developed from here by African countries, and that other countries also at the globe and other regions will be able to use that too. And that's a resolution that came out of the UN Statistical Commission. So, in responding now direct to the question, in implementing this roadmap, Madam Chair, is that we are collaborating with a number of partners. We know it's a business that involves many others, particularly now when you talk about a data ecosystem that has more actors. You have people that are not statisticians who have become statisticians. Everyone is producing a number of some sort. And many times these people that produce numbers even sell these numbers to policymakers and they are able to buy them very quickly, even without having to validate them, just because they have been produced in a manner that looks so bright, so nice, because they're infographics and so forth and so forth. And these are now being used for policymaking, and eventually they're backfiring because the data that is being used is not being tested, has not been validated. But so we are working with different partners, those that are providing solutions. For instance, on the census itself, we are working with the UNFPA, the lady that spoke earlier on, to digitalize the statistical system, implementing the digital census, so to speak. We are working with the ISRI, ONS UK, to be able to do that. But also we have gone beyond that. What the lady spoke about was how do we collect data in another way other than the traditional way, by web scraping, by working, scanning data from different sources and use of satellite data. So one of the things that is also as part of going to the Future Summit and also responding to other ways of measuring GDP, we are also working with UNDESA working around the beyond GDP, for instance, to ensure that there are other measures we can use to complement the GDP. And again, to emphasize here that beyond GDP is not a replacement of the way we measure GDP, it's complementing GDP per se, because there's another standard, perhaps the thinking is to replace GDP, is to complement in other words, to find other areas or other methods that can complement GDP. We are also working, for instance, with COMESA and other regional economic commissions, regional communities rather, on the use of big data and artificial intelligence. Because we realize now that, yes, there's traditional data, but we can use other sources of data, use artificial intelligence that can give us information very quickly, but we shall need to validate, as we heard from the initial speaker, that we need to be very careful. In as much as there are all these tools that are being used, we must be careful that these tools are informing or providing us data that are valid and really speak to the real issues without any issues. However, there are challenges. Even with all this modernization that we are talking about, there are challenges. One of them is the issues of coordination. I talked about the overcrowded data ecosystems now, where everyone has become a data collector. There's a really a problem there that needs to be resolved. So we need to work with some of those that are providing solutions, but also another challenge that we're having is on ICT infrastructure. Our countries are very weak. Internet connectivity, ICT. And as much as we want to digitalize our systems, our countries have not yet been able to move in the direction that they should be able to ensure that the infrastructure is actually taken care of. There's also an issue of poor or weak institutional organizational arrangements, where even within a country, there are several entities that are collecting information. For instance, on the civil registration that was alluded by the regional director from South Africa, different entities are collecting information under different mandates. Systems are not talking to each other. And that in itself is a big problem, because then when hassling the data becomes a problem. There's also, in many cases also, the poor legislations, data integration, and finally, the issue of financing that all of us are talking about. In this room, if we were to ask and take a survey and say, do you think data is important? All of us are going to say data is important. But that importance is not attached with investment. It's not attached with investment. And yet, the speaker that spoke a second before said that we need to invest in these institutions that are providing with the information that we need for policymaking. So we are directing resources in different areas, and we forget the areas that inform those areas that require information, and that is data, and that is statistical institutions. So there is need to relook in those areas to see how we can reskill the people that are collecting data. We need to think about the kind of people that we need. I think the Statistician General that spoke earlier said that, look, we can no longer leave this work to statisticians only. You need digital technologists. They must be part of the national statistical offices. You need geographers that are able to, and demographers that should be part of the national statistical. So it can never be a preserve of statisticians themselves. But also we need a link between the private sector, who have the resources, in fact, more data, and then you have the academia who have the resource in terms of the thinking that's required to do much deeper analysis. Right now, if you look at the data, national statistics have collected a lot of data, but most of that data sits in the cabinets or in their computers with very minimal analysis because there is no the connectivity that is required between the academia and the national statistics to mine much better and much deeper the data that is available. So from the ECA point of view, we are trying to link up with the academia, link up with the private sector. Link up with the private sector, I suppose that's it. So, and this is why in the previous session that we had this morning on the power of data, we are talking about how can we leverage on the new initiative on the power of data to mobilize the necessary capacity that is required to ensure that we have data that is able to inform policies, we have the data that is able to unlock the data dividend. And to do that is the power of data that is required. As you've heard already that there are studies that have shown that if you invest just $1, the rate of investment overall will be about 72. In fact, that's an average. It's actually much, much more than $72 that you get. Madam Moderator, if I may just wind up by talking about bringing up some of the issues that was discussed this morning on the power of data, this high level, high initiative impact on power of data. Some of the key issues speak to the issue that have been spoken to here already. One, there's a recognition that the data is the fuel that powers progress across OSDGs. And I think that's very clear from the conversation that we had yesterday, that we're having this morning, and also even in other forums that are being discussed. There's also a need to align the power of data plans which are being developed to the national development plans, but also to the roadmap on modernization and transforming. And also we have identified the gaps in SDGs, and we are about 6 years before the end, before the decade itself for 2030. I think as much as we want to have all SDGs run and implemented by 2030, I think it's important to identify SDGs where countries are already making progress, so that we can invest a little bit more in those SDGs to be able to be attained, to arrive in, at the level that is required. And I think that if we spend too much time in the next 6 years in where there are holes, I want to repeat this, where we have no data and we're not able to get data in there, if we invest a little bit more, we'll probably be losing the opportunity of us to be able to accelerate in areas where we are doing very well. So as much as we don't want to forget these areas where we're not doing well, where we have no data, I think it's more important now to invest a little bit more in areas where we are yellow, if you like, to become green. Because if we have not done that in the last 8 years, what makes us believe that we'll be able to do that in the last six years that are remaining? So I think it's important to put a little bit more resources so that we can turn all those yellows into green and so forth. That's one. I also want to suggest to the national statistical system is that if we have to be responsible to the data needs now, is to change the way we do business and identifying new partners, trusted partners, who we can work with to be able to invest a little bit more in the data, in the systems, to make them much more agile and also being able to be resilient. So it actually means that we need to implement this high impact initiative, which will help us to unlock the data dividend and perhaps even begin to fill in these areas that we feel they require need. So 3 things. One is partnership. I think that has already been said. Digitalization. and looking for better solutions that will be able to inform decision making much, much faster than we've done in the past. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Oliver, for your submissions and also, among others, reminding us on the need to modernize statistical systems. You also, in response to the question that was posed, touched on the roadmap that ECA has developed to help countries transform their systems, including the existing partnerships that are there, that you have with different stakeholders, including REX, working around big data. So thank you very much for those submissions. We had hoped that at this juncture we would have the opportunity to then open up the floor to take questions, comments, and perhaps to hear from other member states that would want to share their experiences. But unfortunately, due to the time constraints, we will not be able to open up the floor for comments, questions, but we do trust that the panelists will be available up front once we break, so that if there are others that would like to engage with them, they'll be available to do so. And so as we wrap up with this particular segment, we note that some of the key takeaways include, as some of the panelists have alluded to, the need for robust legal and policy frameworks that will facilitate for enhanced governance of national statistical systems. They've talked quite a bit about the need for funding of statistical activities, also touched on the need for capacity building, including the youth and training opportunities, and also the sharing of technology and innovations for the common good, and spoke quite a bit on partnerships, stakeholder engagements, increased partnerships between researchers, data producers, users, and other stakeholders. And so on this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our esteemed panelists for their shared insights and experiences and lessons on a very important matter, focusing on ways in which statistical systems can be transformed and modernized and made agile, resilient, and sustainable to support the ongoing journey towards achieving the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. At this juncture, I would like to hand over to the Chair to guide on the way forward and to conclude this morning's program. Chair, thank you.
Merci. Je remercie les panélistes. Je pense que
I'd like to thank the panelists, and I believe that the next, before I took the floor, actually, there was no statement that was made, but with regard to statistics, we discussed extensively the matter before this panel. So I will proceed as we are pressed by time. I would like to thank the speakers and all participants. Before I invite the Secretary to proceed with the launch of the economic report on Africa 2024, I would like to present you with the remainder of the program as with regard to item number 8 on our agenda. We will have, or we will hold 5 breakout or parallel sessions so as to review in depth the peer reviews with regard to the regional goals. The title is a parallel meeting or side meeting in order to review progress made through peer reviews with regard to the national statistics structure. And I would like to designate the members of the Bureau that will be chairing those side or breakout sessions. The breakout session on no poverty will be held here in the main room, and it will be chaired by Mauritania. The breakout session on zero hunger will be held in conference room number 3 and shall be chaired by Namibia. The breakout session on climate action will be held in conference room 4 and chaired by Niger. Breakout session on peace, justice, and strong institutions shall be held in conference room 5, chaired by Chad. And finally, the breakout session on partnership for the achievement of the 2030 program goal realization shall be held in conference room number 6 and will be chaired by Uganda. Each of those breakout sessions will last for 2 hours, during which all stakeholders will address all subjects that will be presented by peers on Agenda 2030 and 2063, and they will formulate key political messages and resilient, innovative, sustainable strategies in order to reinforce Agenda 2030 and 2063, eliminate poverty. And we'll also define the guidelines that will help the moderators of each breakout session to lead the proceedings and the sessions. After such, we will reconvene anew in this plenary room at 1630 hours sharp so as to submit those reports from the breakout sessions. I would like now to invite the Secretariat to provide additional explanations on the measures taken with regard to the said breakout sessions. I thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Chair. Yeah, for the photo, please. No, for the photo, while I'm announcing the next session, which is the launch of the economic report on Africa. Donc, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président du Bureau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bureau Chair. Immediately after this session, we will launch the economic report on Africa, and I therefore ask those concerned to prepare for this session on the economic report for Africa launch. Thank you.
Please take your seat. The session will start now. Please take your seat. Merci de vous asseoir. Nous allons commencer immédiatement la session.
Thank you for taking your seats as we are to start this session immediately. Thank you for taking your seat.
Take your seats, please. We're going to start. Merci de vous asseoir. La séance va commencer. Elle sera
Thank you
modérée.
for taking your seat. This session is going to start and will be moderated by my colleague, Susanna Jorsky, who's the director of the macroeconomics department. Susanna.
One. Okay. Is it good afternoon? It's really a great pleasure to welcome you here at the launch of the ERA 2024. Let me briefly introduce to you the program, how we're going to run the show. So we will start with opening remarks by Mr. Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa. This will be followed by presentation of the economic report on Africa, and the theme is investing in just and sustainable transition in Africa. This will be followed by two discussants. So we have here Mr. Anthony Maruping, who is the chair of governing board of the African Risk Capacity Group, and also a former commissioner for economic affairs of the African Union. And online will joining us Dr. Rebecca Shirley, who is deputy director for Africa of Wealth Resources Institute located in Kenya. This will then be followed by open discussion with questions and answers, and at the end we will get closing remarks and vote of thanks from Dr. Hanan Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist, and we are planning to do all this within 1 hour. So I would like now ask Mr. Claver Gatete to please give his opening remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Susanna. I just wanted to say that next time we cannot afford to launch the economic report on Africa at lunchtime. When, as you see that, yeah, but I wanted just to thank you so much. Let me start by thanking 4 people. The first one I want to thank is the team from the macroeconomics and governance division. I don't know if they are here, but these are the foot soldiers. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. The other person, I don't know if he's here, Adam, who used to head the division until last month. Yes. They did a very wonderful job. I also wanted to really thank Susanna, who did an incredible job in terms of reviewing it. Really, thank you so much. And of course, nothing goes and gets cleared before the chief economist looks at it. So I really want to thank her also for the great work that was done. This is your product. I get the credit, but you did the work. But I'm now putting back the credit to you. It's not me who wrote it, it's you. So you should feel proud, and it's not the first one, and it's not going to be the last one. I believe the next one is even going to become much better and bigger. So we really thank you very much for the good work that you've done. This economic report is combining 2 things. Although it is called investing in a just and sustainable transition in Africa, it is really combining the financing part. It's also combining the climate part. And as you know, we are meeting at a time when actually we've gone through a hassle of problems. I was telling the other team last 2 days ago, we used to have crises or shocks after every 10 years or 9 years. And things started changing when you had the international financial crisis, when immediately after we had the Arab Spring, we had the financial crisis, but also we had the energy crisis. And when it came to the year 2000, then we had the biggest shock of our life. We had the COVID-19. No country was spared. Whether you are rich or poor, it doesn't matter. It was really cutting across the entire world. And it was immediately followed by the biggest problem, which you still have, which is climate. And we've been hearing people talk about climate since 2021, and we are going to talk more about climate. And then after that, there were global security situations that have even complicated the situation. In the midst of all this, countries faced many problems. Once you have those kind of crises, then the issue is how do you finance your own development? It has been a challenge. And most of the countries are highly indebted. And when you started now talking about the climate, the issue is what do we need to do? You saw when you had the Conference of Ministers of Finance, Development and Planning, the most question was, so many countries are facing too much of the crisis in terms of climate. They were facing crisis in terms of flooding, some of the countries, others in terms of heavy droughts, and the impact is great. If I pick the country where recently when I was talking to the Minister of Finance of Zambia, for him, he was saying they are facing 2 problems at the same time. At the part near Tanzania, it was overflooding. The rest of the country was too dry that they had never seen it before. And this is a challenge that is happening in many of the countries. You saw what happened in Mozambique, where, of course, the climate cost the country almost close to 15% of their GDP. And now the cost is almost close to 5% of GDP for almost most of the African countries. And the question is, how do we deal with this kind of situation? Before that, we need to understand what it is. What are these environmental challenges? What is it that we should do? And I'm sure most of you have followed the kind of work that's done by the ECA in terms of the registries to help the countries to understand even the carbon itself as an alternative sources of financing. Most of the resources, which are environmental resources, are not coming as fast as people need, while they are still addressing the other issues. So they are now resorting to say, well, how do we price our carbon? And so they are coming up with registries to see how they can be able to get the right price for their carbon, which is still less than $10 per ton, actually less than $5 per ton. And we have the advantage, you have the potential to go as far as over $100 per ton, but we need to price it right, and we need to do it right. We are also thinking about, or in some countries, applying other funding methods. The green bond, you've heard about it. The blue bond, you've heard about it. And all of them are well explained in that kind of report. But at the same time, there is the reform of the international financial architecture, where we still have the same institutions that were put there in 1945 before most of our countries were born. And countries have expanded significantly, but the resources have not expanded. These are the highly concessional resources of IDA, the World Bank, the resources of the IMF, the resources of our Africa Development Bank, and others which are going to support our countries. Because they have not been growing so fast, most of our countries have gone on the market to issue the Eurobond. And by issuing the Eurobond, of course, it's at a higher cost because most of our countries are not rated, or they are not rated well. We still have 21 countries that are not rated at all, and 2 countries which are investment grade. And meaning that there is a high cost for not having the investment grade, meaning you cannot raise money cheaply. So how do you finance development at the same time raise money to finance climate? And that's where you find the intersection of what this one means. We are having the experts here. I'm not one of them. They are going to tell us really what the report says. They are going to also to give us an idea on how to raise resources to finance our climate moving forward. I just didn't want to take much of the time. Mine here was just to thank the people who prepared the report, and really thanking all of you for being here, sacrificing your lunch just to come and listen to the launch of the economic report on Africa. I really thank you so much, and really I wish our team just a good job, moderated by Susanna, but also the chief economist. I think that's what you are paid for. And then, so thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Secretary Gatete. We will now proceed with presenting the report. So, as I mentioned, yes, thank you. The topic is investing in a just and sustainable transition in Africa, and it's a very timely topic. So let me just quickly present the outline of the presentation. So first we will speak about context of ERA, why this theme and why now? And next we will talk about just the sustainable transition, what is the motivation, definition, and some broader framework to think about it. Then we will move into drivers of just sustainable transition in Africa and show that Africa can leapfrog. And then we will talk about strategic investment opportunities and financing. And we conclude with some key policy recommendations that are actionable, so call for action. So first, about the context of this era and why is it important. So actually, as the Executive Secretary mentioned, in the past there was a crisis every so and so years. And now we are in a period of cascading crisis, so it means shock under shock. And also, since the global financial crisis, starting with that, these are crises that Africa has not created. It has just been hit with it. So currently we are having confluence of aftermath of the COVID-19, We have major regional and national conflicts, and we are having the accelerating and deeper impacts of climate change. Then we are also having, with that, we are having complex and intertwined challenges to the sustainable developments, all three pillars: economic, social, and environmental. And if we look at the reversal of development goals, especially through the social lens, which impacting people very directly, we see rising poverty, but also rising vulnerability to poverty, rising inequality, rising unemployment, but also rising working poverty, and food insecurity. And in the context of the current event, we can also look at it from the perspective of SDG. So SDG 1, we see that after some gradual decline, poverty in Africa has increased since COVID-19, and Economic Commission for Africa estimates by about 50 million, and currently about 1/3 of African population lives in extreme poverty, and many more also are currently vulnerable. So another obvious observation from this graph that extreme poverty is much more prevalent, it seems like 6 or even more times, than extreme poverty in other regions. One reason is, of course, that in Africa the growth is less poverty reducing, less job generating than in other regions. Then SDG 2, prevalence of hunger in total population, also elevated since 2019 and virtually unchanged since mid-2000. So we are back where we were in 2005 in this area. And again, in Africa, prevalence of hunger is much higher, impacts about 20% of population relative to the rest of the world. And when we look at the share of people who live undernourished, currently they account they account for 1/3 of all globally, even though we know Africa's population share in the total population is much less. It's about 17%. And then also, Executive Secretary was mentioning the climate change and increasingly severe impact. So this graph illustrates it on the left. You will find more on this, of course, in the report and some other graphs, but we see the rising frequency and intensity of extreme weather condition. Here we have selected rain-related disaster effects, and in particular the floods, but also storms are rising, partly due to warming of the oceans. Somewhat on the positive side, on the right, African population is becoming increasingly aware. So this is from Afrobarometer 2023, and we see that the high share of population are saying that there is a negative impact or even a major negative impact from climate change on their country. And this awareness is very important for actions. Now moving to the second part, what do we really mean by just and sustainable transition, and what framework? So given the existential threat that is perceived and highlighted by scientists from the triple planetary crisis, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, there has been triggered and there is an ongoing global sustainability transition. This also puts pressure on African countries to basically proceed also with their own sustainable transition, even though Africa has contributed very marginally to the climate change and its consequences. The estimates are about 4%. So in that context, Africa needs just and sustainable transition to address its unique challenges and needs. So we defined in this report just sustainable transition as an alternative path of inclusive, low carbon and resource efficient development where new technologies and approaches replace past one. And of course, in African context, sustainable industrialization is very important, and it's a key challenge, a key development challenge for the continent. Another key challenge and unique, which advanced economies don't have, they basically developed economies, they worry about decarbonization. Africa still needs to close major energy gap, and it's a priority. So estimates say about 600 million people in Africa do not have regular access to electricity. And of course, it's defined only 4 hours a day, so it's a pretty, it's not a full all-day access to electricity. So even then, 600 million people don't have access even for 4 hours a day. So in that context, transition away from fossil fuels cannot be abrupt because many countries still have investments and projects ongoing. At the same time, Africa has great opportunity with its rich endowment in renewable energy sources to really leapfrog and pursue much greener paths than let's say, the other countries when they were industrializing and closing their energy gap. And also there is a risk of being stuck with stranded asset that creates another incentive. So there is a compelling option, but again, it will not be an abrupt transition. Now, we just also highlight in the report, this cannot be done as business as usual. So while we combine different elements, and perhaps none of the elements alone is new, together it's a new approach and it will require a major transformation, transformational leadership, and also systemic changes in areas of economic governance, technology systems, among others. And it's very important, and this has been also echoed here throughout this morning, that African values and Africa are reflected, and Africa really generates its own narrative to this transition, and it's African-led by no one else. So finally, African countries can seize this opportunity, and it is, in some sense, the relatively earlier stage of development is an advantage for leapfrogging. It will have to, learn from the past experience how to effectively deploy and utilize natural resources, and human endowments and human capital will need to be developed also. And of course, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement can play a major role in this transition. So here we just highlight some key dimensions of the transition. So first of all, we focus as a starting point on human well-being. So that's basically kind of the main objective of just and sustainable transition. Then another important part is low carbon or green industrialization, sustainable industrialization. Part of that is really sustainable infrastructure. And then we also have ecosystem well-being, agro-agricultural systems, and sustainable resources. Now, enablers in this framework are technology, transitional governments. We focus actually, there is never just one type of governance, but we think the really decisive one for successful, just sustainable transition will be collaborative governance. So entities of all levels of government should work together, but government cannot do this alone. So there will be also governance from civil society and the private sector, and they will bring their unique strengths to the transition. And then there is also investment in high priority and strategic sectors and human capital development. And we should not forget by human capital, it's education, of course, but also health. To maintain productivity, those two need to go hand in hand. So we have the just transition, where we basically, as was said already, 600 million people are without access to electricity. That's estimate from 2021. So there will be gradual transition to renewable energy. But here, Africa also needs to leverage its critical minerals, and it's really important to learn from the past experiences and avoid resource course, and have a strategic and longer-term approach and generate value added. There are some great examples already on continent, Botswana being one that has achieved it, Namibia also. They are adding value to their diamonds, and it can be surely replicated or adapted and modified in other African countries. Now, again, I already mentioned the shift to collaborative governance. So it will be based on collaboration and coordination. Again, this will be the prevailing, not the only form of governance, but the prevailing one, guiding the just and sustainable transition. And it will be very critical to harness frontier technology, because climate change is actually where adoption of new technology will be necessary. So the just and sustainable transition cannot succeed without technological progress. So dynamic innovation ecosystem, reduced barriers to innovation, intellectual property rights, all that will have to be probably strengthen, but Africa has already achieved some major innovation, in application of mobile technology in particular. So then how do we, so again, I already mentioned that the closing the energy gap and just energy transition is a key priority. Here is an example that also it's unevenly distributed, where the gap is mostly in East Africa, for example, in Southern Africa or Northern Africa, the basic access to energy has been mostly resolved. Just to show, the starking difference in Africa, it's the average consumption per year is only 500 kilowatt per hour relative to 13,000 in North America. But there is also a positive side to it. Due to that, Africa has contributed very little to the emission CO2. This would, of course, change with industrialization, but if the industrialization will be, more resource efficient and greener, Africa will not increase the emission as much as the other countries did. Now, just aspect is very important. So Africa, again, reiterating, needs to balance decarbonization with closing the energy gap. And then more broadly, it's not just about energy transition. This is what we really need to realize. It's about socially just transition where no one is left behind. Perhaps on a practical level for Africa, it's about really entering the global value chain and creating decent jobs for youth, women, and other relatively less employed or less engaged segments of the population. So the report also has a chapter on untapped opportunities for investment. So the sectors we are focusing on, or the report has focused on, are renewable energy. Again, Africa has about 40% of global renewable energy endowments, but only 2% of global investment in renewable energy are in Africa. So that means there is a huge opportunity to invest. Africa is already making some progress in battery and electric mobility value chain, and ECA is working in that area, in particular value chain between Zambia and DRC, but also Morocco to have the full regional value chain and then be part of the global value chain. Also in carbon credit markets, great opportunities. So far the return to Africa on this resource is not as high as in other regions, but again, that means there is a great opportunity. Now, sustainable infrastructure that will be necessary for sustainable industrialization and also just to utilize the renewable energy and other resources that Africa has. And then finally, circular economy. This is not a new concept. In fact, Africa already has some great example. For example, in Southern Africa, sugar production already for more than 10 years is really practicing circular economy, but the idea is this would become much more prevalent with the just and sustainable transition. Then the report presents case studies in depth, and we encourage everyone to particularly look at this segment. It's very interesting and some success stories. So Gabon in the area of sustainable forest management, Kenya in the geothermal development. As we know, Kenya is particularly successful in utilizing renewable energy, and Morocco, and investing in renewable energy in South Africa, sustainable finance for an ecological transition in Morocco. But of course, in Morocco, we could, for example, look also on solar energy, because Morocco is the largest solar one in one place in the world. And then in Senegal, investing for green growth. So the executive secretary was also talking about, and in other events, it was discussed by the deputy, the need for global financial architecture reform. And indeed, the current one is older than our countries. And also, most of our countries, more than half, are today middle income, which means they hardly qualify for concessional resources. So it has become very difficult, and many of them may be trapped in middle income trap. So to close the funding gap, just sustainable transition requires, this is really important, enhance, and I would add, yes, and it's the innovative role of the private sector. So there is no way that the government can fund this alone, and it would not be even desirable, and also to align incentives and strengths of each sector. More involvement of the multilateral development banks. There are already some very innovative proposals underway, and I'm sure more are coming. Innovative national and sub-regional sustainable financing mechanisms. Now, this of course needs to be also coordinated with the regional and the global multilateral institutions, but great opportunities there as well. Here's again the reforming the global financial architecture, which has clearly failed Africa. I mean, and especially with the debt. Africa today with the stock of the debt is where it was before the MDRI, but you know, the risk of refinancing are much higher than at that time. And then adopting responsible investment. So let me conclude with some key policy recommendations in 5 areas. So starting with strategic planning, so developing action-oriented strategies for JST and integrate them into national development plans. And equally important, integrate them together with Agenda 2030 and 2063. Then financing, establish a national mechanism for financing, and it should be backed by national bank or treasury, but of course in harmony with the other financing mechanisms that are out there. Very important aspect, and we elaborate on that a bit more in the report, is leveraging natural capital. So this will start by properly accounting for the natural capital and also by getting returns for it. And then sustainable managing, leveraging resources, including critical minerals. Building partnerships, so climate change and in general just and sustainable transition that is not confined to any particular country or a region. So global and regional, strong regional and global partnerships will be necessary. And then last but not least, supporting the drivers of just and sustainable transition. So again, collaborative governance, human capital, and leapfrogging technologies are the essential ones for that. So Executive Secretary thanked few people. We are thanking many, and many more probably should be thanked. So thanks to everybody, because without you know, effort of anyone, we would not be here today. It was really actually amazing. And so again, and thank you to all of you for being here with us today. And now I would ask our discussants to please share their views and comments. Thank you. So I would ask the former commissioner, please.
Yes. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. You know, I want to, first of all, congratulate the presenter for a very articulate manner in which he presented the report, the summary report. And I want to congratulate UNICA also, really, to join those who are congratulating UNICA for continuing with its able leadership, you know, and excellent documents, you know, on socio-economic issues, but increasingly also including environmental issues, which have an impact on socio-economic, you know, development. So we salute you. Please continue with good contribution. I want to start by saying, you know, there is no shortage of good ideas in Africa. There is no shortage. It is the translation of those good ideas into implementable measures, you know, and then actual implementation. You know, we have to move from strategic frameworks that are based on all those good ideas and policies, go to implementation plan and programs of action. A detailed program of action and budgets. We have to cascade down because those are the implementation fronts, the budget, the program of action and budgets. That's how you get things done. So the program of action will contain all those things, the resources that are required exactly, the time frames, the drivers, and so on. So it is very important to have thorough consultations with the stakeholders and those that will participate in the implementation of those plans on those programs of actions, thorough consultations, and capacity assessment of where is there capacity to implement those things. If not, what do you do about it? How do you close the gap? Quickly, maybe by outsourcing. Then the financing strategies, which I think have been raised in this wonderful, impeccable report, realistic, innovative financing. But there must also be communication strategy to keep implementation of those good ideas, into action. It must be there among the stakeholders, those who will be participating, to keep it alive during its life, during implementation. And ongoing, not at the end of the program, but ongoing monitoring and evaluation framework and mechanism is imperative. So all these have to be addressed, and this is not being done in most of our countries. The second point I want to make, Madam Moderator, is statistics. Policies and plans have to be based on high quality statistics, timely statistics, and adequate statistics in scope. I'm talking about scope there. So accuracy, timeliness, and adequacy are very important because it is a light in the dark statistics. That's what it is. Where have we been? Where are we? Where are we headed? Or where are we likely to safely head? All that has to be based on quality and timely statistics. So that's why it's so important for Africa to join the data revolution that is ongoing. Then another thing is that, we have to weave elements that you find in Sustainable Development Goals in Agenda 2063. I would dare even say the high fives, because they all overlap really. They all move in the same direction, as well as other aligned global initiatives for specific categories of countries like, Istanbul for LDCs, Istanbul Program of Action, Vienna for landlocked countries, and a special program for small island developing, and so on. So we have to weave all these elements in our national strategic frameworks, implementation plans, programs of action, and budgets as well. After all these strategic frameworks, initiatives, and so on that I've talked about, the global ones and the regional ones, are themselves based on consultations of the very same stakeholders in our member countries. So there is a lot of overlap, the same thing, same goals. Now, I come from the finance band, so I'll go there to say, yes, indeed, we really shouldn't lose momentum on trying to, deal with illicit financial outflows, because we are losing a lot of resources for financing development. UNECA, in conjunction with AU, did a good job, produced a good report, and if I'm not mistaken, President Beg was supposed to former president, they were supposed to pursue now on how to do it and so on. I hope that is not, will not fall within or between the cracks. Management, prudent management of remittances, that's another source of funding. But also financial inclusion, we must maintain momentum on that, on moving towards financial inclusion and financial deepening. But I would like to say that, okay, I mean, there is a good, I think, something that has to be pursued, that strategic leveraging of natural resources. And indeed, international financial architecture must be revised and adapted to the times. It's skewed as it is now. But I also have to say that the question of resilience and preparedness, with a change in climate, there are more weather caused disasters that set us back every now and then. They are increasing in number, they are increasing in variety, they are increasing in intensity, they are more severe than ever before. Now, this discourages farmers from adopting new methods and so on. We always blame the farmers, particularly the peasants, for being very resistant to change. It's because it's high risk. So it's good to have a backing. And that's where the African heads of state and government, in their wisdom, foresaw this, and 12 years ago, formed this Africa risk capacity to exactly address that, preparedness for disasters and amelioration of the destruction and so on. So we really have to push on with this. It was prophetic, what the heads of state did was really fantastic. And now another thing, of course, now we move to other things. Yes, I mean, injustices in the society are distracting. They are, because they lead to exclusion. So they have to be eliminated. So that's why inclusion is very important in development. We have to use all human capacity, all human resources at our disposal in our countries. So that's why gender mainstreaming should not just be a slogan, it should be a reality, because we do need all the brains, all the energy that is there in our societies. So gender mainstreaming is very important and must be pursued vigorously. Engagement of youth with all their energy, their creativity, their innovativeness, they should really, in earnest, be engaged and brought in. Disabled people the same way. They also have brains, ideas, and can do other things. Now, the question of ethnicity, that brings friction and tensions and conflicts, and religious differences and regional, discriminations and so have to be eliminated, because they are not helpful to development at all. If we are going to transform, those have to go. Those have to go out of the window. So we have to include all the stakeholders in formulating our national plans. We have to move from national plans, or from government plans to national plans. Government plans was where the government departments get together and produce a plan. And then it just imposed on people, and they just look at it until the end, until we move to the next one. But the national plan is the one that includes everybody: government, private sector, civil society, and so on, because they are there when it comes to implementation. So planning, programming, education and training, and then we move to production and so on. So otherwise we go into those plans that are already there in Agenda 2063 and SDGs about inclusive, participatory, job creating, growth, They will be enabled by all those things that I have mentioned, among other things, safety nets and so on. Because believe me, poor people who are not eating well and the children that are not brought with proper nutrition are not productive. So, you know, health, care, nutrition, education and training are key to a productive population that will lead to development. Well, why don't I stop here, Madam Moderator? Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for this insight. They are highly appreciated and noted. And I would now like to ask our second discussant if she's online with us. Yes.
Hello, am I
Thank you.
audible?
Hello. Yes, thank you for joining us. So, Rebecca, you have written some very interesting articles on the topic. Can you share your insight, what just and sustainable transition means and how can it be accomplished in Africa, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Can you hear me all right? Am I audible?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you, Susanna, and good afternoon, everyone. Apologies that I cannot be with you now in Addis in person, but allow me to congratulate yourself, Susanna, Claver, the entire UNECA team on the report. I believe that the focus of your latest economic report for Africa is actually very timely. As we all know, this is a big moment for Africa, and last year in particular was a big year. Riding on the coattails of the previous year's COP27, which was held in Egypt, also called the Africa Cup, last year, many African countries proudly hosted several landmark events that many say heralded a new chapter, if you will, for the continent's climate agenda and climate leadership. Gabon hosted the One Forest Summit in March, and then Kenya hosted the first ever Africa Climate Summit in September, the first ever convening of African heads of state on the climate agenda. Of course, the Republic of Congo later hosted the Three Basins Summit in October, and it all culminated in the COP28 in Dubai, which was a very pivotal moment for Africa's green development agenda, marked by the launch of Kenya's Green Industrialization Initiative, spearheaded by our President William Ruto in partnership with UAE. This list, Susanna, is not even to mention the African Union's formal entrance into the G20 and many other milestones last year. I start like this because each of these was a moment where African leaders were and are now continually raising the linkages between poverty, nature, and climate. And indeed, a clear agenda, a clear narrative is emerging. The narrative of the investment opportunity that Africa represents as a climate solutions destination, not just for itself, but for the world. So the opportunity for an Africa in the world approach. We all know of Africa's vast natural clean energy resources, critical mineral stock, the dense carbon sink forests, the mangroves, the peatlands. No need to go into detail about those. And of course, the endless tracts of arable and restorable forest and farmland. Of course, perhaps what is our greatest asset, 10 million young people pouring onto the job market every year, the youngest and fastest growing population on earth. These things that make us unique are actually the perfect ingredients to grow bustling urban hubs of green industry and entire economic sectors based on sustainability. From restoration to circular food production, to community forest enterprise, to green mobility, green minerals, green manufacturing, and many more that you earlier mentioned, creating thriving economies and waves of dignified, meaningful jobs for our young people across all demographics, all while helping the world decarbonize, all while building healthy, resilient cities and revitalizing our landscapes, the very adaptation armor that will protect us now and well into the future to deal with the realities of climate impacts. In other words, we have an opportunity to show that the African continent can chart a truly, genuinely sustainable path to prosperity, staking its very development on the thesis, the idea that people, nature, and climate work better together. This is what we at WRI call the Africa aspiration. It's what many are calling the just sustainable transition, a transition towards sustained and sustainable economies that work for African communities. This is an ambitious, inspirational, and very possible vision. But achieving this transition will require tectonic transformations in the way that we attract investment to the continent. Today, as we probably all know, and this is probably a statistic in your economic report for Africa, this continent, with all of the potential we've just talked about, attracts less than $30 billion per annum, or 4% of all global climate finance and investment. So that brings us to many of the opportunities that you outlined, opportunities to benefit from engaging the global industrial leaders whose pathways to decarbonization and reorienting supply chains towards sustainability may well lie in African solutions, African opportunities to produce low carbon and low emission commodities that are crucial to industrial sectors the world over. And indeed, one of the key recommendations from UNECA in the report is to pursue national mechanisms for innovative financing. At WRI, we work with partners to set up the infrastructure for this transition across sectors. Many of you might be familiar with our work in landscape-based economies like forest restoration or renewable energy, or work on urban economies like mobility. So we have a good sense of what is involved in actually delivering such transitions, as you alluded to earlier. And in a nutshell, it's what the previous speaker spoke about: multi-level, multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder partnerships that leverage public and private finance to untap opportunities. This looks like strategically identifying the green emerging frontiers, aligning existing trade and investment policies along those frontiers, and negotiating the trade agreements to support emerging sectors. It's about optimizing green fiscal policies, both internationally and our partnership fiscal policies around green technology. It's about guidelines, standards, certifications, and of course, public procurement and domestic market stimulation. But Susanna, allow me to submit that the economic and technology transformations are key. But what you guys identified in the report, the elements which will truly define success in a just and sustainable transition, are not so much the contents of our plans, but the enabling environment around those plans. Our vision setting must be forward-looking and based on objective data and objective assessments of short and long-term risks, with clear roadmaps and milestones. It's been done before, and we can do it now for Africa. Our governance models, good governance, transparency, accountability at the regional, national, subnational levels will be crucial to delivering the pace of transition necessary. Our institutional capacities to deliver robust policies and development plans to craft fiscal policies that position African business enterprise can be leveraged in this moment that we're in. And of course, local engagement, our ability to create spaces for local leadership, local voice, and local action. So I'll end there by just saying that even as we innovate mechanisms for finance, these basic governance tenets that have always been necessary inputs to development have not changed and are perhaps more direly needed now more than ever before. And in fact, it is this good governance itself that will most unlock precious fiscal resources. So on behalf of my institution, allow me to congratulate you, UNECA, on this report and on its launch, and for highlighting the need for economic, technology, and governance transformations for Africa at this time. As you know, just transitions was a key theme of the recently concluded World Bank Spring meetings. So it's very important for this focus that you've put on this topic and for us to ready ourselves as a continent. Thank you very much. I'll end there.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for your insights, and some of them were echoing also or similar aligned with our other discussants, so we will pay particular attention. And I would now like to ask from the audience if there are any questions or comments, observations. If not, please reflect and perhaps you can have question in few minutes, and I would then like to turn one more time to our discussants, and in particular to the former commissioner. As a specialist on risks, could you highlight, please, some of the main risks that you see to just and sustainable transition that we should pay attention to? So I was asking if one of you could maybe, I was asking you, Honorable Former Commissioner, if perhaps you could share with us your view on risks to this transition.
There are always risks to change. In any case, when you want to change, immediately there would be some resistance. People are comfortable where they are, and they just follow things the way things are is more comfortable. So management of change is very important. Change must always be managed. To move from point A to point B, there has to be very skillful and careful management. Well, I mean, the climate change is one of the major risks for sure, because even if our countries take all the measures that have been agreed upon in COP from 21 to the last one, and maybe the coming one, I think like a big ship or a tanker, it doesn't turn on a coin, it takes some 11 kilometers to turn around. So things are bound to get a little worse, even if the measures are taken before climate change maybe is halted and most probably, we hope, reversed. So climate change is definitely one of the major risks that are threatening this transition. The internal and sometimes, say, regional conflicts also threaten. They are very distracting, you have conflicts in one country, conflicts, internal conflicts and so on. During that time, you are not paying any attention at all to matters of development or transitioning, as UNECA is rightfully advising. I think I see those three major risks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. We were also discussing with our team, and we didn't put it into presentation, but yeah, we agree with you on the risks you mentioned. And what we also envisage is actually just to start with the debt. Currently, the public debt tops policy agenda, as we observed in various meetings, and unless that is resolved, it's unlikely that this will take the attention it needs. So really, that would be one of the key risks that we see. And maybe I can ask the same question to Rebecca, if you could highlight some risks that you foresee to the transition, please.
Sure, Susanna, very much so. I think there's three that I would identify. One major risk being that if the transition agenda is determined for us rather than by us with local community, there's a very real risk of false solutions being at the center of a transitions agenda. By false solutions, I mean solutions that don't work for African communities. So us at WRI, we're watching very closely the conversation around Article 6 and carbon offsets, and what will come of that, especially to ensure that only the highest integrity solutions for carbon markets are available and pursued for African communities. Another major risk you can foresee is perverse incentivization behind solutions, which can lead to stranded assets. So this is all of the speakers for this morning so far, even in the session before, have spoken to the need for data and objective data at that, so that we can be assessing our scenarios. And to ensure that we have identified the scenarios where in the long term, we have the least economic risk or fiscal risk of infrastructural assets that will become, especially under the ownership of our governments and our public sector. And then third, I would say is the risk of managing Africa's position in global supply chains. So on thematics such as minerals, which was raised earlier, even on the issue of electric mobility, we have to be really careful about how we're positioning ourselves in the supply chain so that we're not just at the beginning of the supply chain in terms of supply of commodities and the end of supply chain in terms of importing products, but positioning ourselves very strategically such that we are leveraging the opportunity. Otherwise, I fear if we focus too much on commodities, on green commodities, primary commodities supplying, we may limit the role that we can play across supply chain. So a couple of risks I see there for us to be watching out for.
Yes, thank you very much, Rebecca. So I would maybe, so are there any questions from the audience? Yes, so if not, I think maybe just reiterate 2 or 3 points that both of you made. So the importance of involving the local community and really tapping into the local knowledge and the solutions they may already have, and really resist the imported solution that will not work for Africa. And the importance of data, I mean, just to have well-informed policies, and finally avoiding the resource course. So I would now kindly ask our Deputy Executive Secretary to deliver her closing remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and audience, I'd like to really highly appreciate the brilliant panelists and that we had today and discussants, and in particular thank His Excellency Mr. Anthony Murubing, chairperson of the ARC group and former African Union Commissioner for Economic Affairs, and also to sincerely thank Dr. Rebecca Shirley, Deputy Director for Africa at the World Resource Institute. Let me start really by also thanking the team for the great efforts that they have put in producing this product that allowed us to actually be here today for the launch, and also for all the support from in the house, whether it's from our publication team or translation, that enabled us to get to the final, mark of this process. We have heard today all this discussion on what just transition and simply, this is the direction every one of us globally and at a country level will need to move toward. What we are trying to really define here is how to make it just in a global and international perspective for the specifics of Africa, particularly given all the challenges that we have, the fact that we don't contribute much to the issues of global emissions, less than 4%, the fact that we have 600 million people that lack energy out of 800 globally. That means that for it to be just for us, we need to also ensure in doing so that we're able to close that energy transition and have time to actually make sure that we also, it does not negatively affect our development. At the same time, I think the beauty of this report is that it shows us first, what does it mean, just transition from an African perspective, but also what does it mean for us in terms of opportunities that it can really unleash. For us to move forward, it would require also a shift in development paradigm to capture all the opportunities that we have from natural resources, having 60% of solar potential in the world, all being rich in all sources of renewable energy, but also being rich in green minerals, which means that we have a very unique opportunity to actually become the leaders in that transition rather than the consumers of that transition. And that's what we really hope that that message resonate from this report, that we need to have that paradigm shift in how we think about it. And we need to ensure, like in any transition, there will be winners and losers. And we need to make sure that we are taking sufficient measures to take into account the impact of different parts of the population and what does it mean, and the incentives to actually accelerate the type of private sector and industries and innovations that can capitalize on our unique resources for green transition, and at the same time enable this transition to be smooth for the sectors that need to adapt. So this is not an easy kind of journey to embark on, but it's a very necessary and essential one, without which we would be missing the train. So I hope that all these discussions in terms of what enablers we need from the issues in terms of having making sure that we have the educational skills, the technological and innovation solutions, and as well as the financing and enabling the investments are key. And we have tried to highlight some of the and showcase some of the really success stories from Africa on what has been done, to perhaps inspire also other countries to learn from. So we really hope that this has been not only thought-provoking, but also has been useful in terms of policy recommendation and solutions for countries to look into and adapt. And I have to say, one of the things I have to really thank is an amazing audience. The fact that you're still here, even though we are between you and lunch, is impressive. So thank you all for really continuing to be here despite this timing, and for the attention and engagement. And we stand ready to support countries beyond what is there in the report on taking it further in terms of implementation and changing of development paradigms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as Deputy Executive Secretary said, we have lunch now, and I think we will hear from Nassim about next steps.
Thank you very much, Susanna. Thanks to everybody for staying here. We go to the lunch, and because it's already 2:30 and the next session starts at 2:30, we'll push it by 45 minutes. So let's start the session at 3:15. Donc, du fait du retard, on va aller déjeuner.
We're a bit late, so we go for lunch. And the parallel sessions that should have started at 2:30 would start 45 minutes later. We only take 45 minutes for lunch. So for SDG 1,
SDG 13, CR5 for SDG 16, and CR6 for SDG 17, if I'm not mistaken, but all the colleagues will be around to guide you. So tous les collègues seront autour des différentes salles pour vous.
So all colleagues will help you to reach those rooms. So now we break for lunch and we convene at 3:15. Thank you. Colleagues in charge of the sessions, kindly inform participants.
Inform the participants, the panelists that are online, that the session is delayed by 45 minutes. Thank you. Une photo, please, for the photo.
Recording stopped. The Kariba Dam, the largest man-made lake in the world by volume, built along the Zambezi River basin. The Zambezi River is the fourth largest river basin in Africa and home to the mighty Victoria Falls.
The Kariba Dam is the entire catchment, starting from where the Zambezi River starts, near the Congo border there, northwestern Zambia, and also Zimbabwe. You also have this catchment, which also brings in water into the Kariba.
Kariba, a shared energy source between Zambia and Zimbabwe, generates 1,080 megawatts for Zambia and 1,050 megawatts for Zimbabwe. Since the 1990s and as recently as 2019, the Zambezi Basin has experienced recurrent severe droughts. Kariba Hydropower Dam water levels dropped to 10% of usable water for hydropower, while water flows at Victoria Falls dropped 11 centimeters below the 1995-1996 season.
We had the first ever flooded, which was happening in 1968-1969 season, which recorded the highest level of water. We came to the 70s, it was also having a lot of water. The change started in the 90s. That's why we started seeing a bit of change of the amount of water that is needed for generation started reducing. Until when we reached in the 20s, I remember that was 2008 when we had another surplus of water. That was too much, and even at the dam, we couldn't hold the water. We have to release it. And we even announced to the locals to say, Zambezi River will open the spillway gate to release more water to pass so that the dam cannot burst or it cannot cause anything. But I can tell you from that time in the early 20s to date, we have not done that.
Both Kariba South and North Power utilities curtailed their average generation to 250 megawatts in December 2022 due to decreased water levels.
I think I can roughly say for about 5 years back, that's when we observed a very serious decline in water level in the lake that had never been seen before. And that situation has continued until now. But that has huge implications now in terms of the productivity of the lake itself. We need a flooding, serious flooding to take place for the lake to fill up right now.
As a result, Zimbabwe struggled through 19 hours of load shedding, while Zambia had to deal with 6-hour power outages.
Right now, we're now talking about 2022, 2023 to be the worst. Yeah, what's very sad is that even now, the inflows that we're receiving and the water levels at the moment are still not as much as we can compare to last year, which means that there's a possibility of the repeat of the situation that we saw last year, which should be a wake-up for us to start looking at options to mitigate the situation that we're seeing.
The Zambezi River provides the majority of Lake Kariba's inflow, accounting for 80%. Direct rainfall on the lake surface and tributaries provide the remaining 20% of the water.
You know, the inflows that come from during the rainfall season, from December all the way from Angola and so on, you know, we get the maximum flood starting from April, March, April. That's when it reaches Kariba, and then all the way up to about August, July, August. You see that the lake is full. But now that's not happening. It's just a slight increase, and then that's it.
Around 2019, there was actually a drought in the Zambezi, and upstream, it was unbelievable that we could actually walk to the riverbed, on the Zambezi, and we can also see, the adverse impacts on the inadequacy of water to generate electricity in the Kariba Dam. And right up to this day, we are still faced with the adverse impacts whereby there is not enough water for generation of electricity, particularly at the Kariba.
facilities?
Last year it was documented, I think, around December. I think we had only a few days of power generation before we were cut off by the Zambezi River Authority to say, Kariba Power Station must stop power generation because there's a certain limit, where the power station is not allowed to draw down water for power generation. If I recall, Zambia had to allocate part of its water quota to Zimbabwe to enable the power station to continue running.
The Zambezi Basin has high level of natural climate variability. The river and its tributaries are prone to significant seasonal fluctuations with a clear cycle of floods and drought, which have a significant negative influence on energy production, way of life, and the economies of the basin. However, human activities have significantly impacted the Zambezi ecology despite the temperature rise.
Now, when you look at what is happening, you would think it's natural cause to a large extent. For me, even the climatic variation is as a result of the human activities on the ground. If we never lost the forest cover, we would have not lost the perennial streams, there would have been no dams, there would have been less, if anything, the boreholes that people are using to abstract water from the ground.
The Zambezi River Authority, which manages Kariba Dam, says that during April and June, a notable rise in the Kariba Dam water level is observed. The time frame in which Lake Kariba's water levels are significantly influenced by the waters from the Barotse floodplains, which form part of the upper Zambezi catchment. But because of the rising temperatures, the Barotse loses about 1,500 millimeters of water annually from evaporation, which reduces the amount of water flowing into the lower Zambezi River system.
In terms of water values, the Barotse floodplain is almost like a sponge and almost like a basin type kind of formation, whereby you find that the lowland areas are almost like...
Ladies and gentlemen and development stakeholders, on behalf of Mr. Cleve Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum will foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's inputs to the Summit of the Future to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. ARFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socio-economic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the ARFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, braves invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité doit être au centre de cette mobilisation. La finance traditionnelle ne peut pas répondre à ce défi. Il s'agit d'agir à une plus grande échelle et de manière beaucoup plus rapide et de manière beaucoup plus inclusive. La technologie offre des solutions novatrices qui peuvent transformer nos modèles économiques, rendre nos industries plus propres et plus efficaces et surtout nous permettre de faire un bond qualitatif vers un développement vraiment durable. Elle offre également de nouveaux moyens de financement permettant d'être beaucoup plus inclusif et d'atteindre un plus grand nombre d'acteurs, notamment les femmes et les jeunes qui sont sur le continent, ont souvent un accès beaucoup plus restreint à la finance traditionnelle. Enfin, nous devons adopter un financement durable qui intègre largement l'innovation technologique. Mesdames et messieurs, la route vers un avenir durable, vers l'Afrique que nous voulons, telle qu'envisagée dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, nécessite des investissements ambitieux, judicieux et innovants. L'Afrique est riche, non seulement en ressources, mais aussi en potentialités. Ensemble, en tirant parti de la finance durable qui s'appuie sur des solutions technologiques nouvelles et innovantes, nous pouvons surmonter ces défis et bâtir l'avenir et le destin que nous nous sommes fixés. Je suis persuadé que les travaux des deuxièmes rencontres de la finance durable de Sfax permettront d'apporter une contribution significative aux réflexions qui sont actuellement menées au travers du continent afin d'apporter des moyens de transformer nos ambitions en réalité durable et inclusive. Je vous remercie.
My name is Abiba Tuwan, Chief of Mission of IAM Ethiopia, Head of the United Nations Lead Agency on Migration. This 10th session on the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development takes place at the same time of when African member states continue to face multiple economic crisis and socio-economic development challenges. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. ARFSD 10 will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2060. We know that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or regressed below the 2015 baseline. However, as a UN entity that is mandated to promote safe, human, and orderly migration for the benefit of all, migration is one of the defining features of the 21st century, which can contribute significantly to all aspects of economic and social development everywhere, and as such, will be key to achieving the sustainable development goals. As IAM, we are tripling our efforts with stakeholders at national, regional, and global levels to ensure the facilitation of target M7, which is to promote safe, regular, and responsible migration, and the implementation of well-managed migration policies, as well as Goal 13, climate action, and Goal 17, partnership for are brought back on track at scale. For example, on Goal 13, IAM is working to enhance understanding and response to diverse communities due to climate impacts. On Goal 17, IAM plays a key role in supporting partnership and the needs to collaborate at national, regional, and global level for better and more effective migration governance. We know this is not enough, but we are mobilizing action and leaving no stone unturned on this journey to rescue the SDGs and get them on back track. It is doable in this lifetime.
My name is Marcel Akpovo, and I'm the Regional Director for the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in East Africa. And I serve also as a representative to the African Union. As the lead UN agency mandated for human rights, my office is working to ensure that applicable human rights standards and principles are integrated into efforts to accelerate the implementation of SDGs. SDGs and their targets are framed to be fulfilled in compliance with a human rights standard, and OCHR has been engaged in showcasing the instrumental value of the centrality of a human right. Human right as problem-solving tool, and human rights as accelerator to SDGs, including the Cs identified as transition priorities, with catalytic effects across all SDGs. We shall continue to mainstream human rights in all SDGs and advocate for the imperative necessity of achieving the full essence of SDG 16. As the human rights commitments go unmet, violence increases, conflict evolves, inequality hampers inclusive decision-making, and corruption erodes the social fabric. We can't allow this to continue. OECHR reiterates its commitment and stands ready to deliver on that extremely important responsibility. I thank you.
My name is Paul Handley, and I'm the head of the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs here in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a country that is affected by global climate phenomena, and these are increasingly leading to worsening droughts and floods on a regular basis. This is a country that's also recognized this vulnerability and has built many national systems in order to be responsive. However, when they're overwhelmed, the humanitarian system, coordinated by OCHA, is here to try and ensure an overall response. This year, to over 15 million people in need of response to drought conditions, and also those who've been affected by recent conflicts, including over 4 million people who've been displaced from their homes. For sustainable development to be a reality, further investments are needed in the national systems to be able to deal with the consequences of worsening climate conditions. That includes ensuring that systems are responsive to these kinds of shocks, but also investments in communities to ensure their resilience and also adaptation to the changing climate. Until that happens, the humanitarian response is going to have to continue to grow. So we need further international solidarity, interagency and multi-sectoral action in order for us to minimize the need for recurrent humanitarian aid.
My name is Warganash Makonnen. As head of UNOPS multi-country office, mandated to expand implementation capacity across peace and security, humanitarian and development efforts through its project services.
Recording in progress.
Non, je vais partir. C'est comment? Bismillah. Bonsoir, chers amis.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends. We're going to resume our work. We're going to be talking about SDG 1, no zero hunger. We're going to hear from each country and hear about their approaches. We're a little bit behind, and we have a meeting at 4:30 p.m. with the rapporteurs for the different SDGs.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We have somebody from the United Nations Fund for Children. I'd like you to come up to the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session on ending poverty, the sustainable goal number 1. We will be joined by some very esteemed guests who will be on the panel, and the panel discussions will be happening after the presentations of the report which was done by the Economic Commission for Africa on poverty. So if you allow me, I would like to invite Madame Laura Golake, the Deputy Minister for Gender of the Ministry of Gender in Liberia. She has been a quite strong advocate for gender, worked previously as the gender focal point
under the former President Cyril N. Johnson of Liberia. So if you can come and join us on this podium. I would also like to invite Mr. Hamadi Sawadogo, le secrétaire général du ministre du Travail et de l'Emploi et de la Protection sociale du
from Burkina Faso. Welcome to you. You're from the Labour Ministry. You've got extensive experience in HR management, over 10 years experience in various ministries in Burkina Faso and in various institutions in Burkina Faso.
Coordinator and representative of the United Nations Secretary General in Tanzania, responsible for coordinating the work at the United Nations of the United Nations Tanzania country team. He oversees and design and delivery the United Nations Development Assistance Plans in Tanzania. I would also like to invite, je voudrais aussi appeler Monsieur Maïdé Hamid Louni.
Mr. Maïdé Hamid Louni, who's the Secretary General of the Ministry for Humanitarian Affairs in Chad, and please come up to the stage, sir. Professor Tassao Waldehana as well.
Professor of Economics at the Addis Ababa University, to please join us in this discussion. Mrs. Florence Suevuo, who is the Executive Director of Sustainable Development Goals Kenya Forum. She is a sustainable development specialist and has extensive experience at the community, national, regional, and global level. She has been instrumental in numerous policy advocacy, research, change processes, and coordination of mass citizen mobilization and key stakeholders towards ending poverty and inequalities in our generations. As well, one of our young people, Mrs. Swan Mokwatso, who is a young professional from Botswana, currently working on climate research and development space, and she is coordinating and leading gender and climate change studies in Botswana, with focus on agriculture, water, and tourism, and the tourism sector. Please join us as well. This session is on poverty and ending poverty in all its form, everywhere. And for that, I would like to invite Saurabh Sinha, the Chief of Social Policy Section in the Gender, Poverty and Social Policy Division of the Economic Commissioners of Africa, to do the presentations of the report on ending poverty, SDG 1. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Moderator. It is really an honor to be here presenting this report to such an august panel and to all the participants who have joined here. So I'm going to now start the presentation. I hope I'm not blocking any views. Should I be downstairs? Is it okay? Because it should not be obstructing the vision, or maybe I can come down here. It's all right. Okay. This is a background report. If you can move to the next slide. This is the background report on no poverty, the SDG 1, which has been prepared. The work was coordinated by ECA and UNICEF with contributions from FAO, ILO, Office of the UNHCR, Office of the Special Advisor on Africa, and the ECA Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa. And we are indeed very grateful for all their inputs. So let me get started now on the report. The report, I'm hoping that all of you would have would be able to read the report, because what I'm going to present is just a short summary of the key points and the key messages that emerge from the report. So if you can move, okay, let me move this. Oops. Okay, yeah, that's it. Now, the real issue about poverty in Africa is not that it is not reducing, but poverty is reducing very slowly. And as you can see from the green line, which is the trend in poverty in Africa, it has not shown a declining trend as the other regions have shown. And the green line in the 90s, it had increased, and after the 90s, the 2000s, it has been decreasing, but at a very gradual pace. And so by 2020, just before COVID hit, we were at 36.7%, whereas many of the other regions, which actually were higher than Africa in the 1990, were much lower in terms of poverty. And so they had achieved huge successes on poverty reduction. So that is the first point that we want to emphasize, that the pace of poverty reduction in Africa is extremely gradual and slow. Something I'm doing not right. Okay. Okay. So that is one. And then what has also happened is that there has been, since COVID, in fact, if I can take you back, the two humps you see in 2020 and 2022 indicate that poverty increased because of COVID-19 and then the Ukraine crisis, which has hit globally. And it has had a huge damaging impact on Africa because there we have seen the increase in poverty in Africa. Now, there was a significant decline in of those living in poverty in the deprivations, which are measured through the multidimensional poverty index. Currently, 43% of people in Africa are multidimensionally poor. And if you look closely, only a handful of countries at the moment, Algeria, Mauritius, Seychelles, Tunisia, are on track to achieve the target. There are some other countries which are doing well. They are on track, but they face many challenges because of instability in the region, rising inflation and debt. And there are other countries like Malawi and Mozambique which are facing high risk of poverty because of lower agricultural productivity and displaced populations. So it's a varied picture that we see of poverty in Africa. In fact, now, global poverty is African poverty, which you will see from this pie chart that more than 55%, more than half of the world's poor live in Africa. And here I'm using the international poverty line so as to have comparison across countries. And in fact, there are many countries, about 28 countries worldwide, which have poverty levels of more than 30%. And 23 of those 28 countries are in Africa. So Africa, the extent of poverty is much, much greater. And some of the countries are mentioned here, which have high numbers of poor people. The Democratic Republic of Congo, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Mozambique, Madagascar, and all as we go down. And this chart has been presented in much greater detail with other countries also in the report. So essentially, this gives you a picture of not only African poverty, but also global poverty. Okay, then the nature of poverty in Africa is that it is both uneven and disproportionate to the population across the subregions. So here we have now broken down into the various subregions. And so from the left-hand side, you see that Africa's poverty is unevenly distributed across the subregions. And so you have nearly half of Africa's poor in East Africa, and then West and Southern Africa subregions, and very small number are in Central Africa and North Africa. So then that raises the question, how does it compare with the population in these subregions? So on the right-hand side, we compare the poverty numbers with the population numbers in these subregions. And here we find that in East Africa, which has only 34% of Africa's population, it has 50%, nearly 50% of Africa's poor people. Similarly, Southern Africa with 14%, about 13.9, 14% of Africa's population, they have 18% of Africa's poor people. On the other hand, West Africa, Central and North Africa, you can see that the proportion of poor people is much smaller than the proportion of the population in those sub-regions. So this just gives us an indication of how varied the picture is of poverty in Africa. Looking at child poverty, that's also a very important element. And we look at child poverty, and that somehow mirrors the progress on the overall poverty in Africa, which is to say that the progress is very slow. So in the last 10 years, child poverty has declined from 45% to about 40%. And so in spite of improvements, 40% of children in Africa still live in extreme poverty. And here we're talking about extreme poverty as being the international poverty line of $2.15 per person per day. And if you compare it globally, we see the proportion of Africa's children as a proportion of the world children, 71% of the world's children in extreme poverty are in Africa. So the proportions are astounding, and the picture is sobering, and there's something that needs to be done urgently about it. And if you look at the likelihood of a child in Africa experiencing poverty, is 25% greater than that for an adult. And so in that sense, child poverty is an area that needs to be addressed on an urgent basis in Africa. If you look at the social protection coverage, because social protection is one of the elements of reducing poverty. So if you look at social protection coverage, we find that in Africa, only an estimated about 17.4% of the population is covered by at least one social protection benefit. And I'm drawing your attention to the chart on the left-hand side, where the first bar is the orange bar is Africa, and the green bar is the global average. So the global average is 46.9% of the people have access to some kind of social protection, at least some kind of social protection. In Africa, that number is 17.4. And if you go down the chart, you compare the oranges, which are in Africa, the greens, which are global numbers. On all the elements, Africa performs extremely poorly. So only 12.6% of children, for example, have access to some kind of social protection benefit, whereas the global figure is 26.4%. And similarly, we go down and you will see Africa's levels compared to the global levels. On the right-hand side, we compare the coverage of social protection with investment in social protection by governments. And so here we see that there is a significant underinvestment in social protection in Africa compared to other global regions. So while in the world figures, you have 12.9 percentage of GDP, public expenditure on social protection. In Africa, it is only 3.8. And other than Southern Asia, it is among the lowest levels across the regions in the world. And if you include the domestic general government health expenditure, there also you find that Africa performs extremely poorly compared to the rest of the world. So in that sense, if the coverage is poor, the social protection investment is also poor. So now what are the challenges? Because I'm not going to take too much time. I want to have a greater discussion among the panelists and among everybody else. So I'm going to just highlight some of the challenges there are in achieving the SDG 1. So of course, lack of decent employment opportunities, which are accompanied by low levels of human capital, low coverage of social protection, as we just noticed. There's a large informal sector with low labor productivity. In fact, in Africa, about close to 80% or 85% of the economy is in the informal sector. And most of it is in low labor productivity. So in that sense, it's not economically contributing much to the economy. Then different crises, one after the other, in the last four to 5 years have been extremely difficult. Though many other countries have been affected by the same crises, but somehow the impact on Africa has been much greater of conflict, of the pandemic, and also of climate change. And then the last one I want to emphasize is the debt distress, which has been talked about in the previous sessions in this forum. And the debt distress, what it does is it limits the fiscal space for government public investment in health, education, and sanitation. So this is the impact of the debt distress, of the macroeconomic pressure that we have on most countries. It limits the fiscal space, and usually we know that the expenditure on health and education and social protection is usually among the first ones to be affected and reduced. So what could be the way forward? We have highlighted 7 elements to it. One, of course, is promote economic diversification, now more so in the green sectors and technology, to help build resilience and generate jobs. Encourage the growth of small and medium enterprises to create jobs, because there are just 2 ways really of reducing poverty. One is by creating jobs and getting the wages, and the second is through social protection. And so these are the 2 elements that we are focusing on. But then with the emerging trends of digitalization, I think it's very important that we encourage that, and along with it, the skill development to improve human capital and the quality of the labor force, which is extremely crucial so that they can add to the productivity in the economy. Fourth is explore innovative sources of finance to expand the fiscal space. And I just mentioned that the investment is very low because of the debt distress, but that doesn't mean that there should be no investment in the social sectors of education, health, and social protection. So at least we should be able to explore innovative sources of finance, which could also include reducing illicit financial flows to either expand or at least ring fence the public spending for education, health, and social protection. And use that to expand, as in number 5, social protection coverage to at least 40% of the population in accordance with the ILO strategy for social protection in Africa. As was indicated earlier, the level in Africa is 17.4%. So at least, there should be at least a doubling of that percentage. And then to reduce child poverty, we need to ensure that national resources are effectively, efficiently, and equitably generated, allocated, and spent on programs and sectors that benefit children, including in early childhood development and social protection. And this is extremely crucial because we saw the levels of child poverty are extremely high in Africa. And lastly, we need to strengthen, and this is something that has been mentioned in many times in the previous sessions, we need to strengthen national capacities for disaggregated data collection and analysis, not only to measure poverty, inequality, and vulnerability, but also to target financial resources to the vulnerable populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this overview of the report. I think there are some striking numbers which we are confronted with. Looking at 55% of the world's poor are living off the African continent. So that's something we really need to take into account. And we will hear from the panelists shortly how they are addressing their issues of poverty within the countries. Over 70% of the children's poor are living off the continent. The report also mentions that it is projected that 476 million people will be living under the poverty line in 2024, so this year, on the African continent. This is a staggering number, and I think it will take us all and all different sectors together to basically overcome this situation. I would like to turn first to Mrs. Laura Ngolake from the Minister of Gender in Liberia, and really would like to know what has been the progress so far in Liberia in terms of reducing poverty within the countries, and which are the challenges which you have been facing. The chair is saying that we should be sticking to 3 minutes as we still have another, I know it's a difficult topic to discuss in 3 minutes, but let's try.
Okay. Thank you. Before I start, I want to give a quick contextual background of Liberia. So I hope you give me extra 2 minutes, please. Yeah. Well, okay, Liberia was founded in 1822 by free slaves from America. And these free slaves ruled the nation until 1980. And they controlled all the resources. They were in key decision-making positions. And the rest of the people that they met, on ground were marginalized. In 1980, these people had an uprising and they overthrew the free slaves and they started to rule the country. But unfortunately, in 1990, a civil crisis emerged, and that crisis ended in 2003. So between 1822 and 2003, you will agree with me that Liberia was a nation very fragile, where most of our population was marginalized, and only a few enjoyed the natural resources. Between 2003 and 2013, when the civil crisis ended, we experienced some growth due to heavy investment from the international community. And in 2006, we had Africa's first female elected president in President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Between 2013 to 2016, Liberia started to experience some growth economically, but that was hindered by the Ebola crisis in 2014. We saw a huge breakdown in some of the systems that we were trying to build over the years. The crisis slowed a lot of economic activities, the Ebola crisis, and by 2016, the poverty head count in Liberia was around 60 to 62%, meaning 60 to 62% of the population were living in poverty. In 2023, Liberia ranked 177 out of 188 countries on the World Bank Human Development Index and Gender Equality Index. There is still a huge gap between the rich and the poor. About 50% of women, especially women my age, between 25 to 34, have not entered college, or they have limited access to education. This is 50% of our population that should be involved in productive works and contributing to the nation's economy. In Liberia also, we are experiencing a lot of poverty around food, but also services as well. A lot of the population do not have access to electricity, water, data, internet is still a luxury amongst a lot of Liberians. So to give you that background, I just wanted to just throw out a few things that we're doing as a country, as a government, to tackle some of the crises related to poverty in our country. So over the years, at least over the last decade, we have instituted a lot of policy reforms, especially around economics, around politics, other social reforms aimed at addressing the different gaps that we face as a nation. In 2006, between 2006 and 2011, we had the poverty reduction strategy, which kind of set us on path towards addressing a lot of issues around poverty in Liberia. We've also been trying to build a lot of economic reforms, making sure that we're building confidence in the banking sector, because Liberia is one of those countries that our population is heavily unbanked, meaning a lot of the population do not have access to banks, or even if they do, there's a whole culture around, deciding to save your money at home compared to saving it in the bank. We have also instituted a lot of policies around the wage bill. For example, in government, we realized that in government there was a huge disparity in the wage bill. We had civil servants who were making around $60, $65, and we had other civil servants who were making up to $5,000 or more, with a lot of benefits attached to that position they carried. So we have instituted a lot of reforms around ensuring that we lessen those gaps around the wage bill. The government has also, in addressing poverty, we have invested a lot of resources in addressing education and healthcare. In Liberia, we're still behind in the sub-region, especially when it comes to a lot of stats around education. A lot of the population is still uneducated or illiterate. We have a lot of issues around infrastructure in the education sector. We have a whole system issue, a whole system challenge that we're trying to address by involving grassroots, involving the international community, and ensuring that we're investing some of our money towards addressing education and ensuring a lot of our young people and children have access to a quality and relevant education. We've also made some strides in ensuring that we're not only addressing enrollment, but we're also addressing retention, because over the years, we realized that we were doing a lot of work in ensuring that young people, young women, young boys were coming in the education sector, but we had issues with retention. So we've been allotting a lot of resources to address that gap. For gender equality, we all know that poverty is a gendered phenomenon. A lot of the country's poor people are women. And so we've been...
Can you please accelerate?
So we've been investing a lot in gender equality. We've been targeting some cultural practices that hinder women's access to decision-making, especially in the community. We've been involved in doing a lot of affirmative action programs to encourage a lot of women to come in the education sector and in the work environment. And we've also been working with young people. I'm a young person. We have a new government now, and our president has been very intentional about including a lot of young people in government. And so those are some of the ways we've been addressing poverty. I have a lot of things to say, but because of time, I'll turn over to our moderator. Thank you.
I think I really appreciate Mrs. Golake for the insights. I will come back on some of the points which you have mentioned a little bit earlier, but we have online Her Excellency, the Minister of Solidarity and Social Integrations and the family of the government of Morocco. She's online, so I will give her the floor, and I would basically ask her the same questions. How has Morocco been faring in terms of reducing poverty, and what have been, the actions and innovations which they have been basically taking to reduce the numbers of poor people in Morocco? Her Excellency, the floor is yours. Do we still have her online? So we might want to come back to her if she is not online yet. Je me tourne donc vers le secrétaire général, Monsieur.
I'll turn to Secretary General, Mr. Hamidi Sadogo from Burkina Faso, to know how in Burkina Faso we managed to reduce the number of poor people, what progress was made, and what enabled you to make that progress in Burkina Faso. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Before responding to the question, allow me to say that my country, Burkina Faso, is facing a scourge of terrorism for the last 5 years. It is true that this hinders strategies and priorities when it comes to poverty eradication, but we have reorganized ourselves, because if you don't have security, you cannot do anything. So security is a priority. So I would say that when it comes to poverty eradication, since 2003, saw a draft strategy or that strategy was drafted. So economic growth is actually focusing on poverty reduction and looking at productive sectors to enable our people, because we have a population that is dependent mostly on agriculture. So we also have the issue of governance. There is a policy plan that is looking at good governance to avoid what little resources we have to be used for unintended purposes. And then we also have, how do we call this? When it comes to growth acceleration programs, we have set in motion programs in all sectors that are supporting farmers. We also have income generating activities. We're also looking at women, because we know that when a woman gets something, it will be for the benefit of the whole family. So today, we are at 25.6%. 25.6% who are living in poverty. Extreme poverty is 1.7 million. Without repeating what my neighbor said, but these policies that we have, they're basically the same things that we do in Burkina Faso, like what you talked about. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamidou, for that contribution. And I note that governance, good governance, can play a key role in poverty reduction.
Online? No, she's not online yet, so we might come back to her if she gets online. But let me just continue with the Her Excellency, the Secretary General, Monsieur Maïdé Loni du Chad.
Mr. Maïdé Loni from Chad, that is, who is from the Ministry of Social Affairs and Humanitarian Affairs. What is the experience in Chad? If you could summarize that in 3 minutes, and also maybe talk about innovative actions that you've undertaken, because we are in a difficult fiscal space, so we need, or we cannot hit our poverty reduction targets with old way of doing things. So we need to innovate. We need to find new solutions to hit those poverty reduction targets. So, Mr. Loni, you have the floor. Thank you very much for according me the floor. I have a lot to say, but in 3 minutes, I don't know, the time is of the essence. I have to comply. Chad has taken cognizance of the difficulties that are linked to poverty since the beginning of the year 2000. We saw the extreme impoverishment of the populations, and here the Chadian government signed to the Millennium Development Goals. The strategies are drafted, and they seek to roll back poverty. These strategic documents that they call Poverty Reduction Strategy Papers in 2003, that were followed by other documents. But the challenge that the country faced particularly with security issues, climate change issues, and also the economic climate did not enable us to see through the set objectives. Later on, the governments wished or we produced other strategic documents to take into consideration the issues germane to poverty, particularly, but development in a much larger context. So there was progress with funding from oil revenues. We looked at education, we made education free, significant investments were made in health, but also in famine reduction. So investments were made in the agriculture sector. But our geographic situation and the different problems that surround us were actually negative factors hindering the government to see through its plans. We are a country that is surrounded by fragile countries. We are hosting more than 2 million countries that have fled their countries, Sudan, Libya, Central African Republic on the west. We also take in Nigerians who are fleeing the problems of Boko Haram. So today, our country is facing more challenges over and above its own domestic problems when we are hosting these refugees. So humanitarian response in partnership with the UNHCR were drafted, but the problem is when it comes to resource mobilizations in this. So yesterday, the speakers were talking about funding that are problematic. So we also feel the pinch of funding. So I cannot say it's a failure, but one of the challenges that did not allow the government to meet the development programs is precisely resource mobilization. So to be brief and to keep to the time allotted, I would like to recommend that there should be a reform of our government system at the international level, even if we keep multi-partism, multilateralism. It is necessary to envisage other bilateral cooperation frameworks so that you can actually get foreign direct investments so that we can actually roll out our poverty reduction programs properly. Otherwise, we see that poverty in Chad between 2018 and 2022, poverty has increased actually, and extreme poverty has gone down by 2%, but poverty has gone up. So that means that we still have a long way to go. So we are talking to our financial partners to mobilize more resources. Thank you. Thank you. I gather from your remarks that external factors like conflicts in other countries are actually bringing refugees to Chad, has put more pressure on fiscal resources because you have to respond to humanitarian challenges. But like it was said in the report, debt servicing should be relooked into. We need to look at international funding mechanisms to help the countries so that they can be able to reduce poverty in these countries that are still facing challenges, or countries that still have a lot of people living under poverty. Like we said, we were saying that 480 million people are living under the poverty threshold. That is a huge number. That is practically half of the population, and that is more than social programs. We need national programs to be rolled out to different countries.
To Mr. Zlatan Milicic, who is the resident coordinator, and really think what is really the role which the United Nations and the RC's office can play in terms of helping countries, in reducing the poverty within Tanzania, but which could also maybe serve as an example, for other countries as well. As you know, we have limited time, so I would really like to encourage you to remain in those 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak about the experiences of Tanzania on its national development journey. And I understand that time is limited, so I'll try to shorten it. Let me start by saying that I believe that situation in Tanzania in respect to national development is both positive and also optimistic, especially in relative terms where we are today. I say that because we have experienced over the last several years multiple shocks in the whole world, but especially on the African continent, that have been really causing an economic crisis, or at least some serious socio-economic challenges in many countries in terms of development and progress, including on poverty. And as a result, a lot of progress has stagnated and even reversed in many countries. And I'm very proud and happy to say that in Tanzania, that has not really been the case. In fact, the economic growth continued throughout all these years. This year, it's over 5%, which is quite significant. That distress is not really an issue, certainly not bad. And there are many other aspects that demonstrate that. In fact, last year, the voluntary national review was done and presented by the government of Tanzania, which indicated that progress continues on a number of fronts. Now, that being said, it has to be said within the framework that there is still a long way to go. More importantly, it is very important to recognize that this growth or this stability and this progress has not been even, has not been inclusive, and progress in terms of eradicating poverty has not been at the level that would be desired. And that is a challenge, and that's the very important challenge we all have today. At the same time, I believe that our work, mine as a resident coordinator, the system of United Nations, has been important in supporting the government in broadening the national development dialogue across the stakeholders. And that has resulted in some results that I'm going to come in terms of focusing more on addressing poverty. I said the poverty has not been inclusive. And one of the reasons was that many development actors were doing things in their own ways. Equally importantly, a lot of government initiatives were delivering some results, but they were not necessarily lifting people out of poverty. They're not necessarily eradicating the poverty and addressing those that we have committed to not leave behind. We have invested a lot of time and effort to really bring the stakeholders together, to build trust. And when I look back 2 years, and definitely 4 years, I have seen noticeable progress in different stakeholders being aligned behind the same national development priorities. And I think that's one very important element. National government plans, national initiatives, projects, programs are now receiving much more consensus and support because they are the same ones across the board. The processes have become much more inclusive, apart from the government and its important development partners, including international development partners. There is a very visible and more active role of the private sector in the national development, of the civil society, of research institutions and academia. So this partnership it has really helped make it much more clear where the problems are and how they can be addressed. And that has then resulted in the government's national plans, priorities, and we're currently developing our National Development Vision 2050. We can see that they are much more pro-poor, they're much more inclusive of the poor segments of population. A lot is about agriculture that employs 65% of the population, which also creates jobs. The government has tripled the budget for agriculture in a couple of years, and partners have also stepped in and supported. We have initiatives for women and youth smallholders, which are aimed at improving their incomes, their businesses, their productivity, and these are receiving much better support than has been the case in years. In fact, when we look at national development financing, it continues to be growing at the time when many development financing is really dropping across the world. Not significantly, and I keep mentioning we have a long way to go, but improving. UN has better funding, the national programs, and that's, I believe, partly because we built this partnership where all the stakeholders are together and they trust each other and we're going in the same direction. And that's why I said it's optimistic. That's why I'm saying it's promising. It's a long way to go, but the rates are dropping, the situation is improving. As United Nations Resident Coordinator, I'm privileged to have a function in a number of these fora, so I've been monitoring the situation and trying to contributing to the UN system coordination. UN does much more macro level and multiple UN agencies involvement in critical initiatives rather than thousands or at least hundreds of small projects here and there by individual agencies, which really don't put things at scale. We can still do better, but we're certainly already now focusing on gender initiatives, youth initiatives, health initiatives, various social protection, and many others that address the issue of poverty, whereby we're much more focused and doing more in support of the national ongoing initiatives and programs. And we will continue to that. I am also a co-chair of the Development Partners Forum. And that has helped us, I believe, bring these international development partners, which include UN, also international financial institutions, bilateral and other partners, much closer together amongst ourselves, but I think equally in support and in recognizing the priorities with the government. I'm also co-chair of the National Development Cooperation Framework with the government. It's a strategic dialogue between the government and development partners, which we have expanded to include private sector, social, civil society, and others. And we are seeing that we're speaking the same language, we're going in the same direction, we understand each other's better, and we're moving forward. So it's important to continue to stay on that path. It's very important to keep poverty as a top agenda of national development, which didn't happen before, which doesn't happen in many countries. It's important to put budgetary resources in these. It's important to increase the international support through various mechanisms. We've heard a lot about international development financing and all the gaps and challenges and problems. We will, I'm quite positive, be reaching these targets much faster than was the case before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zlatan, for that. And I think the whole notions of partnerships and making it a whole society approach, it's not just the responsibility of government, but all the different stakeholders of the society to contribute to eradicate poverty. I think it's an important message which we take forward. I would like to turn, because we have been listening to governments, we have been listening to the UN, and I'm pretty sure that civil society has their say in that, because we may want to see that we have making progress and there are challenges, but from a civil society perspective, it might be completely different. And then I will come back to our think tanks in our academia to see what really needs to be happening so that we can basically turn around. So if I may turn myself to Mrs. Florence Siewo, who is part of civil society in Kenya. How do you really look at what progress has been really made, or is there no progress at all Or how do you look at those programs which government is proposing in shifting the needles for eradicating poverty? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much to ECA for this invitation. It's always good to ensure that other stakeholders, especially civil society, are given space, and also we can view or give our views because this is a very, very critical sector, and especially on the implementation, monitoring of the Sustainable Development Goals. And so I coordinate the Sustainable Development Goals Kenya Forum, a coalition of civil society organizations in Kenya, but also one of the most important things on the SDG process in Kenya is that the government of Kenya does this from a multi-stakeholder approach and brings together civil society, academia, media, and all stakeholders to come together. And one of the other great things is that, for example, civil society, our coalition, is one of the co-chairs within this national SDG process. We call it the Interagency Technical Working Committee on SDGs. I believe, Mr. Chair, this is one of the great ways to ensure that no stakeholder is left behind. Civil society and others, they have there's a lot of investment that come from all these sectors, and how can governments work closely with these sectors to showcase that progress is not just for the government, but also other stakeholders are playing a critical role. I also want to appreciate the background report that was very insightful and showcased a lot of the things that poverty in terms of the continent and where we are at, and it's very, very disappointing, of course, to see that we have a long way to go as a continent. And so when I come back to Kenya, I would say that, and this has been recorded in very many Sustainable Development Progress reports, that Kenya, like many other countries, has moderate engagement and improvement within the Sustainable Development Goals. We have been said to be on track on one SDG, that's SDG 13. This is because of the tree cover and the forest cover. The forest cover is at, the increase is at 8.99%, and also the tree cover increment at 12%. And I would say a lot of this again is done by non-state actors, civil society organizations, the tree planting, the knowledge management of communities to understand why forest, why taking care of the environment matters. And so a lot of that has been done by a lot of civil society, but also the government's efforts that have showcased resource allocation, but also prioritizing on the environment. When we go to some of the other goals that have moderate improvement, we have SDG 1 on poverty, and I'll speak maybe a bit more on that. SDG 3 on issues of health, SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 7 on issues of energy, 8 on decent work, and also 9 on issues of innovation and manufacturing. There's, of course, like many other countries, a lot of investments around some of this, but of course there is glaring challenges that continue to persist, but the goodwill that has been there from government and other stakeholders is good to note. Some of the other goals that are not progressing very, very well is SDG 2 on issues of zero anger, SDG 6 on sanitation and water, and 16 on issues of course, peace, strong institutions. And then we have, of course, a very, very big challenge on SDG 14 and 15 on issues of life on land and life underwater. And so it's good that we keep taking progress, but also noting what is it that the national government needs to do. And I'd want to quickly speak about some of the strategies that Kenya has been known for. And the first one is Inua Jamii Consolidated Cash Transfer Program. And this particular cash transfer program aims to enhance the efficiency and coverage of cash transfer services for elderly and vulnerable households. And so you'll find that orphans, children, older persons are part of this, and also people with severe disability. Of course, some of the challenges is that, for example, sectors like young women with disability who fall under the youth category, but also fall under persons with disability. Some of these very, very specialized groups, you're a woman, you're a young person, and then you have disability. Most of them, of course, have severe do not really get this coverage or are not very advantaged because of many other factors. But this is a good program, and I believe that, again, we are here to do a peer-to-peer learning for the different continents and what is it that other countries can learn from one another. The second one is on financial inclusion program, and this is one of the famous ones for those of you that follow Kenya, the ASLA Fund, where our current president in 2022 launched ASLA Fund, and this was to target especially the young people to access financial inclusion, and currently this stands at over 36 billion Kenyan shillings that has been disbursed, and giving the youth opportunities to start businesses. But of course, again, there are challenges with that. Not that everything is perfect, but then how do you appreciate such initiatives that now can be replicated, or we can find better ways to ensure that the beneficiaries can do maximum beneficiary of these parts. And the other one is the last mile water connectivity. This is also another affirmative action where the government of Kenya is undertaking projects to ensure that annually they can connect 200 people to water and at least 350,000 to sewage systems. And this has been deliberate because of the issue of water and sanitation, and then digitalization of land records. Ensuring that a citizen can own land, and because we've realized that when people have title deeds, they can access finances, they can plan better their lives, and they can be able to do much more. I now speak about the challenges, and this is where we as civil society organizations come very big under. Of course, until today, we need to operationalize a social protection law that it's the Kenyan Act, the Social Assistance Act 2012, that has not been operationalized, and this will help to ensure that some of these affirmative action processes can be well anchored under the law, and also the budgeting processes. Climate change, as you all know, is a big challenge. There are floods and also throwing people back into poverty. Vulnerable populations have continued to be the victims of disasters. And so how then to do that, how to ensure that we can firmly ensure that there's access, and also there's cushioning of vulnerable groups. There's also high population growth within Kenya, and we as civil society organizations have been speaking about how then do we plan better, how do we ensure that our populations can be well well catered for, and of course the issue of unemployment and underemployment, and especially among the youth. As many African countries, Kenya has a very high population youth badge, and we continue to see a lot of our young people who are very well educated, of course leaving the country, going to other countries in some of these very bad cases to just look for an income, and some of them come back dead, and it's just like many other African countries. How then can we talk about some of the issues that our young people are undergoing? How can we ensure that we can showcase interventions and progress that our governments and our civil society organizations and stakeholders can be proud and active about? And so as I conclude, I just want to say that Africa is known as, we have many names from the different African countries, the Pride of Africa, the Pearl of Africa. All African countries I know have a nickname. My call to all of us is we need to live up to those names that we call ourselves. I know like Kenya calls itself the Pride of Africa. Can we really say that we are the Pride of Africa? Can Nigeria say they're the Giant of Africa? And I think it's time for us to ask ourselves these questions, and to ensure that we can disrupt the existing systems to ensure that we can have no poverty in the continent of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Florence, for that. And we will come back to the young people. I know that we are doing badly in terms of time, but we still want to hear from the academia because we are not doing very well, in terms of progressing. What are the solutions? I mean, what are the so Professor Waldehana, can you elaborate a little bit? What should be? There is no golden solutions. We are aware of that, but we need to figure out of reducing the number of poverty, because these social programs, which we are basically creating, are also not sustainable in the long term if the numbers of poor people are just increasing. So what could be basically the possibilities, and what, from an academic point of view, could be solutions to basically reducing or accelerating the reductions of poverty on the African continent?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and the audience. As you all know, Ethiopia is the second populous country in Africa. And what happened in Ethiopia in poverty reduction affects the African statistics. And in the report that we have heard, that Nigeria and Ethiopia are the largest contributor of poor people in Africa. But this doesn't mean that poverty has not declined in Ethiopia. If you see some 25 years back, more than 50% of the population was below absolute poverty line. But over that 25 years, until the coming of COVID and conflict in 2022, poverty has declined substantially in Ethiopia. Still, there is a big potential for decline. What makes, before I highlight the challenges and how to go on the challenges, let me briefly discuss that it could be a very good learning how Ethiopia progresses towards poverty reduction. The first thing is that Ethiopia follows a dual strategy of poverty reduction, that bringing proper economic growth was important for Ethiopia. Its economy has been growing for 10% per year until 2015. Then, even with all these COVID and conflict-related issues, according to the World Economic Outlook, Ethiopia economic growth at a rate of 6.1% per annum. And this makes Ethiopia, its economy to double, per capita income to double over the last 25 years. Not only Ethiopia relies, although Ethiopia mobilized a lot of development assistance, but Ethiopia never rely only on development assistance. Proper economic growth was very key, in addition to the implementation of a successful safety net program or social assistance program. This has a big evidence there. In addition to the productive safety net program, Ethiopia has implemented other social productive safety net programs like sustainable land management, agricultural growth programs, youth employment opportunity generation programs, several other social programs that help generate jobs for the rural and urban people. Ethiopia expanded social services, access to education, health, water, sanitation services, infrastructural development like railway, hydroelectric power, road has been expanded, which have affected for Ethiopia's poverty, which has contributed a lot for Ethiopia's poverty reduction strategy. And Ethiopia is still dedicated. Ethiopia has the right policies, but has challenges also. Ethiopia has 3 key challenges that Ethiopia needs to tackle. One is the climate change and environmental degradation. Vulnerable population suffers disproportionately from climate-related shocks, natural disaster, environmental hazards. Hence, poverty reduction efforts must prioritize this climate resilience and sustainable resource management as a priority. Conflict and fragility is another challenge for Ethiopia. Since the coming of COVID, conflict-affected areas has been experienced exacerbated poverty due to war, political instability, and violence. Livelihood disruptions, displacements hinder development initiatives in these conflict-affected areas. So Ethiopia has to tackle this and solve peacefully its domestic issue. But the right thing that Ethiopia is still doing is that depend on its proper economic growth. We know Ethiopia has mobilized, and mobilizing development partner is very important for poverty reduction in Africa. But as we see now, development assistance are going to Ukraine and others, the Middle East. Africa is getting the least and even not getting too much attention. development assistance comes with its political precondition. So countries should rely on their own economic growth if they have to reduce poverty substantially and sustainably. So for Ethiopia and other African countries also to reduce extreme poverty, proper economic growth is very important. Social protection system, homegrown social protection system is very important, and equal economic rights ensure equal access to economic resource, basic services, land ownership, financial services are all important. And generation of job for the youth, the women is very important. If we see in Africa, the highest employment is among the youth, including Ethiopia. So the first priority in generation job should be for the youth. We cannot create sustainable development excluding the youth. Ethiopia needs to mitigate its conflict and restore its stability. The other is that Ethiopia and the rest of African countries must tackle inflation. Inflation is the key which erodes the welfare of the poor at the first. So to do that, Ethiopia has to increase its agricultural productivity. In the past, Ethiopia has more than doubled its agricultural productivity. Production yield per hectare of the cereals and other crops have doubled, but still needs to improve if we have to tackle inflation, which is a major obstacle for development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Woldehana. And I think you have touched already some of the points. I like the idea of homegrown economic systems to basically tackle the problematic of poverty on the countries. The expansion of social services, which should be enabling households to retain more financials within the households rather than wasting them. And then definitely tackling inflation, which is to some extent as well linked as well to the global economy as well. So these are the kind of things which we need to be addressing, and creating jobs in particular for young people. And I would like to go really to Mrs. To our young person here on the panel, Mrs. Let me just get, I don't want to get the name wrong, Saon Mokwatso, to really have the perspective of the young people here as well. I mean, 50% of the African population is young. We also know that 50% is partly poor, and majority of this poverty will be among those young people. What is really the perspective of the young people in terms of addressing poverty? And are we doing as adults enough for young people to really tackle these issues? The issues of employment, which Professor Woldehana just has basically mentioned. Are we creating enough jobs for you? Definitely not, because otherwise we would be in completely different situations. But let's hear from you, and also give us advice of what are the potential solutions, or how would the young generation be tackling this issue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A very good afternoon. It's always interesting to be the last speaker. Everyone has something to say about youth, but you look at the realities on the ground, it's always a different case. I'll speak more from the nexus of poverty, young people, and climate change. What we see and what we appreciate is, what governments have been saying they're doing, providing social safety nets, grants, capacity building in the form of entrepreneurship. And one would ask, is it really effective? And from a young person's perspective, I'd say what we see is all of these good initiatives, programs that one are very prescriptive. It's a one-size-fits-all approach. And sometimes the youth component is just thrown in there to spice things up, because you look at the policy design, the programming, you can tell that this really didn't factor in the voice and the realities of young people. I'll paint a picture. We recently went on a field exercise for the Gender Climate Change Vulnerability Hotspot Mapping Study that we are undertaking at home. And we had focus group discussions with young people, women, men, people with disabilities. And one of the questions we asked in our survey was, what is your source of economic livelihood? How do you survive, particularly in this changing climate? And the women will tell you most of the farming lands that we have are very far off in the village. So we have reduced going there due to safety reasons. Men will tell you we are struggling to provide for our families. So this is really affecting us from a mental health perspective. And then young people tell you we don't have access to land, to resources. There's no how we can be productive. So we are forced into circumstances that we get to make something to survive in that moment. Then the question becomes, with all of these programs, these interventions that we are coming up with to reduce poverty, to improve our people's livelihoods, why then is it that we continue to trap our people into poverty? Why are we not building their resilience? The interventions we provide, are they good enough that should disasters hit, these people would be able to survive and push on their own? And the realities tell us that in the context of climate change, things are going to get worse because 70% of our populations are heavily reliant on climate-sensitive sectors. I'm from a country that is landlocked. Majority of our water sources are from groundwater. We don't get enough rains. There's no underground recharge. We are extracting more due to development. You look at the drought situation. I mean, drought in Botswana has become part of our livelihoods. Even government tries to come up with interventions to motivate climate-smart agriculture. Now, you ask yourself, you have this growing dividend of young people who, one, don't have access to simple, basic things like land. And in some cases, it's very unfortunate because these young people have been educated or gone through the best education reforms programs, but there's no way they could utilize these skills. So I think really where we need to start is we need to let go of this one-size-fits-all approach where we come up with interventions and we encourage people, hey, this is a program, apply, apply, apply. We need to really work on our monitoring and evaluation systems or mechanisms, because even from a development partner's perspective, they'll tell you we've been pumping money into these projects, into these villages, but we are struggling to see the impact. This then calls for, I like the session that came in earlier here where we had the people from the statistics sector telling us the importance of sex disaggregated data. That is going to be game-changing if we are really to revolutionize how we do things going forward. Because in the context of where we are, bringing in the climate change perspective, men and women are affected differently, boys and girls are affected differently. Even within the same country, different villages will experience different shocks or changes from the other. We'll also need to really reform our institutions and build institutional capacity, because sometimes we come up with these great interventions, but the people who these programs are meant for, they don't get to benefit from them because access and just making the process seamless is really a big change. We know the power of young people. We know what they can do. We know their potential. I think we just now need to really act on implementing the good strategies that we have on paper. And then also, I think one thing that is also important, to young people themselves is we need to understand what our countries have in store for us. Because sometimes it's really difficult. We would ask for space. You have the space. You don't even know that you have the space and you can't even utilize it to its fullest potential. Simple things like understanding what's in our NDCs, what is in our national adaptation plans, in our national plans, visions, policies, because that is sometimes where opportunities would lie. And also just, I think, being intentional about youth involvement and youth engagement, where we are not an afterthought or used as a garnish just to spice things up a little bit, because sometimes it feels that way. We do appreciate what our governments are doing, but in the context of climate change, where more people are going to be forced or displaced due to climate-induced mobility, where food production and food security is going to be a challenge, issues of nutrition, where we are going to get to a point where countries, around borders are likely going to experience issues of conflict, issues of climate peace and security. The most people who are really going to face the impacts are going to be the youth, because, Chair, as you rightfully stated, that we are the majority population and we tend to be the ones who are expected to be running at the forefront, pushing for things, yet sometimes the systems in which we operate are really not youth-friendly. So I believe we saw it even during COVID. Most of the businesses that shut down were businesses that were owned by youth. They couldn't get access to loans, some got into debt, but we still have that fighting spirit. We don't give up. We continue to invent. We continue to come up with solutions. So if you have a youthful population in a big continent like this one with a vast amount of natural resources, the only thing you could do is really just ensure an enabling environment that would nurture these young people and allow them to thrive, allow them to make mistakes, but also be in a position to handhold them, to show them how it's done, and create a space where they could come back for even more lessons, to say, this is what we are doing, this is where we are failing. Because what we see currently in the continent is just a huge gap between our elders and then us, and it's like we are fighting. It's not supposed to be that, because at the end of the day, when disasters hit, when poverty hits, it'll hit all of us. It won't say you are a young person or you are an adult, you have lived longer. So we just need to find a way of, when we say bring youth to the table, you actually even create the necessary steps, you put the necessary policies in place to allow for that. So in the interest of time, there's a lot that I could say, issues of, innovation, creativity, harnessing the power of young people, and just allowing young people to also be part of the solution and bring their ideas forward. I think really we could go far, because given at the rate that things are going, you look at what's happening in the international climate space. I follow agriculture negotiation, and it's quite interesting when you get into those rooms. You try to pay attention to what is really being pushed for, but at the core of what we negotiate for as Africa is really adaptation and means of implementation. Means of implementation meaning the finance, the capacity building, the technology transfer. So there's a lot I could say, but
I'm sure.
Yes, there is a lot I could say, but I think going forward, even in planning policy, governments should have at the back of their minds that they need to enhance our adaptive capacity, build our resilience, and reduce our vulnerabilities, because that's the only way we can make it going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Saun, for the reflections. I think you're right in the sense that one size fits all. It has been a trend, and I think we need to get better on that. But at the same time, I would also like to assure you that you were not an afterthought of bringing you to the panel. That you were the first thoughts, in making sure that we hear from the young people. We didn't start with you. I think maybe in organizing next panels, we made sure that we hear from the young people first, and then we let government respond. But I think it's always a privilege to be the last speaker, because you can then basically also respond to some of those questions as well. It is true that many of those programs need to be better evaluated and monitored, because we are doing the same thing all over again, expecting different results. As Einstein said, it's crazy. But I think we want to make sure that young people are more and more involved, so that we not just have programs designed for young people, but that young people design their program, implement their program, and contribute to the change which needs to be brought as well. It is a journey, so you will have to give the older generations all this time, but we have young people also sitting, because I don't consider myself as old, so I'm sitting here on this podium as well, trying to contribute. I feel young, so as a young person, to contribute to eradicating poverty. But I think in many instances, it is important, as it was said from the panel here, that it is not just government's duty to eradicate poverty. It is a whole society approach. Private sector, civil society, government, everybody needs to play its part to basically address this issue. And the more people we are putting over the poverty line, the easier it becomes also in terms of managing our social programs. I want to stop here for now and wanted to ask if there's any comments coming from the audience here or those who are online. Are there any contributions? Yes. Yes, please. Don't think if we have the minister from Morocco, she was not online anymore, so we no go back. So please, go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations to all the panelists for their presentations. Just like to make it a correction relating to the poverty rate according to international standards. Morocco is one of the countries that have eradicated extreme poverty since 2014. Now, just to share my experience, I'd like to talk to you about a major project that was launched in 2000 by the King relating to the reform of social protection measures. Social protection social protection policy was a huge project that was launched in 2000. As I said, there are 4 major phases. Firstly, providing a broader health coverage. That came in 2002, so that 22 million extra beneficiaries could be covered by medical insurance. And then family allowances. Around 7 million children of 7 million families with children benefited have benefited from these family allowances since 2023. And then there is the broadening of the pension system, and finally the broadening of unemployment insurance. They're going to become, the last 2 are going to be coming in by the end of 2025. So a lot of progress has been made when it comes to health coverage and making that widespread, applicable to all citizens. We've reached 90%. That was at the end of 2023. We were able to do this thanks to the launch of compulsory health insurance contributions that came in at the end of 2022, and also because on the 1st of December 2022, we brought in the compulsory basic health insurance, including for those people who could not afford to pay their contributions. So the state comes in and pays insurance cover for those people who couldn't pay their health insurance contributions. So that's based on a solidarity, a system of solidarity. There are 37 million people in Morocco, just to give you an idea of the size of the project that we launched. At the end of 2023, 3.4 million people are benefiting from unemployment cover, and 7 million benefiting from pension scheme, state pension scheme. Now there's the issue of targeting. This was a huge problem for us. You have some households that are eligible for this system of solidarity. In order to tackle this question of complexity, a new targeting system for identifying those who needed to be covered by health insurance was brought in. That was based on the population registers. So this made it possible to cover all the eligible households using a scoring system. So these families now can benefit from the solidarity scheme, for example. When it comes to the second strand of the social reform system, i.e. family allowances, well, we have adopted a scoring system as well for that allowance. So using the same methodology, but using a different scoring system depending on the type of program. So as at December 23, we started paying out social allowances or family allowances to families that benefited or were eligible based on the score that they had been given. It ranges from 50 to 120 euros, depending on the size of the family. Thank you very much.
Je pense que
it was a very, very interesting example. I think it was good to be able to exchange best practices, and those who are interested will probably get in touch with Morocco to find out about the various different programs that you've launched. I tried to limit the things to 3 minutes, you know. We're here for a few days, and I'm sure that people will come and speak to you and find out what you've been doing in Morocco, and find out what's going on in various different countries. As you said, and we've already said this, expanding social services through national policies is something that's very, very important if we want to ease the tax pressure on households. We don't want to push them further into poverty. So I think the information you gave us about the 4 phases of the program was very important. The project that was launched by the King of Morocco. Just I'd like to make one point. Morocco used the COVID crisis to launch the project. As regards experience sharing, well, we work with a lot of African countries bilaterally. we host quite a lot of countries, and we've talked a lot about this major project with them. Your hand was up, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to say a big thank you to the panelists for the insightful experience they've shared. From Ghana's point of view, we really believe the fight against poverty is critical for the development of everyone. We have worked over the years to ensure that we have poverty from 1991 up to now. Despite the little disturbance from the economic crisis that we are facing, a lot is being done. We are currently ensuring that we tackle poverty from the point of education, social protection assistance, environmental resilience, as well as ensuring that the youth and women have a voice in whatever we do as a country. Our social protection intervention is focused on empowering the extreme poor. We give bi-monthly grant that is supposed to cushion household consumption. We started from 88,000 households in 2008. We are currently in 351,000 households, representing a total of 1.5 million people that we are supporting every bi-monthly with our transfer. And given the economic situation that is going on across the world, we doubled the size of the grant last year, and the intention is also to double it this year to ensure that the gains made by those households are not eroded by inflation. And this also takes into account that we have an indexation mechanism that ensures that our grant amount is always a par with the inflation of the country to ensure that the extreme poor households are receiving the grants that are really benefiting the household consumption. In terms of education, as a country, we are a par in terms of basic education. Girls and boys are a par. We are also working to ensure that we are also a par at the secondary school level. We introduced the free SHS last 4 years to ensure that all children who pass the senior secondary school exams have access to some form of support. And this is really helping, especially for girls and boys from poor households. We can count about 2 million children who are currently on the scheme and enjoying the free SHS as well. We have been supporting the youth as well with skills development. We have funds that we have also set aside for the youth to source to ensure that they are able to have some form of skills or entrepreneurship that we develop for them. There's a lot of introduction of ICT to ensure that small businesses are able to reach their targeted audience and to also have a backup of system that gives them the chance to use the e-solutions to sell more and to be able, especially for girls, to also participate in the ICT sector. I just wanted to focus a bit of what we are doing innovatively a bit. We are really looking at, because the COVID has taught us some form of lessons. So what we are doing now, we're currently developing a national shock response system that's supposed to support any aspect of the population that come into some form of shock. We are looking at climate and as well as any other natural disaster that is happening. It's a well-coordinated effort between service providers as well as the National Early Warning System also contributing towards that as well. And the key thing going forward in 2025 is the issue of prioritizing social protection in the government budget, because we are gradually moving from World Bank support to government owning the social protection interventions that we are running. Currently, for example, government pays more than 1.4 billion cedis as a contribution to our school feeding program, and it's all government sponsored, not by any donor partners, and we do this every year, and the numbers, we keep on increasing the numbers to ensure that the hunger that children who hitherto have felt in their homes are really curtailed, and at the same time also promote them attending schools. So this is some of the things that we are doing as a country, and we are hoping that we'll learn from others, and we are happy that for the experience sharing, and Ghana also has a very wide open door for anybody who would like to visit us for us to share experience. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for this contribution. I think they're quite key and they're quite important to contribute. I think I'll come to you, Zimbabwe, as the last speaker. My chair. I need to correct. I'm just the moderator. The chair is sitting in this. But the questions on employability, employment is still an important one. Even if you have education and health, we need to contribute in creating job markets for all those young people to be basically productive in the society as well. Zimbabwe, please. You will be the last intervener, and please be brief. You need to wrap up so that I can hand over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Honorable Mesidina, Deputy Minister, Public Service, Labour and Social Welfare from Zimbabwe. Let me take this opportunity to flag out some of the key social protection programs that we are implementing as a country. We have the BRIM program, which pays fees for the marginalized children, and this is meant to cut the vicious cycle of poverty. And we also support the vulnerable children. As you know that there is a significant rise of child-aided families in Africa. So we support vulnerable children, including children on the streets. We take those children on the streets and we house them in different orphanages. We also support the persons with disabilities. We have a program for them where we give them grants for businesses, and we also support refugees. We have also a program which is called AMTO, the Assisted Medical Treatment Orders, whereby we support the vulnerable people by providing them with medical treatment. We have also the food deficit mitigation strategy, which is a drought relief. As you may all be aware, that Zimbabwe declared 2023 to 2024 farming season as a state of national disaster as a result of an El Nino-induced drought. So we are distributing grain, food to the vulnerable people. And as there is drought, everybody is hungry, so we are distributing to most households and also to households in urban areas. So we are distributing to everybody. Thank you, I submit.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We just have one person online. If this person can go quickly to give his contributions, not more than 1 minute, please. So if the person is online, you should speak. If not, then we...
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Angus Ikpe. I represent the delegation from the Nigerian health team. Well, I want to say from our end, we actually acknowledge the relationship between SDG 1 and 3 because it constitutes a vicious circle, which was just talked about. Progress in the health status of Nigerians has been slow. And so the reasons why this progress has been slow have been attributed to the issues of poor health funding, spending inefficiencies, and then things like regulatory weaknesses. And so the approach currently in Nigeria towards addressing the issues of both health and poverty will tend to take a parallel, parallel approach rather than something that happens serially, trying to target both problems together. But particularly, I would want to just emphasize the intervention in terms of strengthening governance around ensuring that there's improved coordination in the management of the health system. And in Nigeria today, the approach we're using to ensure we have quality health services being provided to the population involves a sector-wide approach in which we try to ensure that there's a whole of sector, in this particular case, whole of society in the sector, coming together to come up with a one plan, okay, one implementation management, one monitoring and evaluation, and then one conversation. What this helps us to achieve is the fact that it helps to improve on transparency and accountability. And eventually, it helps to deal with much of the issue of inefficient spending. And that's probably more important than the aspect of the poor funding. But in addition to that, in Nigeria, there's also effort at growing the vulnerable group fund, which is needed to cover the poor and vulnerable. And as well, there's also effort in tapping from the economic value of medical supplies, medicines and vaccines. So we're looking at improved, local production of vaccines and medicines within Nigeria. And that's supposed to also help with the issue of creating jobs. So we're tackling these problems, from two angles. And regulatory capacity as well effort is also being made to ensure that there's improvement in terms of ensuring that governance of health service delivery and as well as health worker performance and all of those things are strengthened. And then finally, efforts is within Nigeria is going in the direction of health security, trying to ensure that the preparedness and response capacities, learning from the COVID experience, are actually much better. And on this last point, Nigeria has actually been making a lot of progress. But the major emphasis that I wanted to just bring forward is the issue of having one coordinated system that improves on transparency and accountability and eventually efficiency in health spending.
Thank you.
We have to tackle the issue of poverty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take this point very seriously, and we acknowledge that accountability and transparency is an important point to will be contributing to much more efficiencies in our social programs to contribute to alleviate poverty in our countries. I will have to stop here. My chairman is quite anxious to close. We have been going over time already, but I would like to thank all the panel members here for their excellent contributions. This is just the starting point on discussions with the poverty reductions problematic, and I hope that even after these sessions that ongoing exchanges will be happening between the different participants and taking the best practices back to their own country. My last point is just that there is a rapporteur for this session. It is Mr. Kingdom Mamba, the Deputy Commissioner of Labor for Eswatini, and he will be reporting back to the plenary after this session here as well. Monsieur le Président de la session, je vous remets la parole pour clôturer la session. Merci.
Mr. Session Chair, I will give you the floor so as to make the closing remarks. I would like to thank our learned speakers and panelists for the quality of their contributions. The project of poverty eradication is broad and vast as it does cover many areas. Civil society has provided us with a description of social solidarity principles. As you know, we are a social continent. We live in cooperatives and communities, and our economy is at large informal. Should we develop social economy, we will reduce tremendously unemployment. If we formalize the gray sector, this will dynamize and revive our economies. These are examples have proven their worth in Europe as well as in Senegal. It solves the issue of unemployment and it will also provide to all programs for each and every country an impetus to solve the issue of poverty. Yes, true, we have had in my country many programs, as Morocco has just stated, but I would like to state that with regard to social issues, they are such that they are also impossible to quantify in statistical terms, and our own resources need to play a great role. The institutional issue is clearly understood and it has to be mainstreamed, but also with regard to efforts, and I speak now to UNECA for such debates. When we have a country that has made the most advanced progress in terms of reaching SDGs, as each and everyone will share their experience, the debate will be animated, and once also should develop a regional perspective. Each and every region presents the same conditions. As our learned friend from Burkina Faso and Chad have said, we are facing almost the same issues. So what is today happening in Chad could also have consequences in Nigeria, as they are affected by the issue of refugees and movement populations and other issues. So we have to segregate between these issues, as you do have issues that are causing effect to countries in terms of refugee inflow. So for Africa and African solidarity, in order to advance further, as no country can afford to make any progress without the others, poverty is generalized. We are talking about 55% poverty rate in Africa, not just one country. So how can we work hand in hand in order to solve this issue? I'd like to thank the experts, the learned professors, the speakers, the panelists, the quality of our debate. True, we have spent hours, and we also needed more time, but we will work with our other panelists, reporters, to present all of the reports. I thank you all for your attention, and God willing, we shall meet again for the reporting session.
ladies and gentlemen, and development stakeholders. On behalf of Mr. Cleve Gatete, UN Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ECA, I welcome you all to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, for the 10th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustained Development on the theme Reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, where stakeholders will focus on critical actions needed to eradicate poverty and deliver sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions to achieve the goals and aspirations of the two agendas. The forum will foster peer learning and knowledge sharing. It will generate Africa's inputs to the Summit of the Future to be held in New York in September this year. As many of you know, the Summit of the Future is a timely opportunity to reinvigorate efforts to speed up implementation of the SDGs and the reform of the global financial architecture. ARFSD 10 is taking place at a time when African member states continue to face multiple crises and socioeconomic development challenges, with increasing and unsustainable debt servicing, inadequate investment towards SDG implementation, and a global financial architecture unsuitable and inadequate for the needs of the continent and beyond. Moreover, we are past the midpoint of the implementation of the SDGs, whose deadline of 2030 is fast approaching. At the ARFSD 10, we'll be reviewing the following goals. Goal 1, no poverty. Goal 2, zero hunger. Goal 13, climate action. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And Goal 17, partnerships for the goals. We are concerned that progress on most SDGs is off track and is either moving much too slowly or has regressed below the 2015 baseline. Even though time is not on our side, we are optimistic that with concerted action and resolve, we can harness Africa's immense endowments, leverage the power of digital transformation, translate our demographics into a dividend, mobilize better our domestic resources, and use the AFCFTA as a catalyst to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas. Our key messages, therefore, are the following. First, we have an opportunity to work collectively. This will require us to triple our efforts and accelerate action for meaningful change by the year 2030. This includes a reform of the global financial architecture and addressing the SDG financing gap. Second, we can turn back the time and bring the SDGs back on track. To do this, we need strong and capable partnerships to turn the bold ideas on the table into bankable initiatives with strong financing in order to see meaningful changes at scale. I therefore appeal to all stakeholders to approach this year's assessment of where we stand on the goals with a collective mindset and a strong commitment to redoubling our efforts. Let us dust up our visions and plans and make change doable in our lifetime. I thank you.
Professeurs, mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, je suis sincèrement honoré de participer à cette cérémonie d'ouverture en compagnie d'illustres invités. Mesdames et messieurs, l'Afrique se trouve à un carrefour où les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui définiront en profondeur l'avenir du continent. Premièrement, parlons du déficit de financement des objectifs de développement durable, les ODD. Pour atteindre ces ODD, les nations en développement en général doivent mobiliser un supplément de 4 trillions de dollars par an. Spécifiquement pour l'Afrique, la transition vers une énergie propre, seulement une énergie propre, nécessite un investissement annuel de 190 milliards de dollars. D'ici 2030, il nous faut 500 milliards de dollars et d'ici 2050 jusqu'à 2 trillions de dollars pour améliorer l'accès à l'électricité avec une part d'énergie propre pouvant atteindre 80%. Cependant, la réalité est que moins de 2% des investissements mondiaux en énergie propre sont dirigés vers l'Afrique, soulignant un écart conséquent dans le financement climatique. Ensuite, j'aimerais aborder le fardeau croissant de la dette pour les pays africains. Les vulnérabilités liées à la dette restent élevées sur le continent. Nos nations sont souvent contraintes de choisir entre le remboursement de la dette et le financement de secteurs essentiels tels que la santé, l'éducation et les infrastructures. Le service de la dette pour les 24 nations les plus pauvres du continent devrait augmenter de 39% entre 2023 et 2024. Aujourd'hui, 21 pays africains sont soit en situation de détresse financière ou présentent un risque élevé par rapport à la dette. Avec ces quelques chiffres, on comprend aisément que les États sont dans des situations très contraignantes en matière de financement ambitieux de l'investissement. Il est donc impératif de mobiliser le capital du secteur privé et de soutenir les acteurs, les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont le moteur de nos économies. Ces acteurs génèrent de l'emploi, stimulent l'innovation et sont donc essentiels à la résilience économique. Cependant, cette mobilisation doit se faire dans le cadre d'une urgence climatique qui touche de plus en plus fortement et régulièrement le continent. La durabilité doit être au centre de cette mobilisation. La finance traditionnelle ne peut pas répondre à ce défi. Il s'agit d'agir à une plus grande échelle et de manière beaucoup plus rapide et de manière beaucoup plus inclusive. La technologie offre des solutions novatrices. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs. Nous allons reprendre les travaux avec la dernière session.
We shall start the last session with small presentation. It's very much important that everyone listens to the various deliberations of each parallel sessions.
The day with a short summary and report from each session. It was important for everyone to hear what have been discussed in the other sessions. So, Mr. President, if I can read the names of the rapporteurs, if you allow me, Monsieur le Président, si je peux lire les noms des rapporteurs. Voilà. Donc, pour l'ODD 1, SDG 1.
For SDG 1, we have Kingdom Mamba as rapporteur, SDG 2, Excellency Minister of Namibia, SDG 13, Anthony Wama, SDG 16 to Judith,
SDG 17, ODD 17, Pascal Biarugaba. So I invite them to be on the floor, on the stage. Merci de nous rejoindre ici. Pour ceux qui
Thank you to come to the podium. For those who are already in the room, please join us in the podium.
On the stage. So we will start with SDG 1. So I'm inviting Kingdom member to share with us very briefly. No need to go through all what has been, but really the most strategic issues discussed and the recommendations. Yeah, and so for everyone to take note of what has been discussed. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for the opportunity given to me from the Kingdom of Eswatini. As rapporteur for the SDG number 1, which is ending poverty. First of all, moderator will allow me to join the established protocol of saying all protocol observed. So we had a parallel meeting for in-depth review of progress made, peer learning, and acceleration action regarding the sub-theme of Regional Forum Agenda Item 8, which is No Poverty Agenda Item 8A. Introduction. A representative of Secretariat introduced the background report on the sub-theme along with document containing information, guidelines for the parallel meetings, and then the discussion trends, status of poverty in Africa. Poverty in Africa has declined, but it has done so gradually, very slowly. Poverty increased because of COVID-19 in Africa. Global poverty is currently concentrated in Africa. The nature of poverty is uneven and disproportion across sub-region. Half of the continent's poor are in Eastern Africa. Nature was slow progress on child poverty reduction has decreased from 45% to 40%. Child poverty globally is concentrated in Africa, then it needs then to be addressed. Social protection coverage is only 17.4% of Africa's population is covered by at least one social protection benefit. Under investment in social protection compared to other global regions. So basically Africa is under, investing in social protection compared to other global regions. Challenges: lack of decent employment opportunities, low social protection coverage, largely informal sector, multiple and recurring crises, and lack of fiscal space due to debt distress, and adverse global conditions challenges the combat against poverty in Africa. Economic diversification, development of micro, small, medium enterprises, and innovative finances to create fiscal space to expand social protection and child development, accompanied by better data collection. Analysis should be considered as potential option. Experience at country level. There were a number of presenters who presented, sharing their country experiences. They indicated that economic and political reforms, among others, promote access of local population to banking, energy, health, education, and other services, reduce gender inequalities, empower youth and women in productive sectors, and decrease wage disparities in civil sectors can be among the policy options considered to achieve SDG number 1. That is according to Liberia. Economic growth, support to farmers, maintenance of security, and good governance, utilization of resources are other factors to be considered. Inclusive economic growth should be supported through, among the others, more inclusive public-private dialogue, strong private engagement to build trust and consensus around common solutions, and to foster involvement of private sector and civil society to achieve SDG 1. Pro-poor economic growth, homegrown strategies were pursued in some countries through the development of social security programs, youth employment programs, equitable rights, including land rights, expansion of social services. However, gains in poverty reduction could offset by worsening climate change, absence of climate resilience, lack of agricultural productivity, along with political instability and rising inflation. In some countries, the influx of refugees fleeing from neighboring countries, experiencing conflicts and political insecurity compound their domestic poverty situation. That is according to Chad. The alleviation of debt distress through international development cooperation is necessary in order to expand fiscal space for African countries so that latter can invest in poverty reduction programs. Multi-skill stakeholder approaches should be fostered to accelerate fight against poverty. Both private sector and civil society should be involved in national poverty reduction efforts. This may necessitate stronger public-private engagement in order to build trust, consensus, and cohesion. Cash transfer programs and financial inclusion programs can contribute towards poverty reduction. Greater peer learning among African countries, sharing their experiences can help to enhance the efficiency of such programs. Operationalization of laws governing social protection, affirmative action programs to promote inclusion of vulnerable groups are another policy option. Empowering youth to be part of the fight against poverty reduction is critical, resting on a range of intervention, including ensuring youth access to economic resources and strengthen digitalization. The monitoring and evaluation of poverty reduction strategies is essential and requires great investment in disaggregated data. Ladies and gentlemen, key messages, which is a takeaway which we can all take it home in our respective countries, are as follows. Reforms of the international governance and international financial architecture must be accelerated in order to support foreign investment, development financing in Africa to support achievement of SDG number 1. Support to African countries to address their debt situation should be fostered so that African governments can free resources from social expenditures. Poverty reduction should be kept on top of national development agendas, matched by higher levels of public-private partnership, greater allocation of budgetary resources to reduce poverty, along with enhanced domestic governance in resource use. Addressing agenda inequalities, empowering the youth to gain access to economic resources such as access to land, contribute towards poverty reduction. Poverty, climate change nexus should be given proper attention with special consideration to the needs of women, youth, and to monitoring and evaluation framework supported by disaggregated data by gender and age. Social assistance and social protection targeted at vulnerable groups should be expanded. Attention should be paid, however, to the different context of heterogeneous member states of continent where searching for policy option, recognizing that a one-size-fits-all approach will not work. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think for the sake of time, we'll go through the presentation, the different presentations, and then we'll have a debate on all the presentations. Huh? Okay, so we move to SDG 2. So, Your Excellency Minister, so if you could share with us what has been discussed and some recommendations from that session on SDG 2.
Thank you very much. Director of Programs. Our breakaway session focused on zero hunger, which is SDG 2. And in summary, the key message that came out before I break down on the discussions was lay the groundwork for agricultural transformation from within. And the key messages that came out, that make up that one, was the Africa need to build an existing success stories on existing stories. We are acknowledging the existing stories that are happening in many African countries, and then which are including the following: implementation or implementing and continuously refining policies and institutions to create a business and public service environment conducive to the realization of the right to food for all. Augment financing and quality investment, including infrastructure development and support services. Building resilience to shocks, including the long-term effects of climate change, and adopting sustainable farming practices. Tapping into opportunities unleashed by technological advancements, innovative solutions, and partnerships. Adopting a right-based multi-sectoral approach to advancing agri-food systems transformation and the other 5 transitions that are required to ensure food and nutrition security for all, and boosting enablers within the African context, including peace building, security land rights, women's empowerment, agricultural mechanization, implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area, agri-entrepreneurship, regional value chains, and agro-industrialization through agro-parks. The next message was adopt African-grown solutions and learn from others, one another, as well as ready-made solutions should be abounded. Adopt a food system approach to food security, including the right to food, shifting from purely focusing on agriculture, and promote nutrition-oriented food systems. Broadly, African countries should apply system approach to address the root causes of hunger. Apply a comprehensive platform of the provision of services. Given scarcity, African agriculture needs to focus on solutions that have the highest potential, which is varied per country. Changing the narrative about Africa's agriculture to a land of opportunities. Given its peculiarity, Africa needs to be treated differently
to ensure strategies and policies applied are in alignment with their context. Africa should shift from land use into environmentally oriented intensive agriculture. Enhance access to education by rural communities, especially women, innovation and technology, and create conducive environment to attract youth, vitally needed to revamp African agriculture. With those points, I thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So now we move to SDG 13. Please, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to brief back to the plenary. We had a very engaging, dynamic, and fruitful discussion on climate action. It was positive to know that there are things happening in the various countries in Africa, and the debate focused on a more systematic inclusion of climate action and policy programs, collaborative environment between countries, within countries, among institutions in our various countries, innovating, involving the youth, and educating on the issues of climate action to create a whole of society approach. Very fruitful discussions. The recommendations to the HLPF which came out, the first one was to increase climate finance. It was of the opinion of the group that irrespective of what we were seeing in our countries, including some innovative financing schemes like debt swaps and the creating of the Blue X platform within the stock exchange in Cabo Verde and other places, there was need to increase climate finances given the needs, and if to help our countries also implement their NDCs. So increase climate action. We should innovate also on the climate bit through debt swaps, using the stock exchange as in Cabo Verde, creating climate and environmental dedicated funds, also bringing into bear diversified instruments in the finance stream, including insurance, and even social protection, which was also talked about quite a bit, and dialoguing with the private sector, because sometimes we create some of these instruments, but the marketing of the instruments is not done enough to increase the uptake. So it was to increase financing by marketing on the available innovations so that you can also increase the uptake. A second important conclusion from the discussions involved data. It was obvious to the group that there's a need to enhance the collection and availability of data, and particularly contextual data in Africa, whether it's on climate action or on climate laws issues. There was the need to strengthen data collection, to also improve, policy actions and program implementation. The third conclusion that came out was the need to strengthen early warning systems and to develop and expand early warning and action systems to ensure timely responses to climate threats. It also of the view of the participants that this will help improve a lot in terms of the response capacity of our countries to the nefarious effects of climate action. The fourth conclusion that also came out was that it was not enough to have increased funding for climate action, but also to make it easier to access the funding. And accessing the funding and also making it easier to apply the funding to appropriate actions within the climate domain. And so among the discussion was the need to also increase the capacity of member states to be able to access and implement the funds that come from the climate funds. Collaboration, integration came out very strongly, and there was a need to foster regional collaboration and integration in terms of responding to climate action. I think we also received a video from the next host of COP29, who was also stressing on the need to reinforce the African position, the regional positions, in anticipation of the COP29 in Azerbaijan. It also came out very clearly to promote sustainable practices, looking at what works sometimes locally, because there are usually sometimes local responses to some of these climate issues, and that we should promote sustainable local practices. We should also promote sustainable practices in general. That includes private and public sectors within our respective countries. The next point linked to that was to enhance private-public partnerships, given the scope, the integrative nature of responding to climate action, the need for more and enhanced resources. It was obvious to the participants that going forward, there's a need to strengthen partnerships between government and private sector to leverage all the different sources of funding that could be made available for climate initiatives. The group also generally spoke about a few things that I'll run through very quickly. The need to always look at the beneficial aspects of what we are doing on the population and nature, and not just to do things blindly. We should be responding to climate action in order to benefit the populations. We should always take into account the needs of vulnerable groups. The need to look at the disabled in our populations came out very starkly, that all vulnerable groups should be inventorized, and then we look at our policy program options and how we are responding to all of them. There was also need going to the HLPF and the Summit of the Future for Africa to consistently also insist on pledges made to be honored, including pledges made to the L&D funds to be honored. There's also generally the need to express, to empower existing institutions in our countries through collaborative platforms to enable them to also work a lot more effectively. And there was a need looking at some of the aspects which endear themselves to private sector funding to make sure that we create these opportunities for the private sector to also crowd in funding into the climate action space. So these are the main conclusions that came out of the debate on the climate action, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now we move to SDG 16.
Thank you so much, the moderator, and I'm humbled to be part of the discussions today. My name is Judith P. Sachan. I'm the Member of Parliament, Committee on Sustainable Development, Gold. I represent Uganda in this meeting. I'm also privileged to be part of the rapporteur panel discussions this evening, and from Peace, Justice and Strong Institution panel that was held this afternoon in conference room 5 had a very fruitful participations and a lot of rich informations that has put together recommendation to be brought forward to this sitting this evening. Allow me delve straight into our recommendations that set key messages for this sitting. First and foremost is to ensure political leadership engagement and whole of government
society participation in establishing ownership, securing commitment, galvanizing support, mobilizing resources and ensuring accountability, but also to build a strong resilience to the meager resources as Africans that we have to be managed within our limits. If from the time we've been here, there's been a lot of lamentations of the bureaucracy, the gaps in funding, the delay in funding, the empty promises that has been made. How are we mitigating that? Is to put a strong community in a position to be resilient to manage the meager resources that we have as Africa. To strengthen our governance institutions and the rule of law to protect human rights, ensure equal access to justice for all and foster transparency and accountability, and wider stakeholder participation in decision-making. And in this, we incline into inclusivity that involves the participations of youth. My colleague, one of the panelists just made mention, the participation of persons with disability, the women, the private sector, the civil society organizations, and development partners to sit together on the round table. It came out strongly from our representative of the youth in the discussion that we do not want as youth to be served the menu, but we want to be part of the designer of the menu, what to be served. Thirdly is to strengthen the data collection system for SDGs by providing legal mandates to collect, process, and avail data to support assessment of risk and weaknesses, compiling indicators, track and monitor, advocate policy for policies, and corrective measures to achieve the sustainable development and aspirations of our SDGs Agenda 2060, to invest in data collections. All of us in this house, at least in one way or the other, you punched to get data to be able to participate in this discussion. We need to invest, put funding, and put a budget aside to help data collection, data dissemination, and data protection. To strengthen government strategies and institutional structures to combat illicit financial and small arms flows in order to curb the hemorrhaging of resources, facilitation of conflict and violence, and also to institute post-conflict management to sustain peace, because we have the 4 Ps, that is people, peace, productivity, and prosperity. If we do not sustain the peace that we have built after the conflict, then we will be talking of SDGs and will not achieve our Agenda 2063. And also to improve the prospects of and for achieving the goals and aspirations of SDG Agenda 2063. Last but not least, to imbue human rights approaches in policies and governance practices, enable access to information, ensuring legal identity for all and fundamental freedoms with a view to protection and promotion through freedom of expression, assembly, association, and thoughts, active engagement of all marginalized groups, along with the respect of all international conventions that promote human rights and participation in global peace building and conflict resolution processes. And in this, we also went far to also put into order that we need to have disaster risk reduction, because if we don't put our strategies and policies in place to handle the issues of risk, the disasters that occurs at a time, then we'll not be able to sustain our SDG 2063. Lastly, the member states should resource and strengthen Africa's effective engagements in global norms settings, processes to safeguard Africa's security, financial and other forms, and interest in the global arena to facilitate mobilization of resources for the achievement of the goals and aspirations of SDG Agenda 2063. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. And then we have the last one on SDG 17. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator, and my fellow rapporteurs. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pasco Rugaba, and I was the rapporteur for the session 5, which was focusing on Goal 17, that's on partnerships for the 2030 Agenda and 2063 Agenda. The parallel session on the partnerships for the goals was chaired by Mr. Dunstan Baraba, the Permanent Secretary Office of the Prime Minister from Uganda, and moderated, who is the member of the elected bureau, and moderated by Mr. Christopher Gassum, the Regional Director for West and Central Africa for IOM. A representative from the Secretariat presented a report that informed the discussions and the key messages that we'll be presenting. And the panel was made up of eminent experts from various institutions, including the NGOs, intergovernmental organizations, private sector, UN, and youth organizations. But also the discussions were informed by the guiding questions that were reflecting largely on the progress made since the last forum, the 9th Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, and the effects that have affected this progress, lessons learned, major gaps and challenges, and we're also focusing at coming out with the impactful actions to accelerate the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. During the discussions, participants highlighted the pressing reality of multiple interconnected crises posing significant threats to the attainment of the SDGs and aspirations outlined in the 2063 Agenda, scarce resources, stressed national budgets, and competing priorities among development partners that excavate this challenge. Participants also underscored the imperative for structured multi-stakeholder partnerships encompassing governments, private sector, social organizations, development partners to foster an integrated approach for effective development, both in humanitarian, but also to ensure peace and security. As such, participants agreed that there is need to advocate for the operationalization of strategic initiatives such as the Africa Free Continental Trade Area and agreement on climate action focusing largely on the loss and damage fund. Furthermore, the participants agreed there is need to increase investment in research and development, data analysis and statistics to inform policy. Also, participants agreed that human rights are core to the achievement of both agendas, and they are game changers, and they can safeguard the acceleration of the implementation of the SDGs through their normative frameworks and operation principles of accountability, transparency, and participation. As such, we came up with a few key messages, and they include that the international community should ensure that Africa has adequate and equitable access to concessional financing and market-based innovative financing mechanisms, including priority to accessing new mechanisms for credit enhancement and greater access to affordable financial instruments such as debt for nature swaps to address the intertwined challenges of debt, climate change, and sustainable development. Participants also agreed that members of ECA should introduce policy and regulatory frameworks and enabling market environments that employ innovative tools, frameworks, and initiatives for efficient domestic resource mobilization, green financing, sustainable debt management, and efficient resource utilization. Increase investments and implement roadmaps for the modernization and transformation of national statistical systems in order to improve their resilience and facilitate production of reliable and in the preparation of reports to inform the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. We should also champion the integration of new technologies such as artificial intelligence to accelerate the realization of the SDGs and ensure equitable distribution of globalization benefits. Member states should also enhance partnerships with volunteer organizations to leverage on volunteerism potential to bridge skills, capacity, and funding gaps across the continent. And lastly, participants agreed that African Union Commission, ECA, UN, and all the development partners should support the design and invest in the implementation of regional, national, and sectoral capacity building strategies and plans to accelerate the implementation, monitoring, and reporting on both agendas. I thank you.
Thank you very much to all for these really excellent summaries and done in a very, very short period of time and really very strategic messages, very important. So we'll open, of course it's already late, it's 6:30, so let's try to keep this discussion short. I will give the floor to my colleague Al-Haji Marong to moderate that second part, the debate, but please be short in your interventions because also the colleagues, the technical colleagues, we all had a long day, but also they are working without interruption. So please be short so we can have a very short debate on this. Thank you very much, and I leave you between my colleague Haji Hans.
Thank you very much, Nassim. Good evening, delegates. Once more, let me take the opportunity to thank all of our rapporteurs for their reports. We'll open up the floor to the questions. And as Nassim said, given the time constraints we have, we hope that we will be able to finish as soon as possible. I see one hand there at the back. Please announce yourself and pose your question. Thank you. Microphone, please.
Yeah, my name is Mahongora Kabihuha from ITUC Africa. Just a few points to comment or to enrich the discussion. First, from the presentations there is only one common denominator. If you look as per various rapporteurs, and that one common denominator is to promote the concept of social dialogue. Social dialogue must come out clear in our intervention that whatever we are doing, we have to be inclusive, decisive, and ensure that everybody participate in providing solutions to our problems. The second one, I had also the issues of social protection. We need to be also very specific. Inclusive and universal social protection that take care a human being from the time that he or she is conceived until you die. So that should not be a compromise issue. And I'm sure that the ILO standards are clear on that. And I think that we should become clear so that we take it upon that. The other component is that the job creation, not just job creation, but decent job creation that are climately friendly, must be across all those need to be addressed. The fourth component is the issues of, in line with SDG 17. We have seen that the UN agencies beside ILO are very reluctant in terms of engaging with any non-state actor if the government is absent. And that should be addressed so that they can change that kind of culture. So we ensure that at least if youth organizations are coming up with projects, at least
Colleagues,
UNP should be willing to assist, not only when they are accompanying the minister. I think it's a good thing, it looks nice when the resident coordinator or whoever are accompanying a minister. But the bottom line is that they should be approachable by everyone from the society. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Yes, colleagues, could I again plead that we keep our contribution short in the interest of everyone in the room. So we go to the colleague here and then next to you. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity, moderator. My name is Roland Baloyi, a representative from South Africa. I was assigned to be in SDG 13 parallel session. I would like to make this submission. I'm sure my sentiments will be echoed by most member states that it's my feeling that as member states, we have not been given an opportunity to engage on these respective parallel sessions, because I'm thinking that the fact that our capitals have sent us here is that we should be able to impact on the deliberations. But I feel that such an opportunity has not been given. So I just wanted to find out whether will be afforded an opportunity, because these parallel sessions on SDG thematic areas, we need to form the narrative on the key messages that must be submitted to the HLPF and the Summit of the Future. But the voice of us as member states has been awfully lagging. So I was hoping that maybe as moderators and organizers will be able to afford us that opportunity to influence the key messages that should come from these respective SDGs. Thank you.
Bonsoir, je suis Montassar Jamali, je représente la Tunisie. Je tiens tout d'abord
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank the ECA first for the brilliant organization of this forum, which is very much important for all of us, and mainly because we're talking about a regional forum, and this is the moment to reflect the most important items in line with African priorities. Let me be brief. I think the issues of shared responsibility in fighting underdevelopment was not well raised. And I know that in some approaches we consider the media as belonging to the civil society, but I think it would be good to also highlight the role of the media in implementing, be it Agenda 2063 or the Agenda 2030, even also related to the future summit.
For any comments or reaction from the... Yes, please. Microphone, can we get the microphone to this side of the room, please?
Thank you very much. I'm not going to be long. My name is Chuma Mapokhole from the Republic of South Africa also. I just want to highlight one of the points that we made earlier on in the parallel sessions, that we cannot talk about going into a summit of the future when we, as a continent, relative to what we spend to our GDP, we spend about 0.47% on research, development, and innovation. And when you look at the numbers, at the global average is about 1.7%. So, which means that as a continent, we are still far below the global average in terms of our investment on research and development. So we just want to underscore that point, because in all the presentations that have been made since we arrived here, there was not that really concrete commitment as to what is it that we are going to do when it comes to research and development. We are of the view that if we are really going to add value to the critical and or mineral resources that we are saying we are having, we are not going to make any progress as long as we continue to have a decline in terms of our investment in research and development. So our appeal is that as we carry our messages into the Summit of the Future, we must be able to speak to the point of mobilizing resources for research and development and innovation if we are really to make an impact and move forward as a continent. Because we know very well that this continent has been endowed with resources even in the past, gold, platinum, and so on. But the people and when you look at the data that was given even yesterday, it doesn't really talk to a continent that really is endowed with resources. And one thing that we are not getting right is research and development. We are not competitive in many areas that we are really saying we have resources to add value on and so on. So we'll continue to ship these resources out of the continent, and those countries like Japan, which doesn't have these resources, those countries that can be able to add value in a more efficient manner, they will take these resources and add value, and will continue to come here and meet each and every year and say the same thing over and over again. And our people go to this country as diaspora or as immigrants to go and find work in this particular country. So we just want to underscore this point of research and development and innovation as the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, South Africa. The R&D point is very well noted. I don't see any other hands around the room, so I will pass it over again to our rapporteurs to see if they have any comments or reaction to the points that are made. If not, any comments? Any comments? I see two, so we'll start with the MP from Uganda, and then.
Thank you so much, our participants, distinguished guests. I want to acknowledge the oversight of our emphasis on the bottlenecks on the GDP globally. And we want to acknowledge that, and I believe we have taken note of that, and it's gonna be addressed. And secondly, I want to thank the first participant who raised a comment on our recommendations, acknowledging that at least every rapporteur here spoke the same language, and that means we are putting our heads together in a cooking pot that will be served to everyone in African content. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellency. No, yeah, okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just to react to the first intervener from the floor and then the colleague from Tunisia. I think in my session, the point was made about all of society dialogue. And so I think la question de responsabilité partagée a été débattue.
The issue of shared responsibility was discussed.
Particularly on the climate action, as we discussed, if certain factions of society are not involved in the discourse. So I think it's evident that we should engage in these things as an all-of-society approach. I also do take note of the comment regarding R&D. Talking about climate action also, it was obvious that you need science, we need research and development, we need innovation in order for Africa to provide the appropriate responses to the impact of climate change. So it's also something that I think we endorse and we should take into serious consideration. The whole issue of science, the whole issue of R&D, that will create the innovation that we need in order to provide appropriate responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I also acknowledge the additional comments from all the delegates, but most importantly, the role of media as key partners and stakeholders in supporting implementation and acceleration of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. And then lastly, the comment on social protection, I think that is very key. I know most of our African governments do not have strong social protection programs for our citizens. A case in point, for instance, national health insurance schemes, most countries we don't have, and I think that is very core as part of our key messages. So we are going to include all those additions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just on the comment about member state participation, let me just add very quickly, and I'm not an expert by any means, I'm just the secretary of the commission, but I'm aware that the ARFSD is a multi-stakeholder process involving member states and, obviously other partners. I am convinced that to the extent possible, every effort was made to hear all stakeholders in this process, but also in terms of just the parallel sessions, as you are aware, those were focused on 5 of the SDGs for this year. So I think that is where perhaps why SDG 18 was not particularly focused on. But we are happy to have this discussion, follow up on this discussion bilaterally with you. All right, thank you very much. I will now call on the chair to deliver just closing remarks. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, bonsoir. Nous voilà à terme de nos travaux.
We have reached the end of our session. I would like to thank the rapporteurs for their commendable job in a very short period of time, and also to the participants. I really appreciate your contributions, which are very much pertinent. And thank you, the moderator, for the clarification you gave. We know that African voices will be heard, and we are going to capture everything that the rapporteurs have said in our final report. Having said that, I would like to end our session. We can call it a day. I thank you very much.